Chapter 1036. The strong arrives. You said I wanted to kill you. At this moment, Lin Ling said lightly, causing Tang Yicheng to frown. However, he quickly smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, you misunderstand me too deeply. Previously, everyone saw you sneak attack me. You really wanted to kill me. If I wanted to kill you, why would I need to sneak attack you? But in the next moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out, causing Tang Yicheng's pupils to constrict. He could not say a word. As for the crowd, their faces froze. They previously thought that Lin Ling was too petty to sneak attack Tang Yicheng. But now, their thoughts were shaken. After all, Lin Ling was the leader of the fifth largest faction in the rainforest's sacred land. If he wanted to kill Tang Yicheng, why would he need to sneak attack him? Furthermore, Lin Ling's style of doing things was open and aboveboard. Not only did he not fear the four ancient countries, he even dared to clash with the four desolate races. Hence, he needed to sneak attack Tang Yicheng. It seems like there's a secret behind this. Especially some of the older warriors. They were not novices, so they had their guesses. Tang Yicheng might not be as amiable as he appeared on the surface. After all, under the heavens, there were many people who hid daggers behind their smiles. Lin Ling looked at Tang Yicheng with cold eyes. This person had schemed against him, so he would definitely avenge him. It sure is lively. It seems like this old man has come at the right time. At this moment, in the sky, an old voice suddenly rang out. Following that, under countless gazes, the clouds in the sky parted as several figures slowly walked down. These people were dressed differently. They were topless and had mysterious runes on their bodies. Their skin was slightly dark, giving them a wild feeling. One of them was a youth about 16 years old. He tossed a copper coin in his hand as he looked down indifferently. These are the puny 6 sacred regions. His voice was frivolous and carried a condescending arrogance, causing the entire land to fall silent. Who were these people? Could they be people from the legendary Bodhi Sacred Palace? Late-stage Sacred Spirit Realm? Everyone was puzzled. Only Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This youth was only a few years younger than him, but he had already reached the terrifying late-stage Sacred Spirit Realm. These people were definitely not from Bodhi's Sacred Palace. Other than that arrogant and frivolous young man, the young man behind him was also very strong. He had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm at the age of 16. This was the first time someone had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm in the Rainforest Holy Land. He was a true genius. A master from the outside domain. A terrifying thought arose in Lin Ling's mind. The 6 holy realms had finally encountered a powerful enemy. Young master, this place is the 6 sacred regions. Behind the youth, several elders stood indifferently. One of the elders smiled. He was leaning on a walking stick, and there was a shocking scar on his face. When the scar was cut off, his left eye was blind, leaving him with only one remaining eye. His aura was also strange and cold, causing people to feel a sense of fear. However, many people were unable to see through his cultivation. Only the 4 patriarchs and a few others were able to vaguely see through him, and Lin Ling was one of them. This old man was a transcendent realm. As far as Lin Ling knew, in the Rainforest Holy Land, besides Bodhi Holy Palace, there were no more than 20 masters who had reached the transcendent realm, but now, one had appeared so casually. It seemed that the masters from the outer lands were far more powerful. Who are you? Staring at the newcomers, Feng Bo from the Wind Clan asked faintly. We're here to collect an old debt. High up in the sky, 7 voices rang out in unison. Collect an old debt. Who do you want to collect an old debt from? Among the Night Clan, a member frowned and asked. The origins and intentions of these people were too strange. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask us? However, just as his words fell, the old man in the sky struck out with his walking stick. No one could see what kind of attack it was, but in the next moment, the Night Clan member let out a pained cry as saliva, tears, and snot flowed out from his eyes. His body seemed to inflate and finally exploded. Pang! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, shocking everyone present. All they could see was a black insect crawling on the ground. Was that insect the one who killed the Night Clan member? Moreover, the other party's attack had been completely undetectable. How terrifying! Many people took a step back and their faces became serious. Lin Ling, who are these people? They're so strong. Yu frowned slightly. She was from the Sparrow clan and had seen all kinds of strong cultivators, but she had never seen such a terrifying attack. They're from the outer region. They use profound martial arts to make their attacks pass through the void and appear directly in the body of the enemy. They left a venomous insect in the body. When the venomous insect took effect, the enemy died. That person's strength is probably enough to defeat any Holy Spirit Realm cultivator. Sigh. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he currently had the strongest force and strength, but compared to the outer region, he was still much weaker. He didn't know how his brother Lin Ling was doing in other places, but he hoped that he was doing well. You're too overbearing. You killed my clan member without saying anything. I'd like to see what your purpose is. Sigh. The Night Clan's patriarch, Yi Ming, naturally couldn't ignore the death of the Night Clan's members. His body strangely disappeared, and in mid-air, a giant palm slammed out. It was incomparably powerful. Yi Ming, after so many years, your strength hasn't improved at all. You're still a second-order transcendent. Boom. However, the one-eyed old man in the sky smiled faintly and thrust out his walking stick. Hong long long. The two forces collided and the void exploded. Astral wind swept out like the wind of annihilation. Two great profound worlds appeared in the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The night was as dark as the sea. Ah! Boom! On the ground, a large number of people died because of the aftermath. A clash between transcendents was like a battle between heavenly kings. The power of this clash wasn't something they could resist. However, what surprised everyone was that the Night Clan's patriarch of the four great desolate clans was unable to gain an advantage. One had to know that in the Rainforest Holy Land, the patriarchs of the four great clans were equivalent to the four heavenly kings. Besides the Bodhi Sacred Palace, who could stop them? But now, they were evenly matched. This one-eyed old man's strength was too terrifying. Yi Ming, let me help you. Fong. He stretched out his hand and punched out, call the wind. Wind. A wind that seemed to come from the border of the three realms appeared and swept everything away. This wind was called the Glass Sky Wind. It was said that this wind was no ordinary wind, but a wind that could melt one's body and soul. Feng Bo, I haven't seen you for many years. You still like to bully others with numbers. Trash. Behind the one-eyed old man, an old man with long hair walked out. With a shake of his body, a large number of eyes appeared on his body. These eyes shot out light that condensed on his palm, causing it to release an aura of annihilation. He then slapped out fiercely. Hong long long. The two great profound worlds collided again. The sky changed color, but Feng Bo's attack was blocked again. Bastard, do you think our Rainforest Holy Land has no one? Feng. Rain Master Mo Ping took a step forward. He could tell that the other party wasn't from the Rainforest Holy Land, so he also took action. After he stepped out, the Peacock God also took a step forward and the Peacock Bright Monarch appeared. Hong long long. Chapter 1037. Bodhi 7 stars, amazing. Seeing the earth-shattering battle in the sky, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Maybe this was the strongest battle they had ever seen in their lives. However, what surprised him was that the ancient patriarch of the desolate race was unable to stop the enemy. This was too dreamy. The battle in the sky did not last long. Soon, the clouds dissipated and 7 figures appeared before everyone's eyes, like fey kings descending. The elders looked down at the ants beneath their feet with disdain, for desolate races. 4 great wastes. These voices were condescending and looked down on all living beings, causing the 4 desolate races to clench their fists. In the past, they were a proud race, and also the strongest race in the rainforest's holy land. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Furthermore, the other party was too overbearing. After arriving, they humiliated them without distinguishing between right and wrong. What was the purpose of these elders? Unfortunately, although they were angry in their hearts, in the face of a transcendent realm master, they could only rely on the 4 patriarchs. Who are you? Rain Master Mo Ping stood proudly and said indifferently. The other party was very strong, and they could not gain any advantage unless they had a few more transcendents on their side to help. I've said it before, debt collectors. The one-eyed elder's single eye looked even more ferocious. Then, seeing everyone's puzzlement, he said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, for patriarchs, noble people often forget things. Have you forgotten the Bodhi's 7 stars that you killed 100 years ago in the Bodhi ancient tree? What, the Bodhi's 7 stars? The 4 desolate race patriarchs' faces changed drastically as they seemed to recall. 100 years ago, on one of the branches of the Bodhi ancient tree, monster insects ran amok, devouring thousands of lives. Later, the 4 desolate race patriarchs joined forces to eradicate the monster insects that devoured human lives. However, an accident happened during the eradication, causing the 7 monster insects to be greatly injured, but they managed to escape. And now, those 7 people. Were they the Bodhi's 7 stars of the past? The so-called Bodhi's 7 stars were the 7 monster insects. They were the snake, scorpion, centipede, gecko, toad, lizard, and spider. These monster insects grew from the Bodhi ancient tree and had the power to devour heaven and earth. And now, it was obvious that these 7 monster insects had taken human form. Today, they had come in such a domineering manner. Their purpose was extremely obvious. They had come for revenge. You remember now, right? Hee, you didn't think that we would meet again. The one-eyed old man snorted coldly as he gazed at the astonished patriarchs, and his voice was filled with dense ridicule. Demonic insect. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The demonic insect had transformed into a human. Today, it was likely that it had come for revenge. Today, I'm here to wipe out the 4 desolate races and take revenge for what happened back then. If God blocks me, I'll kill God. If Buddha blocks me, I'll kill Buddha. Under countless shocked gazes, the 7 old men finally erupted with surging demonic chi, as if the demon kings had descended. It looks like today's battle for the survival of the desolate race is inevitable. Although there is a great enemy pressuring us, we will bite off a piece of your flesh to destroy our 4 desolate races, even if we have to break our teeth. We martial artists never shrink from a fight. The other party had come prepared, and this battle was unavoidable. Hence, the 4 patriarchs took a step forward and shouted coldly. Although they were also transcendents, the other party's cultivation realm was the same. Furthermore, the other party had the advantage in numbers, so the outcome of this battle could be easily guessed. However, the arrow had already been knocked and had to be released. They had no way out, and could only fight with their backs against the wall. Are these still the sacred 4 desolate races of the past? Many people sighed in their hearts. The changes in the rainforest's sacred land were too great. Previously, the rise of the supernova Lin Ling had alarmed the sacred land. However, Before the news could be completely digested, an unknown expert had arrived and tyrannically declared that he would wipe out the 4 desolate races. And now, the sacred and ancient 4 desolate races were like ants. All of this was too surreal, and it was hard for people to accept. The heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Lin Ling's pupils turned solemn as he looked at the sky. He knew that not only the rainforest's sacred land, even the 6 sacred lands were about to undergo a change. Fortunately, I have greatly increased the strength of my family and friends. Otherwise, the great calamity would be even more difficult, and I'm afraid that there would be more casualties. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He quietly held Yu Yu and the others' hands. Their hands were tightly clasped together. Die! At the same time, in the sky, an evil aura rolled out. One of the old men spat out a poisonous mist at the people on the ground. Immediately, a large number of Night Clan members died. Among them, the Saint Spirit Realm experts were like ants. It was like a dream. You still have a chance to live. First, submit and become slaves for eternity. Second, show me the strength of the geniuses of the rainforest's sacred land. We can send 3 people, but you can send 20. If you win, today's matter will be over. This game is pretty good, right? At this moment, the long-haired youth who had been silent all this time smiled. He tossed a copper coin in his hand as he looked at the crowd with a hint of mockery. Young master. The 7 stars Bodhi narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. Young master, are you going to intervene in this matter? Could it be that you want me to be bored and watch you play? The youth indifferently said. The 7 stars Bodhi hurriedly bowed respectfully and no longer dared to speak. It was obvious that the youth's identity was extremely terrifying. Even the 7 stars Bodhi had to give face to him. Do you dare to play? The youth opened his mouth again. The crowd below was silent. The youth's strength had reached the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Who would dare to play with him? Moreover, if they lost in this game, they would probably lose their lives. I hate it when people are silent because they are looking down on me. So, if you don't play, all of you will become slaves. If you refuse, the rainforest's sacred land will reshuffle. The youth's eyes gradually turned cold and he stopped tossing the copper coin in his hand. His words were filled with killing intent. It was as if human life was nothing more than a blade of grass or a leaf to him. He could destroy it if he wanted to. Alright, if that's the case, I, Emozilong, will play with you. In the silence, a voice finally sounded. It was the Rain Clan's Emozilong. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Clearly, he had no other choice. If he did not fight, the youth would probably slaughter the 4 desolate clans and even make everyone his slaves. Hence, as long as there was a chance, he would fight for it. The second dream, fight. The second dream, a genius from the Night Clan, also walked out. The youth's eyes were filled with smiles. The 6 sacred lands are a bunch of trash, but they have quite a number of beauties. Alright, you can live on and be my slave. We'll talk about it after you win. The second dream replied indifferently. She took a step forward and walked side by side with Emozilong. This made many people sigh. These geniuses were fearless and unafraid of death. They were the pride of the rainforest's sacred land. Go for it. Many people cheered. Those girls over there want to fight. As for the youth, his eyes wandered and landed on Yu Yu and the rest. He smiled faintly and said, if you lose, be my slave and I'll dote on you. Previously, when the Bodhi 7 stars were fighting the 4 patriarchs, his gaze had been fixed on Yu Yu and the rest. The more he looked, the more he liked them. Hence, he came up with the idea of having geniuses fight. He wanted to let those girls know how strong he was and be his slave. The few of you, come out. Someone immediately walked out from behind the youth. With a wave of his hand, a huge spiritual energy hand grabbed at Yu and the rest. He wanted to bring them out in a domineering manner. Scram! Chapter 1038. Buddhist Saint Heaven Splitting a Raping. Pang! 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 The sword slashed, sending sparks flying. It was as if a saw had slashed the gigantic spirit chi hand. Then, under countless gazes, the gigantic spirit chi hand was split into two. You broke my god-slaying hand. The person who attacked narrowed his eyes. One had to know that his god-slaying hand was imbued with wood profundity. It was continuous and could slash unceasingly. However, his opponent had slashed it in half with a single slash. Many people looked at the person who attacked and realized that it was Lin Ling who had been silent all this time. I'm so excited. After the arrival of these mysterious experts, our rainforest's sacred land has been suppressed. Even the 4 patriarchs were unable to gain any advantage. However, Lin Ling has finally won and brought glory to our rainforest's sacred land. Many people were excited. Even the Rain Master Mo Ping smiled faintly. At this moment, he realized that his grandson was very cute. Hee, this is interesting. It seems that the rainforest's sacred land is not full of trash. As for the youth, he revealed a curious look. He could see that the slash was imbued with the second-level righteous profundity. It had the power to slay all evil. You come out too. Let me torture you to death. Then, the youth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He still treated the battle as a game. Lin Ling. Many people frowned. Although Lin Ling was not considered a member of the Rain clan, he seemed to have been targeted. His outcome would probably be the same as Mo Zilong and the rest. Although the game is fun, it depends on whether you can afford to play. Pang! At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Previously, when the youth wanted to attack the 4 desolate clans, he did not have any impulse. However, the youth ended up attacking Yu and the rest. How could Lin Ling tolerate that? Furthermore, the other party was arrogant and overbearing. He wanted to see how great the geniuses from other regions were. You, come out too. Pang! Lin Ling took a step forward. His cold voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was asking the youth to come out. The young man frowned. He was clearly very surprised. After all, he was at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only at the intermediate stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Yet, Lin Ling had asked him to come out. Fine, you don't have to die, but you have to be a slave for 9 lifetimes. The young man licked his lips. Although he was angry, he was more interested in bloodthirsty mockery. Lin Ling, I'll accompany you. Yu and the others also took a step forward and caught up to Lin Ling. Now, there were 7 geniuses from the Rainforest Holy Land. Tang Yicheng, you go out as well. The sparrow god of the sparrow tribe looked at Tang Yicheng and said plainly. Now that the other party was humiliating them, the sparrow tribe could not afford to lose face. Hence, the strongest supernova, Tang Yicheng, had to fight as well. Tang Yicheng hesitated. After all, everyone knew that this was a battle to the death. Moreover, they had no chance of winning. However, with so many eyes watching, he had to maintain a righteous appearance. Therefore, he braced himself and stepped into the battle. Me too. Following that, a large number of top geniuses from the Night Clan, Sparrow Clan and Rain Clan also stepped forward. There were a total of 20 of them. These 20 geniuses are so powerful. The crowd was excited. This battle not only represented the survival of the 4 desolate tribes, it also represented the honor of the Rainforest Holy Land. All the best. Many people began to shout loudly, their blood boiling. Youths should be like this. They should face the waves with pride. They should be hot-blooded and not afraid of strong enemies. Only by facing difficulties could they open up a wider world. The game is very simple. If you win, the 4 desolate tribes will live. We will leave this place and never enter again. And if you lose, you will all become slaves. Now, all of you will enter the ancient array. The last person to come out wins. Looking at the 20 people, the young man smiled and said, "Right, I forgot to say my name. All of you are Xing Qin. If you lose, you will all become slaves." Many people's expressions turned serious. This looked like a game, but it was crueler than a game. As for the 4 patriarchs, they had ugly expressions. They could choose to refuse to continue playing, but the outcome would be a life and death battle with their opponents. Eventually, the 4 desolate tribes would be wiped out. Hence, they did not seem to have a choice. Wait, aren't we fighting each other? Why did we enter the array? And the array was set up by you. Do you think this is fair? At this moment, Tang Yicheng frowned and said. He made Du Xingchen toss the copper coin in his hand. You have a problem with that? His eyes looked over calmly, making Tang Yicheng's heart tremble. He did not dare to speak for a moment. Fair. I am the rule. This is fair. Du Xingchen retracted his gaze and said. How domineering. Many people secretly clenched their fists. The young man was indeed treating them as a game. Du Xingchen tossed the copper coin again and said arrogantly, "This array is very simple. It is called the provenance heaven-splitting array. It is the most common array used by the geniuses where we come from. Within the array, you can attack at will and eliminate others. And the last person to come out is the winner. I believe that you bunch of ants do not know what an array is, so I can't be bothered to explain it." Du Xingchen took a large step forward and came into the middle of the crowd. His right hand quickly tapped his glabella. After about 8 taps, a blood droplet floated out. Use your soul blood to set up the array. The moment his voice faded, 2 people immediately came to his side. They tapped their glabella with their right hand as well, causing a blood droplet to float out. The 3 blood droplets fused together, causing the area around them to turn strange. It was as if they were isolated from the outside world. It's your turn. Following that, Du Xingchen looked at Imo Zilong and company. It made their expressions change. They had to hand over their soul blood to set up an array. Bastard, we are here to spar with you, not to be toyed with in the palm of your hand. One of the desolate race geniuses said indignantly. Du Xingchen was too domineering. He was toying with them like they were ants. I've said it before. You have no choice. If you refuse, then the 7 Bodhi stars will have a life and death battle with the 4 desolate race. Du Xingchen said with a sneer. It made Imo Zilong grit his teeth as he tapped his glabella. After about 8 taps, soul blood floated out. The others did the same. They represented the 4 desolate race, and even represented the sacred land of the rainforest. Hence, they could not embarrass themselves. Even if Du Xingchen's request was excessive, they had to agree with it through gritted teeth. This array is powerful. Lin Ling frowned as he tapped out his soul blood. He could sense that although the array was set up by Du Xingchen, he was too proud. Hence, he would not use any unorthodox means to harm them. Rumble. Everyone gave out their soul blood as the provenance heaven-splitting array took shape. The entire region turned into a world of blood. The blood sea roared in the sky, while the blood sea churned on the ground. It was as if it had formed a world of its own. And outside, a person was curious, so he took a step forward. However, in an instant, his body trembled as his blood was sucked dry, disappearing into the blood sea. How terrifying. Ordinary people should not approach that array. The crowd drew a cold gasp. If that was the case, only the few people in the array would be safe. However, things were not as they imagined. At this moment, in the blood sea, everyone's bodies were trembling. It was as if their souls and blood were about to rush out of their bodies, becoming a part of the blood sea. Chapter 1039. To acknowledge a thief as one's father, in our world, geniuses must possess willpower, battle intent, the heart of martial arts, and strength that surpasses those of the same age. Therefore, this formation is used to test these things. Today, we only sent 3 people, but you have 20 people. Moreover, we are younger than you. If you lose to us, then you will lose face. What use are you if you don't become slaves? Do Xingqian's long hair fluttered, and his slightly childish face carried an incomparable domineering aura. It was clear that the array formation was a competition of who could last the longest. This was a competition of will, strength, talent, and the heart of martial arts. Good luck. The outsiders cheered for Mo Zilong and the others. Don't lose. The hearts of the 4 great clan leaders were also agitated. Life and death depended on this moment. Time quietly passed. Within the Provenance Saint Heaven-splitting formation, the sea of blood roared even more violently. No! On the rainforest Holy Land side, a genius spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his entire body was sucked dry, turning into a human skin that fell to the ground. He had died, and his blood had been sucked dry. Everyone's body began to tremble. This clash of geniuses was too terrifying. The remaining geniuses had solemn looks on their faces as they fought back with their powerful strength. Wait, I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat. Another genius cried out in alarm, making many people shake their heads. The formation was continuously exerting pressure on heaven and earth, and it was indeed difficult to resist. Trash. Do Xingqian, on the other hand, appeared extremely relaxed as he spoke with disdain. You can't even last an incense stick's worth of time. You're worse than trash. A young man walked out from behind him. His hand turned into a blade and slashed out fiercely. That genius's eyes narrowed. When he wanted to fight back, he found that his opponent was too strong. In the end, his body was split into 2, and his blood was sucked into the blood sea. According to our customs, if you want to leave this formation, you have to hold on for at least the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Otherwise, even if you admit defeat, you will die. After all, we have wasted our time sparring with you. How can we admit defeat just because we are afraid? The youth who had attacked slowly walked back. Too domineering. Many people stared fixedly at Du Xingqian and the other 2. In that case, even if Mo Zilong's side wanted to admit defeat, they would have to hold on for the time of 3 incense sticks. No. Another genius was crushed to death. Then, a large number of geniuses reached their limits and their bodies exploded, being absorbed by the blood sea. Those who remained were the true top geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land. Many people sighed in their hearts. Those geniuses were the top geniuses of the 4 desolate races. They were even more powerful than the elites of the martial arts whole. Usually, they were all powerful and famous, but today, against the mysterious geniuses from other domains, they were like trash. They could not even last for 15 minutes. Can you stop it? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He felt as if an endless mountain was pressing down on his body, and blood was about to burst out of his body. Luckily, his foundation was solid, and this sort of effect wasn't too great. Of course. Yu and the others gritted their teeth. And Yuer's body flashed with red lightning, blocking the suction force of the formation. Lin Ling nodded. Yu and the others were very strong, so he was not very worried. On the contrary, it was Mo Zilong and the others who were worried. Lin Ling, I will hold on for 3 incense sticks worth of time. Mo Zilong sensed Lin Ling's gaze and gritted his teeth as he nodded. A world of rain appeared around him, blocking the formation's power, but it was barely enough. Lin Ling nodded again and looked at a black-dressed girl not far away. She was only at the early stages of the sacred spirit realm, but she gritted her teeth and held on. This changed Lin Ling's impression of the girl. And that girl was the second dream. The second dream might have great ambitions, but when the rainforest Holy Land encountered a calamity, she stepped forward without hesitation. Her temperament was better than many people's. Perhaps the second dream also knew that an array competition was also a competition of the rainforest Holy Land's pride. As geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land, they could fight amongst themselves, but they could not be looked down upon or humiliated by external enemies. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me leave this place. At this moment, a pleading voice sounded. It was Tang Yicheng. And since the 15 incense sticks worth of time was not up, he would be killed if he admitted defeat. Another piece of trash. Are all the 6 sacred domains producing pieces of trash? Someone from Do Xingchen's side laughed disdainfully. It made Tang Yicheng's face turn even paler. If you want to live, fine. Be our slave. Do Xingchen still had a relaxed expression as he played with the copper coins in his hand. I agree to be your slave. Surprisingly, Tang Yicheng did not hesitate. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. This unforeseen turn of events made everyone's pupils constrict. Tang Yicheng was too embarrassing. Yicheng, you still have the blood of our sparrow race in your body. Vermilion God felt that he had lost all his face. Previously, the desolate race geniuses would never kneel down and beg for mercy even if they were to die. However, Tang Yicheng, who they believed to be the most benevolent and righteous, was begging for mercy without any dignity. All of this was too surreal. This disgraceful fellow. I'm certain that he was the one who was trying to harm Lin Ling. We have all been fooled. Many people's expressions turned cold. Previously, Tang Yicheng had disregarded their past grudges and shook hands with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had attacked Tang Yicheng. Back then, everyone blamed Lin Ling for being too petty, but from the looks of it, Tang Yicheng was only putting on an act. After all, how benevolent could a person who was willing to kneel down and beg for mercy be? Heh heh, your family clan's elders are scolding you, but you are indeed a disgrace. The array formation could not prevent the voices from coming from outside, so Do Xingchen smiled faintly. He seemed to enjoy the situation where he was in control of everything. Kneel down and call me Grandpa, and you can live. What? Vermilion God's pupils constricted. His grandson wanted to kneel down and call Do Xingchen Grandpa. How dare you? Vermilion God roared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yicheng, who was in the array formation, knelt down with a plop and kept shouting to Do Xingchen, Grandpa. Although it was very humiliating, for Tang Yicheng, his life was obviously more important. Moreover, things had already turned out this way. Since he was going to become a slave, he might as well do it thoroughly. Dang dang dang. Vermilion God took 3 steps back. His face was extremely pale. He had embarrassed the entire Vermilion bird tribe. The funny thing was that before, he was still complaining that Lin Ling had not given him face and had attacked Tang Yicheng. However, now he knew that Lin Ling should have attacked him. His grandson had concealed too much. He was not a benevolent person at all. On the contrary, he was a sinister junior. In order to survive, he had acknowledged the enemy as his father. Shut up, you bunch of old fogies. I've had enough of you old fogies acting all high and mighty. My life is in my control, not yours. At that moment, Tang Yicheng stood up and looked coldly at the crowd outside the array formation. His words made those people grit their teeth. Tang Yicheng was indeed despicable. Chapter 1040. Proud of you worse than a dog or a pig. Many people shook their heads coldly. Tang Yicheng was worse than a dog or a pig. After all, the sparrow race had nurtured him, and everything he had was given to him by the sparrow race. However, the sparrow race was not willing to clash head-on with Lin Ling for him, yet he blamed the sparrow race. Such a person was heartless and only thought of himself. Even a dog or a pig was better than him. Following that, many people looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was frivolous and overbearing, he was magnanimous. He was much better than Tang Yicheng. Since you are our slave, you can leave the array formation. However, Do Xingchen laughed. To him, this was too interesting. It was extremely rare for a grandson to defy his grandfather and call him grandfather. With that said, Tang Yicheng left the array formation. And the path he took to leave was the blood-colored bead in midair. Moments later, Tang Yicheng appeared in front of everyone. However, he quickly shot towards the Bodhi 7 stars. Clearly, he knew that he had angered everyone, so he immediately found a backer. Unfilial son, unfilial son. Everyone from the sparrow race gritted their teeth. After all, the Bodhi 7 stars wanted to wipe out the 4 desolate races. However, Tang Yicheng had acknowledged the traitor as his father. Furthermore, he had done it in front of everyone. In this world, strength represents everything. This is what Lin Ling taught me previously. And now, I have the strength to control everything. Tang Yicheng smiled faintly. Although he was a slave, he now had a stronger backer. Hence, he was somewhat happy and even proud. He knew that the sparrow race wanted to kill him, but they could not. Heh heh, you sure are cunning. The Bodhi 7 stars sneered. Although they despised Tang Yicheng, they were still protecting him. After all, using him to anger the 4 desolate races was not a bad idea. Many people retracted their gazes and no longer looked at Tang Yicheng. Instead, they looked at the array formation and saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the array formation. 3 incense sticks time is up. Someone shouted. This meant that even if the rainforest sacred land's genius admitted defeat, they would not need to die. The second dream, you won't be able to hold on for long. Leave this place. Lin Ling looked at the second dream. If it was any other time, he wouldn't have cared about the fate of the second dream, but now, his view of the second dream had changed. I know, but I want to surpass myself. The second dream gritted her teeth and spoke in a resolute voice. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The second dream was much better than Tang Yicheng. Puff! In the end, the second dream failed. Blood spewed from the corner of her mouth and her face was pale. It was a sad yet beautiful sight. At the same time, Lin Ling subconsciously took a step forward and came behind the second dream. With a gentle slap, the second dream was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. The second dream's eyes narrowed. She had risked her life to hold on for 3 incense sticks time. She did not embarrass the rainforest sacred land. But when she was exhausted, Lin Ling sneaked an attack on her. Lin Ling had always hated her. Even if she tried to make it up to him secretly, it was useless. Perhaps, this is my fate. The second dream closed her eyes. Sorrow and a deep sense of loss rose in her heart. One had to know that she used to be a genius. But Lin Ling had ruined everything for her, including her cultivation. She had to cultivate again. Otherwise, she might not have reached the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. But now, Lin Ling still wanted to destroy her. However, just as she was thinking about this, her body suddenly relaxed, and the mysterious pressure disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she immediately discovered that she was already outside the formation. He's sending me out. The second dream's heart pounded violently. She had wronged Lin Ling before, but Lin Ling didn't blame her anymore. She couldn't help but feel an indescribable joy in her heart. Even when she had suddenly improved her cultivation, that joy wasn't as strong as it was now. The second dream, you were already exhausted. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, you might not have been able to walk out of the array. Yi Ming from the Night Clan hurriedly supported the second dream. Although the second dream had failed, it was a glorious defeat. At least she had fought with her life to protect the dignity of the rainforest's sacred land. Thank you. The second dream looked at the handsome young man in the array. Hong Yan's mouth opened slightly. Mo Zilong, go out. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what was going on outside. He looked at Mo Zilong and said indifferently. The latter had also reached his limit. Mo Zilong smiled bitterly. He wanted to represent the rainforest's sacred land to defeat the geniuses from other regions, but he had failed. He had indeed reached his limit. I won't be unreasonable. Lin Ling, I'll leave the rest to you. You must win. Mo Zilong began to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but in the end, he strode towards the blood-red pearl and disappeared into the array. In this way, only Lin Ling, Yu, and the others were left in the array. Do your best. You're the only ones left in the rainforest's sacred land. Looking at the determined figures, the crowd's hearts surged. At the moment when the enemy was suppressing them, all the geniuses were suppressed and humiliated. Only Lin Ling raised the flag and supported the entire rainforest's sacred land. Do your best, Ling. Rain Master Mo Ping also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. For the first time, the two words, Ling, came out of his mouth. For the first time, he regarded Lin Ling as his grandson. Moreover, he was the grandson he was most proud of. All of this was too surreal. One had to know that when Lin Ling arrived at the Rain Clan, Rain Master Mo Ping was arrogant and serious. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. He didn't even care about his name. However, his grandson had extraordinary perseverance. Even though he was looked down upon by the whole world, he still gritted his teeth and stubbornly moved forward. In the end, the entire Rain Clan accepted him wholeheartedly. He let Rain Master Mo Ping know that he was wrong. Sorry, Lin Ling. We were wrong. On the Rain Clan's side, everyone clenched their fists tightly. Their fists were trembling. The geniuses of the four desolate clans had all failed. Only the youth, who they did not treat as a relative, was supporting them and fighting for them. Do your best. Everyone from the Rain Clan cheered loudly. There were even some people whose eyes were moist. Ling, mother is proud of you. Behind all the Rain Clan's clansmen, Mo Nianchen had also left the Ice Valley. She came to the Rain Clan's valley and witnessed everything with her own eyes. She was more excited than anyone else. In the past, her family looked down on her son, but today, her family was proud of her son. This honor made even her feel extremely proud and proud. Lin Ling, do your best. Do your best. Other than the Rain Clan's people, the others were also excited. At this moment, the youth's figure had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. At this moment, the pressure from the blood sea in the array was increasing. However, Lin Ling's eyes were resolute. Endless fighting spirit spewed out. The 100,000 small worlds in his body burned at the same time, blocking the blood sea's pressure. This child is so powerful. Over at Du Xingchen's side, the three of them frowned. Now that the pressure from the blood sea was increasing, it was difficult for them to withstand it. However, their opponent was just a puny junior from the 6 sacred regions. Yet, he was able to withstand everything. Young master, I'll go test his strength. Yes. Chapter 1041. 100 flowers bloom rumble. Countless black balls appeared. They were the most mysterious dark energy. Then, they shot towards Lin Ling like a swarm of locusts. Despicable. Many people outside shouted coldly. Lin Ling was resisting the pressure of the array, but that person was attacking Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to resist. However, they had always thought that Lin Ling's strength came from his own power. They weren't familiar with Lin Ling's strength. One had to know that that person was only in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. He wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Ling. Peacock protection. At this moment, colorful lights appeared. Yu Yu's body emitted a holy aura, making her seem like the most beautiful peacock goddess. Those lights surrounded Lin Ling, blocking everything. Extreme realm. And Yuer's eyes were full of killing intent. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into an ice fairy. If someone wanted to make a move on Lin Ling, that would be touching her reverse scale. The red lightning shot out, making the young man's pupils dilate. The girls around Lin Ling were very powerful. What made him angry was that they were all helping Lin Ling. This made him jealous. Bang! 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 The red lightning collided with the mysterious black balls. Spirit chi intertwined. At the same time, the colorful peacock light shrouded the area. What was extremely mysterious was that after the light shrouded the area, the red lightning suddenly split into 2, then 4, and became even larger. A rain of lightning appeared. What kind of light is that? How can it increase the attack power of others? The young man's heart trembled violently. Du Xingchen's eyes also lit up. He looked at Yu Yu with excitement. That girl's innate talent seemed to be able to increase the attack power and defense power of others. It would be great if he could get her. Pisces under the heavens. Just at this moment, another shout rang out. The ancient black and white fish appeared, forming a Tai Chi vortex. Those black balls seemed to be unable to control themselves as they rolled towards the Tai Chi vortex. What was strange was that after the dark profound was absorbed, a white ball of light appeared. Then, it swept towards the young man who had made the move. The Tai Chi whirlpool seemed to be able to turn the opponent's attack into its own. Snake transformation. At the same time, an ancient demonic chi bloomed. The seal gate appeared, and a huge white snake slithered out. It was like a snake or a dragon, majestically swimming in the air towards the young man. All of the heaven's favored daughters took action, and the strength they displayed shocked the world, blooming like 100 flowers. So, the real geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land. The crowd became excited. All the girls around Lin Ling were extremely powerful, which made them both surprised and envious. Because all these beautiful and powerful girls only had Lin Ling in their hearts. No. Yu Yu and the other heavenly beauties joined forces. They could even kill a late Holy Spirit realm expert, let alone a middle Holy Spirit realm expert. Therefore, the young man who attacked Lin Ling let out a terrified cry before he was drowned by a huge amount of spiritual chi and disappeared. We won. Many people waved their fists in the air. Ever since the experts from other regions had arrived, the Rainforest Holy Land had never won, even after sending out the 4 clan leaders. However, Lin Ling had killed one of them and won a match, raising their morale. Now, with the help of the geniuses, they had regained some ground. We won. Yu Yu and the other heavenly beauties looked at each other. They were extremely excited. The feeling of fighting side by side was great. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled faintly as a sense of honor rose in his heart. This was because they were the last line of defense that blocked the first wave of attacks from the Heavenly Fall era. You're ugly. If they hadn't helped you, you would have been dead. What else can you do besides relying on women? Another young man in the middle Holy Spirit realm behind Do Xingchen said disdainfully. Lin Ling didn't fight at all. He didn't look like a man at all. Relying on women is what he's relying on. Do Xingchen said casually as he tossed the copper coins. The crowd outside fell silent. Even though they won the previous battle beautifully, it was undeniable that the people from Constellation were right. This made Lin Ling feel a little embarrassed. Who cares? He's not a gentleman. He's just an arrogant and overbearing person. So, why should we care about face? Soon, someone spoke up for Lin Ling. Hee, shame on you. You're just a good-for-nothing who relies on women. The young man who spoke was still disdainful. The corner of his mouth was full of mockery. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded calmly and unsheathed the sword in his hand. I didn't attack before because it wasn't my turn to attack. Even you don't have the right to make me attack. However, your words carry a hint of provocation. Fortunately, you succeeded in provoking me. Then, what do you want? The young man snorted disdainfully. Kill you. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His sword was like a ray of light that came from the horizon. His murderous aura filled the air and formed a huge sword of killing. However, killing wasn't the only thing. Boundless righteousness also appeared. One was righteousness and the other was evil. Although they seemed to be opposing each other, they were ingeniously fused in the sword. Life and death sword, sky-cleaving sword. The sword light was black and white. Black represented murderous aura and white represented righteousness. It fiercely slashed toward the young man. A destructive sword aura bloomed. This was the sort of killing aura that Lin Ling had used when Inyer was besieged. At that time, he didn't hide his murderous aura. He only wanted to kill all the enemies. However, after killing all the enemies, he realized that he didn't need to suppress his murderous aura. As long as his righteousness was stronger than his murderous aura, the murderous aura would never be able to affect him. Lin Ling's righteousness had reached the second level. Therefore, he fused his murderous aura and righteousness together to form the current life and death sword, sky-cleaving sword. Righteousness was Lin Ling's forte. Murderous aura came from the ancient flame devil. The fusion of the two swords would definitely cut through everything. It reached the third level of the life and death profound. This was the fusion of the first level of killing aura and the second level of righteousness. Hong Tian, be careful. At this moment, Do Xingchen was no longer throwing copper coins. He anxiously shouted. The third level of the martial profound was very powerful. As for the young man who spoke, his pupils constricted. He wanted to say something, but it was too late. The sword pierced through him, causing his pupils to condense there. However, in the next moment, he rapidly aged. His hair and teeth fell out, and his face was full of wrinkles. No! He let out a frightened voice. He was only 16 years old. How could he become old? His vitality has been taken away. Do Xingchen saw everything. He watched as the young man gradually aged and finally turned into a pile of bones. He was affected by the murderous aura before he died. Tell me, I rely on women. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from the ancient blood sea formation. Do Xingchen's face instantly turned ugly. Rely on women. It was obvious that Lin Ling didn't want to fight before. After all, he killed with a single sword strike. Amazing. The people outside trembled violently. Then, excited voices rose and fell. Although they didn't care about Do Xingchen's mocking words, Lin Ling proving himself was undoubtedly better. This was like a slap to the proud Do Xingchen. It seems that you are the strongest. Chapter 1042. A fierce battle hung long. The ancient spirit array grew even larger, and the sea of blood began to spread from the bottom of their feet. The blood-sucking pressure grew even stronger. Yu and the others also focused and resisted with all their might, but their pretty faces gradually turned pale. You guys, leave. Lin Ling said indifferently. The spirit array was several times larger than before. But Yu and the others were unwilling, but Lin Ling nodded at them. Don't worry, I will win. Okay. Yu and the others knew that they wouldn't be able to last until the end if they stayed, so they all shot towards the blood-red beads. After all, most of them were only at the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. In this way, only 2 geniuses were left in the provenance Saint Heaven-splitting array. Lin Ling, you can do it. The crowd outside was silent, and everyone clenched their fists nervously. However, on the surface, Lin Ling was at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit realm, while Du Xingchen was at the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Obviously, Du Xingchen had a higher chance of winning. Crash! The sea of blood was still roaring, and it had already spread to Lin Ling's knees. Not far away, Du Xingchen was also in the same situation, but he still casually tossed the copper coin in his hand and said indifferently, "Your martial Tao heart is very firm, stronger than the previous geniuses, but you are too weak. You can't beat me." Is that so? This ancient spirit array is not only a battle of strength, but also a battle of wills. Can you beat me? Lin Ling said indifferently. The two's gazes collided in the air, and invisible sparks blossomed, causing the sea of blood to erupt with waves. So powerful. Any Saint Spirit Realm master would die if they entered that ancient spirit array, but they are so young, and yet they can hold on for so long. The spirit array was the strongest battlefield for cultivators below the transcendent realm, but they could only look up to it, never step foot into it. Time passed quietly, and the sea of blood had already spread to Lin Ling's chest. Once it drowned him, even the Daluo immortals wouldn't be able to save him. When he arrived at the capital star, his expression became serious. This young man Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. His foundation was solid, and his martial arts heart was too firm. Now, the sea of blood had spread to his chest. If he didn't retreat now, he would be in danger too. This was like a dream. It should be known that there were very few people in the Void Star Divine Palace who could resist him for so long. Most of them would admit defeat when the sea of blood reached their knees, but there was actually someone from the tiny 6 sacred domains who could resist him until now. Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Looks like you'll have to play along with me. Fine, I'll go to Xingchen and see how much courage you have. Du Xingchen coldly snorted. He didn't believe that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of death. He slapped out with his right hand, causing the sea of blood to roar even more violently, and the speed of its submersion increased. This was a race between the two of them against the god of death. It was a race to see who would retreat first, and whose will was stronger. So ruthless. The hearts of the 4 patriarchs trembled fiercely as they increased the speed of the sea of blood spreading. Du Xingchen was digging his own grave, but he was worthy of being called a genius. Not only was he not afraid, he was even braver as he fought. This kind of genius who was vicious to himself was undoubtedly the most terrifying. However, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Du Xingchen's sneering voice rang out, "What, are you afraid now?" Afraid? Lin Ling nodded and stretched out his right hand, slashing forward with his sword. "You're not qualified to compete with me." Rumble. The sword didn't slash at the sea of blood, but at the blood pearl in the sky, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Destroying the blood pearl was equivalent to destroying the Axit. Then, Lin Ling and Du Xingchen would both die. After all, without the Axit, no matter how strong they were, they would be submerged by the sea of blood. This kind of ruthlessness was terrifying. Du Xingchen thought that by increasing the speed of the sea of blood, Lin Ling would be afraid of him, but who knew that Lin Ling's will was even more terrifying and ruthless than his, directly destroying the Axit. You! Du Xingchen sucked in a breath of cold air. Madman, he had met a madman. What, are you afraid now? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. This was what Du Xingqian had asked him before, and now, he was asking Du Xingqian in return. At the same time, the sword in his hand slashed out again. Crazy. Du Xingqian's face turned pale. He saw cracks appear on the blood pearl, and finally, after a moment of hesitation, his body shot out toward the blood pearl. He had admitted defeat. With the exit destroyed, how could he live? Lin Ling wanted to die with him and see who could last longer in front of the Grim Reaper, but he had admitted defeat. He didn't dare to continue playing. All of this was very ironic. He was the one who suggested the game, but he was the one who ran away. The moment he shot toward the blood pearl, Lin Ling smiled faintly, and his body shot out like a sword. Paw! In the outside world, Du Xingqian's footsteps sounded. His body appeared, and because he had rushed out anxiously, he knelt on the ground powerlessly. However, his face was ferocious. He had lost. Behind him, Lin Ling calmly walked out. His black robes made him look like a king descending, causing countless people to gasp. Then, the sound of cheers that soared into the sky rose and fell one after another. Lin Ling represented the holy land of the rainforest and won. Good job. Rain Master Mo Ping was so excited that his eyes were wet. He didn't realize that the usually serious him was also excited at this moment. All of this was because of the grandson he had looked down on the most. As for the 7 stars Bodhi and Tangy Cheng, their complexions were incomparably ugly. They thought that with their young master moving out, no one in the tiny rainforest Holy Land would be able to stop them. However, the rainforest Holy Land had actually sent out a nameless youth to ruthlessly crush their young master, causing them to lose all face. This was simply a disgrace. Their young master could lose to anyone, but how could he lose to a piece of trash from the rainforest Holy Land? If they knew that Lin Ling was the king of saints, they definitely wouldn't be so surprised. Is Lin Ling that terrifying? As for Tang Yicheng, his heart was in turmoil. He had always thought that he was the #1 genius of the rainforest Holy Land, but this was all wishful thinking on his part. Lin Ling's strength had exceeded his imagination. Excited voices continued to rise one after another. Du Xingqian lay on the ground, his body trembling. Humiliation, a great humiliation. When my copper coin stops, everyone will die. Suddenly, Du Xingqian stood up with a ferocious expression on his face. He couldn't swallow this insult, especially when the cheers of the ants around him were like slaps to his face. What qualifications did these ants have to be proud and complacent? One had to know that he was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace. A copper coin floated out of his hand and landed on the ground, constantly spinning. When the copper coin stops, everyone will die. The crowd stopped cheering as their eyes widened. This powerhouse from another domain had gone back on his word. Du Xingqian and the others had arrogantly said that as long as the young master of the rainforest Holy Land won, they would leave and never come back again. However, even though the young master of the rainforest Holy Land had done his best to win, the other side still wanted to kill them. You're all shameless. Someone angrily shouted. Game, do you know what a game is? It's playing your game, but in the end, you'll still die. The Bodhi 7 stars and the others all laughed. They had been waiting for their young master to say those words. A game, everyone was being toyed with like a game. In reality, their end had already been decided, and that was death. Chapter 1043. King of Kings, how long are you going to play with us? Everyone roared. The 4 patriarchs' faces were cold. The other party had gone too far. However, the 7 stars Bodhi and the other old men laughed even louder. They seemed to enjoy the crowd's anger. Du Xingqian slowly stood up as if he had washed away the humiliation from before. He looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's angry face. Defeat me? It's not that easy. Du Xingchen's arrogant voice floated out. Do you really think I'll let you go just because you defeated me? Naive. His cold voice filled with killing intent fell on Lin Ling. Countless eyes also looked at Lin Ling. Most people were unwilling for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had won, but why did he have to die? Why did everyone have to die? Why did this battle have to happen? I'm naive. Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. He knew that the Heavenly Fall era was coming, so he knew that the Rainforest Holy Land was going to be reshuffled. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Lin Ling was even more used to Du Xingchen going back on his words. He had seen many people like this over the years. Do you think I'll let you go just because I won? Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, but it was filled with killing intent. Du Xingchen didn't plan to let him go, but Du Xingchen forgot one thing. Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go either. Because the Heavenly Fall era was coming, the experts from the other regions only had one goal, and that was to massacre the 6 saint regions. What? Du Xingchen's eyes narrowed, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He thought that Lin Ling would regret it, or even be afraid. However, Lin Ling said that Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go either. Du Xingchen's arrogance in front of Lin Ling made him look like a dancing clown. When the copper coins stop, all of you will die. Humph, Lin Ling softly said, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Lin Ling, how arrogant. Even the 4 desolate race patriarchs drew a cold gasp. Previously, they were worried about the lives of the desolate race, while the experts of the other regions were dominating everything. However, only now did they realize that Lin Ling seemed to be the king, dominating everything. For desolate race patriarchs, hold back the 7 stars Bodhi. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. Leave the rest to Lin Ling. That was a total of 3 transcendent realm masters. When he arrived at the capital star, his expression was ferocious. He was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace. Others would fear and respect him when they saw him, but in Lin Ling's eyes, he was like a mouse that was being hunted down. This. The 4 desolate race patriarchs opened their mouths, but no words came out. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? They looked at each other and then nodded excitedly. Previously, when they were fighting the 7 stars Bodhi, they were suppressed because they had fewer people on their side. But now, with Lin Ling's help, they were not afraid of the 7 stars Bodhi. Lin Ling, whatever you say. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted happily, causing the Rain clansmen to blink. They felt that everything was unreal. Their patriarch, Lin Ling's grandfather, was actually obeying Lin Ling's orders. Ah, Rain Master Mo, you have a good grandson. I'm so fucking jealous. Today, if your grandson can lead us to kill all the enemies, I don't mind acknowledging your grandson as our leader. Shouted Feng Bo loudly. He was in high spirits, as if all the grievances he had suffered before had been alleviated. Lin Ling is my grandson-in-law. Peacock deity also laughed loudly. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at his old comrades who had fought alongside him for many years. All of them were fond of his grandson, and an inexplicable sense of jealousy rose in his heart. Lin Ling was his grandson, but in the mouths of these old comrades, he had become their grandson. All of you, scram. Lin Ling is my grandson. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted sternly. He was a rigid person, so he could not even tell that his old comrades were joking. Kill. As for the rainforest's sacred land, the atmosphere was inexplicably raised. Everyone was boiling with excitement. So powerful. The 7 stars Bodhi saw this blood-boiling scene and their hearts trembled violently. Their gazes finally landed on Lin Ling. That youth was only 20 years old. He was dressed in a black robe and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face had an otherworldly aura, and his nose was extremely straight. He had a desolate aura. It was such a young fellow, but he had strangely raised the rainforest's sacred land's morale. Was this the so-called aura of a king? It was said that in ancient times, there was a saying about the King of Kings. The King of Kings was hidden among the common people, but once he rose, he would command all the kings. He would be able to turn the tide and kill all the enemies. This kind of King of Kings was not obvious at the beginning, and would only bloom in a moment of life and death. A single sentence could affect the entire situation. For example, the rainforest's sacred land. Previously, this place was lifeless and everyone was being played around like ants. However, after that handsome youth walked out, a single sentence from him caused the entire rainforest's sacred land's morale to rise. It was like a battle between two armies, a single sentence from a king deciding life and death. Can you kill us? Taking a deep breath, the one-eyed old man among the 7 stars Bodhi said indifferently. Only now did he realize that the rainforest's sacred land was not the 4 patriarchs, but the most terrifying was that youth. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling softly replied. His expression was still calm, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Then, I'll kill you first. Kill. The 7 stars Bodhi seethed with anger. Lin Ling's appearance was too calm, so calm that it made them feel like they were ants. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Kill. Kill. There were not many people on the 7 stars Bodhi's side, but all of them were top masters. The crowd below stopped shouting and their eyes narrowed. They were here, they were here. Those who are not invincible in the saint spirit realm, don't go. Patriarchs of the 12 great desolate races, go. Kill. As the astral wind blew from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His long hair danced wildly as he waved his right hand. 12 zodiac human array. Kill. Lin Ling coldly shouted again. Hong Long Long. In the distance, 12 ancient beasts appeared and occupied a part of the world. Although there were no transcendents in this array, they were invincible in the saint spirit realm. 49 flame array, fire demon descends. Kill. Hong Long Long. In the sky, the saint spirit realm experts took a mysterious step and formed an ancient flame demon that could hold up the sky. The aura in the sky surged, causing the eyes of the 7 stars Bodhi to narrow. Human array. The rainforest sacred land actually had a human array. In this way, the combat strength of our side won't be much weaker. The spirits of the 4 great patriarchs rose. They took a big step forward and shot towards the 7 stars Bodhi. At the same time, the giant fire demon in the sky also strode towards the 7 stars Bodhi. The sky had become a battlefield for transcendence. No wonder you were so confident. It turns out you were hiding such a method, but don't you think too highly of yourself? You can't stop us with this. 7 stars Bodhi, kill that youth. Kill. Chapter 1044. Dominator, you are not as strong as I imagined. The 7 stars Bodhi and company regained their composure as they sneered. The 4 desolate race patriarchs and the fire demon array could block 5 of them, and the 12 zodiac behemoths could block 1 of them. However, there was still 1 person left who was enough to wipe out everything. Die. One of the Bodhi's 7 stars had transformed into a giant spider, falling down like a dome. Moreover, an endless stream of spider silk gushed out from its body. Each strand of spider silk carried with it the aura of profound mysteries. It was extremely powerful. Just him alone was enough to wipe out everyone. At this moment, countless people looked at Lin Ling, who was leading them. They were worried, but when they saw Lin Ling's lack of fear in the face of danger, they felt a surge of confidence. In this short period of time, they had already treated Lin Ling as their king. I think too highly of myself. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling remained unperturbed. With a wave of his left hand, an ancient bronze lamp appeared. He handed it to Wielder. As she had obtained the treasure with him, she roughly knew how to use the bronze lamp. I'll leave the remaining person to you. There's no need to save the number of times you use the ancient Buddha lamp. Even if you destroy the lamp, you will make these cruel and unscrupulous enemies pay the price. Lin Ling said coldly. All right. And Wielder gave a delighted smile as she received the bronze lamp. Following that, she gently blew at it, causing ancient Buddha flames to appear. They were mighty and holy. Chi! 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 The green flames surged out, and when they made contact with the spider silk, they immediately incinerated all the spider silk in the world. It was extremely terrifying. What? In the sky, the 7 stars of Bodhi sucked in a breath of cold air. What a scorching flame! Then, he sensed that the flame was pouncing towards him. Moreover, it had an innate majesty that made his mind tremble. That was the Buddhist lamp. After all, he was a Fae, and Fae charms were most afraid of righteous Buddhas. Run! Without a second thought, the 7 stars Bodhi reverted to his human form and frantically retreated. However, he was still too slow. As he had underestimated his enemy, he was still entangled by the ancient Buddha flames. Hence, his body was being burned by the green flames that could not be extinguished. This. Everyone's eyes widened. Before this, the baleful aura of the Bodhi's 7 stars billowed forth, wanting to slaughter all life. However, Lin Ling made a move. He only used an ancient lamp, and the baleful aura of the Bodhi's 7 stars turned tail and fled. Moreover, it fled at an extremely fast speed. Its panicked cries shook the heavens and earth. All of this was too surreal. Previously, the experts from other regions thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. But now... No, Lin Ling had absolute confidence. What a scary little devil. The 4 patriarchs' pupils also constricted. Aside from Lin Ling's powerful influence, he actually possessed such a treasure. Where did this little guy go and come back? Why did he have so many things that did not exist in the rainforest's holy land? Don't lose face, especially you, Rain Master Mo Ping. Your grandson is more capable than you, said the peacock god to Mo Ping. Mo Ping pulled a long face. Even though he pulled a long face, he was overjoyed. No matter what, his grandson was the one who could control everything. He had his blood in his veins. Kill! Kill! The morale of the 4 patriarchs soared, while the Bodhi's 7 stars and the others panicked. Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. He could control everything by himself. Then, they looked at the Bodhi's 7 stars wrapped in flames, and their pupils trembled. The Bodhi's 7 stars with the body of a spider monster had already lost its vitality. It fell from mid-air, its body burned into nothingness. Terrifying. What kind of lamp was that? Although they were all transcendent realm masters, there were still differences between the strong and the weak in this realm. They were obviously not as strong as the old tomb's yen, and most importantly, they were monster beasts, so what they were most afraid of was pure strength, so how could they resist the ancient Buddhist flames? If the Buddhist flame was not so ancient and could only be used a limited number of times, Lin Ling would have dominated the entire battlefield today. Amazing! Again. Good. And Wielder was overjoyed. She blew the ancient Buddhist flame at the other Bodhi's 7 stars, causing them to tremble subconsciously. This girl was even more terrifying than the 4 patriarchs. All of this was ironic. One had to know that after the Bodhi's 7 stars arrived, they looked down on everyone with a mocking attitude. Even the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races were toyed with and suppressed by them. However, the one who ended all of this was a nameless youth. They had been paying attention to the 4 patriarchs, but had forgotten to pay attention to that youth. The battle in the sky had undergone a drastic change compared to the previous battle. On Do Xingqian's side, Tang Yicheng's face was extremely pale. He believed that he was extremely intelligent and had the ability to adapt according to the situation. That was why he had chosen the foreign masters. However, in just half an hour, the battle had proven that he had made the wrong choice. The foreign masters were retreating in defeat. He had chosen the wrong side. Alright, it's your turn, the first foreign genius of the Heavenly Fall era. Alright. Amidst the fierce battle in the sky, Lin Ling still stood coldly on the ground, looking indifferently at the stars. Do Xingqian's eyes narrowed. Indeed, he had received the order from the Void Star Divine Palace to massacre the 6 sacred regions. It was just a small interlude when he was bored. However, he had not expected Lin Ling to know about this. Who told you that? Do Xingqian said coldly. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that I have prepared a lot in order to welcome the Heavenly Fall era. Although the 6 sacred regions are indeed insignificant compared to the other regions, we also have courage. How can you destroy us as you wish? Lin Ling's light shout caused many people's eyes to flicker, especially the 4 clan patriarchs. Their hearts trembled fiercely. Perhaps others did not know what the Heavenly Fall era was, but as the 4 clan patriarchs, they naturally knew. However, they had always thought that it was just a rumor. They had never thought that it would be true. Their rainforest sacred land was about to be massacred. He has prepared a lot in order to welcome the new era. Rain. Mo Ping murmured as he looked at the huge human formation and the ancient Buddhist lamp. He suddenly realized that his grandson had grown up, and it was a growth that exceeded his imagination. Yes, although we are weak, we also have courage. How can you destroy us as you wish? Kill. Kill. The peacock deity roared, his aura becoming even crazier. Ants also had their own dignity. Even if they died, even if they were swallowed, they would break the enemy's teeth. You made a mistake by underestimating the 6 sacred regions. Therefore, as the first batch of warriors to come here for a massacre, you only have one fate, death. Die. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Do Xingqian. Do Xingqian's body trembled with anger. They were invaders, so they should be like celestial emperors controlling the lives of ants. But now, they were more like ants. So the strongest in the rainforest's sacred land is not the 4 desolate clans, but you. You are the king of the rainforest's sacred land. But very well, I want to see how great the number 1 genius of the rainforest's sacred land is. Chapter 1045. Half-demon. An ant's resistance is indeed powerful, but an ant is still an ant. 3 moves, I'll kill you in 3 moves. If I fail, I'll represent the Void Star Divine Palace and never allow anyone to invade the rainforest's sacred land again. Du Xingqian's arrogant voice floated out of his mouth as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His long hair danced in the wind as the mysterious runes on his body became clearer. He closed his eyes, giving others a feeling of holiness and evil charm. Floating, he floated in the sky with his hands spread open. This was the void god physique. Countless stars appeared in the sky. They were extremely bright and gave people a feeling of incomparable tranquility. However, the people below felt their mouths go dry. The more tranquil it was, the more terrifying they felt. What was that? Void light. Finally, a cold voice floated out of Du Xingqian's mouth. He was still in a half-demon half-god state, but his voice carried the might of the heavens. Chi-chi. Above his head, endless light shone down. Mysteriously, the sky seemed to darken, and only the top of his head was shining. The light descended from the sky and enveloped the earth. What a powerful innate emperor physique. The 7 stars Bodhi and the others sneered. That was the Void Star Divine Palace's peak astral physique. He could borrow the starlight in the sky to annihilate all life. Although Du Xingqian was weaker than them, they knew that in terms of talent, Du Xingqian was much more terrifying than them. Du Xingqian's only weakness was that his cultivation time was too short. He was only 16 years old. Everyone below the transcendent realm will die. The one-eyed old man said with murderous intent. Once the void light appeared, it would annihilate all life. Now that everyone in the rainforest's sacred land was dead, the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races were no longer a concern, especially the handsome young man. They knew that he was the king of all, so his fall was the most important. Kill him. Kill. The 7 stars Bodhi and the others roared in unison. The battle had reached its climax. One was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace, while the other was the rising king of the rainforest's sacred land. The battle between the dragon and the tiger would determine the final outcome of the battle. Chi chi chi. Endless light shone down and the earth became riddled with holes. Nothing could block the light. Many people's bodies were penetrated and died. 12 people, come quickly. Tian. The heavenly concubine anxiously shouted. She told the human formation in the sky to block the light. The light was too terrifying, it could destroy anything. You've angered me, so when I said I'll kill you in 3 moves, I meant that you won't be able to last 3 breaths of time. The young man floated in the sky like a void god. His long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were still closed, but his cold voice drifted out. Whoosh! In midair, Lin Ling shot over like a meteor. I'm at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, and I have the 4th level of the Star Profound. That half-divine and half-demonic voice once again floated out from the young man's mouth, making people feel like they were bowing down in worship. I come from a 6-star saint realm, a disciple of the Void Star Divine Palace. That place is not a world you can understand, Ant. Accompanied by that domineering voice, the light shot towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble. Was this an all-encompassing light? However, the light only caused him to pause for a moment. The 100,000 small worlds in his body erupted at the same time, shooting towards the void god once more. Although the starlight could destroy everything, the heavenly treasures Lin Ling had eaten in the ancient tomb were not for nothing. Those treasures had allowed Lin Ling's body to reach an unprecedented level of toughness. Baptism light. Sensing that Lin Ling was still shooting towards him, the void god softly said again. Chi chi. The starlight in the sky suddenly changed. It no longer covered the earth, but turned into a beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. The pressure on the crowd below was greatly reduced, but they were still nervously looking at the sky. They were cheering in their hearts, Lin Ling, you can do it. This was a battle between the top geniuses of the 2 saint realms. Lin Ling, you can't lose. And Yuer and the others held each other's hands. They knew that if Lin Ling fell, the rainforest Holy Land would be consigned to eternal damnation. This battle was a battle of honor, a battle of life and death. Millions of lives were tied to Lin Ling. Those geniuses who were previously jealous of Lin Ling, as well as the various major powers, all had their hearts on Lin Ling's side. Fight! He could not lose. Rumble. In the sky, the deathly starlight grew even larger, sealing off everything. The 4 patriarchs were worried, but they could not divert their attention to help Lin Ling boom. With another loud sound, the huge beam of starlight shot down, enveloping Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to disappear from everyone's sight. The beam of light was like the finger of a god, still shooting forward, causing the earth to shake violently. A 1,000-mile-wide crater appeared, and the beam of light continued to shine in the sky, causing the crater to seem as if it was about to reach the ground. How terrifying! Everyone's faces turned pale. Could Lin Ling still be alive? That terrifying attack power was probably enough to sweep through any Saint Spirit Realm expert. Leader. The Flame Legion's array formation had already dispersed, and everyone looked at the sky with worry. Lin Ling. Everyone. Could it be that the Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and no matter what they did, it would be useless? The Heavenly Fall era has arrived, how can you defy the heavens? In the sky, the Void God was still as divine as ever, and he looked like a half-demon. His ancient bloodline gave him the power to dominate the entire world. Why can't I defy the heavens? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Ling was still alive. The 4 patriarchs had already stopped fighting, and they were all in high spirits. As for the Void God, his eyes slowly opened, and he was clearly very surprised. It had to be known that he was a rare genius in the 6-star Saint Domain, and he had defeated countless Saint Domain experts. However, in the unknown 6-star Saint Domain, a young man had blocked his starlight destruction. I don't care where you came from, and I don't care what your goal is, but this is my home, and my family is here. Even if I die, I will protect everything. Boom! At the same time, under the terrifying starlight, a sudden change occurred. Surging flames appeared, causing the sky to change color. An ancient flame emperor elephant appeared, and its hair stood on end, as if it was the wrath of a king. You've already talked enough. What killing me in 3 moves? What coming from the bullshit Void Star Divine Palace? What coming from the heavens to destroy the sacred land of the rainforest? Enough, everything is enough. You, go to hell and talk to King Yama. Boom! A giant fist of flames descended, and that giant fist was like a meteor, burning everything, causing the starlight to erupt with flames. 4th level fire profound. The Void God's eyes widened. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling because he knew that Lin Ling's strength was only at the 3rd level. However, he had never imagined that Lin Ling would have the 4th level, and it was the extremely terrifying fire profound. Fire and starlight were the most extreme energies in the world, and it was also the most difficult to increase one's strength. As a genius of the Void Star Divine Palace, aside from the fact that his cultivation had progressed quickly, he had also comprehended the 4th level of profound. But who would have thought that the tiny 6 Saint Domains would also have such a master? Great World Annihilation Baptism Light. Boom! The Void God no longer had the sacred and demonic attitude he had before, and he anxiously shouted. Rumble! In the sky, starlight constantly intertwined, condensing into an even larger beam of light that collided with the fiery fist. Boom! Chapter 1046. Will of Fire. Ping ping pang. Under countless gazes, the Flame Emperor Dharma idol appeared, as if it had come from the earth. The fiery fist punched out, and in front of the Flame Emperor, the half-demon half-god hollow spirit appeared, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were slightly closed, and the divine starlight pillar of destruction appeared behind him to collide with the fiery fist. What a powerful force! Is this the strongest collision below the transcendent realm? The crowd was excited. Who would win and who would lose? You won't be able to hold on for long. My Tao is the same as yours, but my cultivation realm is higher than yours. At this moment, the half-demon half-god's voice rang out in the sky, as sacred and proud as ever. Yes, Lin Ling is only at the Saint Spirit intermediate stage. If this goes on, Lin Ling won't be able to hold on for long. The crowd's face stiffened. In the sky, the starlight was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed to be suppressing the fiery fist. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, but he was still weaker. Lin Ling. The four patriarchs shouted anxiously, but they were stopped by the 7 stars Bodhi and the others again. Chi chi chi. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he sensed that his own flames were also being shot into nothingness by the starlight. Du Xing, a top genius from another domain, was really powerful. The Rainforest Holy Land was only one of the 8 sacred domains. In terms of inheritances and cultivation resources, Lin Ling had no advantage at all. However, Lin Ling had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. He didn't have a powerful background, an endless supply of cultivation resources, or an ancient inheritance. All he had was his firm will. Just like in the previous collision of spirit arrays, Lin Ling's will surpass Du Xing's. I can't lose. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. He had forgotten about his own safety as he stared at the fiery fist that was still flying towards him. It was the Flame Emperor's fist. Flame, the combination of 2 flames. The flames rose and the flames rose. Staring at the burning flames, Lin Ling's eyes seemed to see something. This was the transformation of fire, adding fire to fire. This was flame. Flame had existed in heaven and earth since ancient times. It seemed to be extinguished, but it was everywhere. There was an ancient saying, flame without fire, which meant that flames that had disappeared from heaven and earth were reborn. In ancient times, heavenly fire would descend and burn the earth, but with the passage of time, the flames. Flames and the heavenly earth. Fire, fire, people, flame. It. He, to. The. Chi. At the same time, all the flames receded like a tide. The crowd's pupils shrank. Had Lin Ling reached his limit? It seems that your weak cultivation is your shortcoming. You have lost this battle. You can't change this heavenly fall era. You can't reverse this heavenly fall era. His aura. A huge starlight appeared above his head. It was as if he had opened a door to the starry sky. Lin Ling, I have to say that you are very strong. You counterattacked again and again. You almost made me waver. Unfortunately, it was just a flash in the pan. Now, you are going to die. Everyone will die. Those below the transcendent realm will die under the starry sky. The void god used his strongest trump card. The whole sky turned into a starry sky. The earth seemed to have disappeared. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the 4 patriarchs narrowed their eyes. Although the void god was not at the transcendent realm, he was definitely invincible in the saint spirit realm. His talent came from the inheritance of his bloodline. It was too powerful. A flash in the pan. The earth turned into a starry sky. Everyone questioned themselves. Was all their resistance a flash in the pan? Would they still be unable to escape death in the heavenly fall era? A sense of loss and depression spread among the crowd. Boom! However, at that moment, in the sky, Lin Ling, who had already lost his flames, once again burst out with flames. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's will was very firm. Even if the heavens wanted to destroy him, he would still continue to fight. Is it still the same method as before? The void god said in a contemptuous voice. He had seen through Lin Ling's methods. Of course, it was true. In terms of cultivation, Lin Ling was inferior to him. In terms of the martial Tao, Lin Ling was equal to him. So, how could Lin Ling defeat him? I said that I will defy this heavenly fall era. It is like my will. It is like the will of fire. Even if it is extinguished, even if it disappears, it still exists. Fire has never disappeared. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The flames on his body became more and more vigorous. The void god smiled again. However, this smile did not last long because he sensed that Lin Ling's flames were becoming more and more vigorous. The extinguished flames were reignited and became even more terrifying. Everything was like the will of fire, just like Lin Ling's will. How is this possible? This is the profound of fire. Adding fire to fire, it is getting stronger and stronger. Who are you? The void god said in a surprised voice. I am Lin Ling. I don't have a strong bloodline, I don't have a strong background. I only have a will that does not fear the heavens and earth. Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly. The sky suddenly changed. In the starry sky, ancient flame emperors appeared. Moreover, it was not just one, there were 8 of them. They were like the strongest war gods who had conquered the north and south. They ferociously punched towards the starry sky. Boom! Flames exploded and the starry sky turned into a world of fire. 5th level profound of fire, Flame Emperor's fist. Pop! 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 The starry sky collapsed. The void god's eyes widened. Those 8 fists burned everything, even the heavens and earth. Lin Ling's profound of fire had broken through to the 5th level at this critical moment. This was too frightening. It had to be known that comprehending profound of fire was much more difficult than increasing one's cultivation base. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. The void god was not qualified to call himself a genius in front of Lin Ling. Was he going to be defeated? Why would he be defeated in the tiny 6 saint domains? He had a powerful bloodline and endless cultivation resources, but why couldn't he compare to an ant from a rural area? That's right, it was his will. He did not have Lin Ling's will to perish together with his opponent. That was the will of fire. The Void Star Divine Palace will not let you go. The 6 saint domains will be destroyed. The Void God said one last time before he was drowned in endless flames. Flame Emperor's fist burned everything. Rumble. The illusory starry sky world shattered and disappeared. The sky reappeared, and everything was the same as before. Everyone looked as if they had just survived a calamity. Under the rolling dark clouds, a black-robed youth stood indifferently. Flames spewed out from his body, making him look like the Flame Emperor. Lin Ling had won. Chapter 1047. Defeated like a collapsing mountain, Lin Ling. Many people excitedly looked up at the sky. There was a black-robed youth with a sword in his hand. This was a shocking sight. This youth was only 20 years old. At this age, he was considered a martial artist who had just stepped through the door of martial arts. However, this youth had accomplished what countless people could only do in their lifetimes. He was fully deserving of being the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling has won. Go back and kill. Kill. The 4 patriarchs were shaken and their auras surged. In the most crucial battle, Lin Ling had turned the tables. They could not afford to lose. He's dead. As for the 7 stars Bodhi and the others, their faces were pale. The #1 genius of the Void Star Divine Palace had died. How could they report back? Suddenly, they looked up at the arrogant black-robed youth in the sky and their hearts trembled. Perhaps this youth was only at the middle stage of the saint spirit realm, but in their hearts, he was like the most mysterious cloud in the sky. They couldn't see through him and even felt fear. Perhaps in their hearts, Du Xingchen was their king, someone who could never be offended. However, Lin Ling had killed him. Thus, the shadow that Lin Ling had left in their hearts was even greater. Run! Run! Defeated like a collapsing mountain and their king had fallen. How could they have the strength to continue fighting? They all wanted to run away, but how could the 4 patriarchs let them off so easily? At this moment, the 7 stars Bodhi and the others' auras were greatly reduced. In addition, there were less than 7 of them to begin with. If the four patriarchs didn't seize this opportunity, they would be fools. Wild rain. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted. His body disappeared into the curtain of rain in the sky. He looked down from above and his leg chopped down like a battle axe. A torrential storm appeared. This was a terrifying martial mystery. In the next moment, a painful roar resounded. The 7 stars Bodhi's one-eyed old man's leg had been cut off. He frantically ran away without the slightest will to continue fighting. In the past, they had escaped from the rainforest Holy Land under the joint efforts of the 4 patriarchs. This proved that their hearts of martial arts were not firm and they were afraid of death. Today, they were running away again. Unfortunately, if they didn't run, they wouldn't have died so quickly. However, running had sped up their deaths. 90,000 Phoenix Gods. The peacock god let out a low roar. Incomparably bright light appeared, and thousands of peacock gods seemed to appear in the sky. It was like a dream. Then, they all slapped out like peacocks spreading their tails, seriously injuring another Bodhi of the 7 stars. After Lin Ling won, the 7 stars Bodhi and the others were all afraid of Lin Ling. The crowd looked at the one-sided battle in the sky. They felt like they were in a dream. Sure enough, the battle between Lin Ling and Du Xing had ended. This meant that the battle was over. Lin Ling was indeed a key figure. No. In the sky, the 7 Bodhi stars roared in pain and anger as they gradually fell from the sky. Before they died, they stared at the black-robed young man standing proudly and deeply remembered him in their hearts. The black-robed young man was indeed the most important person. In the sky, the smoke gradually dispersed. The great battle had ended, allowing the earth to finally welcome peace. Lin Ling. But an instant later, loud shouts sounded one after another. Everyone looked at the black-robed young man with long hair, their hearts beating like thunder. In this battle, Lin Ling had become the #1 king of the rainforest's sacred land. He deserved it. Especially Yu and the others. At this moment, they were still holding hands, but their eyes were looking at Lin Ling. This scene was familiar. The Heaven Mystics' kingdom in the past and the rainforest's sacred land today. The location was different, but the people were the same. That unyielding young man had done it again. It's over. In the sky, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His strength had increased again, and at the same time, he had witnessed the geniuses of stronger regions. In this battle, he did not use the ancient flame devil, but he still won. This victory was of great importance. It also represented Lin Ling's will and fighting spirit. His gaze quietly landed in the distance. There, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and smoke billowed. But as time passed, the dark clouds quietly dispersed, revealing a patch of blue sky. It was so pure, so exciting, and so hopeful. It was hope. As long as he never stopped fighting, as long as he never gave up, then hope would appear. I can't defy the heavens. The Su Xing Divine Palace destroyed me in 3 moves. What a joke. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. More cheers followed. Then, they heard Lin Ling's proud voice. When the copper coin stops, the battle will be over. At this moment, the copper coin that had been thrown out by Do Xingqian lay quietly on the ground. Everything was so ironic and shocking. Just as Lin Ling had said, when the copper coin stopped, all the experts of the other regions would die. This was not a joke, but Lin Ling's promise. In the distance, Tang Yicheng's body trembled. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lin Ling had actually won. He had destroyed Lin Ling in 3 moves. Even he felt that this was a joke. Lin Ling could not be defeated. Lin Ling's unyielding will was too terrifying. Tang Yicheng. At this moment, a loud roar came from Lin Ling's mouth. You tricked me before. Now, let's see how you'll trick me again. Tangy Cheng. On the ground, everyone's gaze swept across the smoke-filled sky and landed coldly on a white-robed youth. That youth was very handsome. Compared to Lin Ling's otherworldly handsomeness, he belonged to the category of handsome men who would be remembered with a single glance. Moreover, it was a kind of feminine beauty. Unfortunately, this kind of handsomeness was very ugly at this moment. Previously, everyone had seen how Tangy Cheng had acknowledged the enemy as his father. Moreover, he had been polite on the surface, but secretly, he had schemed against Lin Ling. This kind of person was extremely shameful. Now, Lin Ling had allowed Tangy Cheng to trick him again. Everyone wanted to see how Tangy Cheng would trick Lin Ling. Tangy Cheng. In the sky, Lin Ling's long robes fluttered in the wind. He gently took a step forward, and a cold voice came out. With just one step, Tangy Cheng's handsome face trembled violently. Lin Ling's step was in the sky, but it seemed to penetrate Tangy Cheng's eyes. With a boom, Tangy Cheng's mind was shaken. That step seemed to penetrate his flesh and blood, stomping heavily on his heart. It made his Dantian Saint platforms tremble violently, as if they were about to collapse. It was too terrifying. It was just one step, but it was so terrifying. Perhaps, the shadow that Lin Ling had left in his heart was too heavy. After defeating Du Xingchen, he was completely afraid of Lin Ling. Grandfather, I was just using a trick of injuring myself to gain the enemy's confidence. With the enemy invading, the 4 desolate races will definitely be annihilated. As a member of the rainforest's sacred land, how can I allow others to trample on my dignity? Therefore, I retreated in order to advance. I used the trick of injuring myself to gain the enemy's confidence, so that I could find an opportunity to lead everyone in a counterattack. Tangy Cheng did not dare to look at Lin Ling again. His eyes looked sincerely at the ground below. He seemed to be proving that he had indeed used a trick of injuring himself to gain the enemy's confidence. Chapter 1048. Before, I was just an ordinary person. Tangy Cheng spoke again, his face filled with determination. It was as if he had paid a great price for the rainforest. However, below the ground, there was only silence. The crowd sneered. Even now, Tangy Cheng still wanted to deceive everyone. How hypocritical, how shameless, how treacherous. Everything for the rainforest, who would believe him? Grandfather, you don't believe me. Tangy Cheng saw that everyone was silent and couldn't help but anxiously shout. Even his eyes were moist, as if he had been wronged. I don't believe you. However, below the ground, the peacock god coldly replied. If it weren't for the previous matter, he would have believed his grandson. However, after being deceived once, how could he allow himself to be deceived a second time? A wolf in sheep's clothing could only catch a sheep. The flock of sheep would not be deceived again. The earth was completely silent. Everyone used silence to express their emotions, and that was disbelief. Paw. At this time, Lin Ling took another step forward, causing endless ripples to appear in the sky. Tangy Cheng's body trembled. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer. To him, each step felt like a year. He anxiously said, Lin Ling, I am now a member of the Void Star Divine Palace. That place is even more powerful than the rainforest's sacred land. Do you dare to touch me? Clearly, his ruse had failed, so Tangy Cheng had to resort to threats. However, was threats useful? Void Star Divine Palace. Sorry, I killed one before. Lin Ling's cold voice came from the sky. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, except for a thick killing intent. He had said before that if Tangy Cheng dared to trick him, he would die without a doubt. Retreat. Tangy Cheng subconsciously wanted to take a step back. However, just as he was about to retreat, Lin Ling's cold gaze landed on him. He didn't display any aura or strength, but this calm gaze caused Tang Yicheng to lose control of his body. He was so afraid that he didn't dare to retreat. It was obvious that he couldn't summon the slightest bit of courage to resist Lin Ling. This was very ironic. Not long ago, he had thought that he was the #1 genius of the rainforest while Lin Ling had risen like a dazzling star. He had wanted to become the person behind the scenes and steal Lin Ling's glory, so he had secretly attacked Lin Ling. But now, regardless of whether others would admit it or not, even he himself admitted that he was inferior to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Yicheng, Tang Yicheng. Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Cheng, Tang Yicheng, trash, power. Lin Ling was silent as he took another step forward. This step was more powerful than any words. It was as if he was stepping on Tang Yicheng's heart, causing it to stop beating for a moment. Indeed, the silent and cold Lin Ling was even more terrifying. At this moment, Tang Yicheng's mind was also rumbling like thunder. It was as if the entire world had disappeared, leaving only the cold and indifferent black-robed youth. He suddenly felt that provoking Lin Ling was the worst mistake he had ever made in his life. "You tricked me." Finally, Lin Ling spoke, but his voice was as deep as thunder, causing Tang Yicheng's pupils to constrict. That voice was like a thunderclap that struck his Dantian Saint altar, and in the end, he let out the most painful cry of his life. His Dantian Saint altar was completely shattered, causing him to sweat profusely and blood to spurt out from his mouth. "Embarrassing, you have no fighting spirit." The sparrow deity, however, shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength, and everything was caused by Tang Yicheng's own heart demon. Because of his fear of death, when Lin Ling took that step, his mind collapsed. This was their sparrow race's new superstar. Shame, he couldn't even compare to Rain Master Mo Ping's cheap grandson. "Spare me, I was wrong. I really wanted to harm you, I just wanted everyone to think that I was the #1 genius, I was really wrong." "Yes." Tang Yicheng bowed and begged for mercy, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yes, he was afraid of death, so he was afraid of Lin Ling. But in the end, death won over his fear, and at this moment, he calmed down. He wanted to escape from the rainforest's sacred ground, go to the Void Star Divine Palace, and tell the experts there that Lin Ling had killed Do Xingqian, and he wanted revenge. Hence, when he begged for mercy, his body instantly moved. However, just as his feet moved, a figure akin to the Grim Reaper appeared in front of his eyes. A strong gust of wind assaulted him as the shadow of a leg viciously kicked out like a blade. With a bang, the tyrannical force caused Tang Yicheng to be like a cooked prawn. His body arched, and in the next instant, his body flew out like a cannonball, smashing into the ground. "If you have a problem with me, then we can fight openly. Victory or defeat depends on ourselves, but what I hate the most is people who don't dare to fight and only know how to hide in the back and scheme. Of course, this isn't worth me slowly torturing you to death. The most important thing is that when the rainforest's sacred grounds calamity approached, you were the first person to acknowledge the enemy as your father. Even the second dream, who I hate the most, is stronger than you. That's why I'm torturing you to death." A cold voice resounded in the sky and entered Tang Yicheng's ears. Below, many people sneered coldly. Previously, when the enemy came, the geniuses of the rainforest's sacred ground didn't fear death. They resisted the enemy head-on and didn't lose their dignity. However, Tang Yicheng had lost more face than anyone else. Moreover, everyone could see that if Tang Yicheng won today, the ones who would be tortured to death would definitely be them. Because Tang Yicheng was such a person. Torture him to death. Many people waved their fists and shouted. That's right, Lin Ling was torturing Tang Yicheng to death. Although it seemed cruel and merciless, no one thought so. Because this was Lin Ling, magnanimous and magnanimous. He could kill 10,000 people in a fit of rage, but he could also save 10 million people in a fit of rage. Xiao. Just as Tang Yicheng's body was about to hit the ground, a figure shot out like a sword. In midair, the figure grabbed Tang Yicheng's neck and lifted him up high. Tang Yicheng struggled with his hands and legs. His face was pale, and he no longer had that handsome appearance. He also didn't have that confidence that he had everything under control. In front of Lin Ling's absolute strength, any of his schemes were like paper. Even his crafty schemes couldn't block Lin Ling's fist. Lin Ling, you've killed too many people. You'll definitely have a heart demon. You're the son of the devil. From the moment you were born, you existed to kill. Tang Yicheng couldn't even make a sound of pain. He could only speak these words with difficulty. Perhaps he also knew that he was going to die, but he wanted Lin Ling to bear it all. Ha! Ha! On the ground, Lin Ling's right hand was still holding Tang Yicheng's neck high. He laughed, but his laughter was very radiant, very pure, and even very clean. I used to be an ordinary person. Ha! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted, burning Tang Yicheng. Chapter 1049. Fighting side by side, everything he did was to protect, to have a clear conscience, to live a carefree life. He, Lin Ling, had never killed, nor had he become a demon. In this world, it was difficult to judge whether it was right or wrong, good or evil. All one needed to do was to have a clear conscience and live a carefree life. A person's life was like a mayfly's dream. Everything was like Lin Ling's principle. The world's winds and clouds come from my generation. Once I enter the pugilistic world, time passes quickly. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. This was Lin Ling. The smoke in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the blue clouds. The earth gradually calmed down. Countless gazes looked at the proud young man. Many people smiled faintly. At this moment, they seemed to be somewhat familiar with the newly risen king. He has changed his view of me. Yes. In the distance, the girl in the black dress looked at the young man who was as dazzling as a star. She gradually smiled, causing the members of the Night Clan to be secretly shocked. This was the first time they had seen Second Dream smile. This girl, who was as mysterious as the night, seemed to be smiling for Lin Ling. Ling my son. Yes. Mo Nianchen also smiled at her son. She was gratified and proud. She had never thought that there would be a day when her father, the four desolate clans, would be led by Lin Ling to fight against foreign invaders. If Lin Ling's father was here, she felt that he would be even prouder than her. Ha, we won. Ha. Finally, someone cheered. The entire land was filled with joyful laughter. The feeling of surviving a disaster was too wonderful. Flame Legion, today your name will shake the sacred land of the rainforest. Yes. Turning around, Lin Ling looked at the familiar figures on the ground. Then, he smiled. His smile was as clean and bright as ever. The moment he raised his sword, the Flame Legion members were excited. They knelt down on one knee. Leader! Leader! The earth-shattering roar rang out. Many of the Flame Legion members' eyes were wet. A long time ago, the youth had told them that one day, they would be able to laugh proudly in this world. And now, the youth had done it. He had made them the strongest faction in the rainforest. This sense of honor from fighting side by side, this sense of teamwork from following Sir to the north and south, was too exciting. Besides them, the Saint Spirit Realm student who had defeated the fire demon was also very excited. They had studied all their lives, but today, they could finally accompany Lin Ling and become famous in the rainforest. Flame Legion. Yes. Many people's hearts were shaken. In today's great battle, that terrifying army had displayed a strength of great importance. It was deeply engraved in their hearts and would even enter the annals of the rainforest's holy land. This brat, he raised a bunch of people who aren't afraid of death. The 4 clan leaders smiled faintly. Before this, they had also seen that if it wasn't for the Flame Legion, more people would have died today. If it wasn't for the Flame Legion, they wouldn't have had enough people to stop the enemy. The Flame Legion was good, and the only person who could have led this Iron Blood Legion was that arrogant young man. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the 4 clan leaders. He smiled warmly. The 4 clan leaders had also contributed a lot. Lin Ling also liked the feeling of fighting side by side. Hee, although you're much younger than us, to be praised by you, I don't know why, but I feel a strong sense of pride in my heart. Feng Bo replied with a smile. He was a little excited, and so were the others. All of this felt like a dream. With their seniority, they were already used to being flattered and praised by others. However, no amount of praise could compare to a single sentence from Lin Ling and Yu. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the others. Yu Yu smiled. Under Lin Ling's leadership, this group's sense of honor was even stronger. Perhaps this was the feeling of home. Lin Ling. The earth let out a loud cheer. In the distance, many people were also watching. Although they didn't know what Lin Ling looked like, Lin Ling's name was known by everyone. The student has surpassed the master. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed as he looked at the distant young man. In the end, he smiled and sadly turned to leave. It seemed he didn't dare to face his grandson. Rain Master Mo Ping. But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. He stopped and slowly turned around. He knew that Lin Ling was angrily shouting at him. As expected, Lin Ling was going to settle accounts. Fighting side by side with you feels pretty good. However, the moment he turned around, he saw a bright smile. The young man shrugged and said to him with a smile. You stinking brat. Rain Master Mo Ping's heart seemed to have been shattered. His grandson didn't seem to blame him anymore. Instead, he told him that it felt good to fight side by side with him. This simple sentence almost made him cry. In the end, he couldn't help but curse in anger. This made his 3 old companions burst into laughter. Perhaps only the 3 clan leaders knew that the serious Rain Master Mo Ping must be incomparably excited and proud at this moment. And in order to hide his emotions, he couldn't help but curse. Play by yourselves. Rain Master Mo Ping angrily turned around and left with large strides. However, the moment he turned around, no one saw that his old eyes were already wet. That sentence of fighting side by side was more precious than anything else to him. It also meant that his grandson didn't have much resentment towards him. Father. At this moment, a soft voice floated over. It was Mo Nianchen. Chen, perhaps I was too strict with you in the past, but time has proven that you were right. Having a high starting point doesn't mean that you can reach the highest point. The most important thing for a person is their unyielding will, their teeth clenched, and their bones stubborn. This is the most important thing. I'm old now, and my vision was a bit blurry in the past. Father. Rain Master Mo Ping's old voice floated out. He finally apologized. And at this moment, his figure seemed a little lonely. But his spine was still like a pillar, supporting the heavens and stepping on the earth. Maybe he was too snobbish, but everything he did was for the Rain clan. So, he apologized, but he was still magnanimous. Father. Father. Mo Nianchen's eyes were wet. After so many years, her father had finally apologized. This was the first time he admitted defeat. And Lin Ling smiled faintly as he watched Rain Master Mo Ping leave. In truth, he still didn't like Rain Master Mo Ping. But after all, that old man was his mother's father. And even if he didn't like Rain Master Mo Ping, he couldn't deny that Rain Master Mo Ping was a magnanimous old man. Wanting face no matter what, suffering for nothing. The three clan leaders looked at Rain Master Mo Ping and couldn't help but laugh. But in their hearts, they were moved because they knew that to make the solemn Rain Master Mo Ping say those words, it meant that Rain Master Mo Ping had admitted his mistake. That old man was just like that. He was stubborn all his life and was too arrogant. Today, his grandson had created an impressive battle record. The old man was happy and proud for his grandson. But because his grandson wasn't raised by him, he didn't have the face to see his grandson. But no matter what, Lin Ling's words were too precious to Rain Master Mo Ping. Everyone, disperse. Chapter 1050. The calm before the storm. A day later, news of Lin Ling summoning the four great desolate races to battle spread throughout the entire Rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories. It had to be known that in the Rainforest Holy Land, the Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence. But this place was too sacred and didn't have any contact with the outside world. Thus, many people subconsciously didn't consider the Bodhi Saint Palace. Below the Bodhi Saint Palace were the four great desolate races. The four great desolate races represented the four great heavens and earth of the Rainforest Holy Land. But Lin Ling, a mere 20-year-old youth, was able to summon them. This proved just how terrifying Lin Ling was. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was a rising king. Fierce. He took revenge on the Heavenly Dragon Empire, destroyed the 5 great ancient countries, and then clashed with the Rain clan. Finally, foreign enemies came and he summoned heroes to battle. Lin Ling is truly worthy of being the idol of our younger generation. He has created too many miracles. He will surely be recorded in the annals of history. The Heavenly Fall era has arrived. I hope he can lead us out of this predicament. In the restaurants, in the streets, everyone was discussing Lin Ling's name. And at this time, in the 7 profound martial house, a man was quietly sitting. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but his eyes were constantly flashing. This person was the martial house master, Sky Lin. Lin Ling had risen. His speed had surpassed his imagination. Now, even he couldn't touch Lin Ling. And most importantly, he knew that Lin Ling wanted to find him for revenge. This was definitely the next step of Lin Ling's plan. Book! Sky Lin faintly shouted. An ancient book floated out from a nearby bookcase. He carefully looked through it, and then his eyes began to shine. 6-star Holy Region, Void Star Divine Palace. With the announcement of the Heavenly Fall era, everyone knew that powerhouses were coming. But under the merciless rolling wheel of the heavens and earth, even as the martial house master, he was in danger. But now, he seemed to have found a way to survive. That was to hand over Lin Ling and have the Void Star Divine Palace accept him. Lin Ling. Sky Lin faintly smiled. He took out the mother and child bug and gently said, Lin Ling should have relaxed his guard against you. You can slowly approach him. The mother-child insect was silent for a moment, and then an unwilling voice came out, Disciple, I know. You don't seem to want to do it. You have to know that everything you have was nurtured by me. Moreover, I left my instant mystic sword seed in your body. I can kill you with a single thought. Sky Lin frowned. He could sense that his disciple was somewhat unwilling. Disciple doesn't dare. A firm voice came from the other side. Act according to the plan. Sky Lin shouted coldly. Then, he put away the mother-child bug. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred land was in a state of tranquility. But this tranquility was only the calm before the storm. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and they had only won the first battle. The mountain river valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless powerhouses of the rainforest Holy Land had come to visit. Now, the mountain river valley had become an existence that was comparable to the Bodhi Saint Palace. Even the seven profound Martial House was basking in its glory, but the Martial House Master Skyforest actually didn't have anyone come to visit. At this moment, two figures were standing quietly in the middle of the valley. They were Yin Sha and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. From time to time, they would look at the young man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the valley. They were protecting their master, Lin Ling. The late saint spirit realm, it seems I'm getting closer and closer. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the two's gazes as he thought to himself. During this period of war, he had accumulated enough experience and insight to break through to the next realm. But his current cultivation wasn't too strong. Only when he reached the transcendent realm would he be able to breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't familiar with the transcendent realm. Currently, there weren't many people in the rainforest Holy Land who had reached this realm. The first wave of attacks is already so strong. What about the second and third waves? Lin Ling frowned slightly. Outsiders were happy that the rainforest Holy Land had survived this calamity, but Lin Ling felt that what came next would be even more difficult. Perhaps he would have to give up on the rainforest Holy Land. After all, Du Xingchen had only brought 7 people, but that was already difficult for the rainforest Holy Land to resist. If more powerhouses arrived, then the rainforest Holy Land would be like a candle in the wind. Ancient Flame Demon, Yiksha King, this is the last line of defense. If even these cards can't block them, then we'll have to give up on the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. He had prepared a lot, but the ruthless world had taught him that reality was crueler than ideals. Sword of Life and Death, Level 3 Life and Death Profound. If I use Ancient Flame Demon again, I might be able to reach Level 4. Fire Profound, Level 5. Lin Ling sensed his own strength, which made him somewhat satisfied. This was because according to what he knew, the 4 desolate race patriarchs only used martial arts profundities. As for him, he was only at the sacred spirit realm, but his martial profundities had reached the 5th level. His strength was astonishing. Then, Lin Ling stood up and took a step forward. Yin Sha and the other 2 smiled. Their master had come out of seclusion. Master, His Majesty from the 100 Territories requests an audience. The ancient powerhouse of the rainforest Holy Land, Old Ancestor Reliance, wishes to see you. The 2 said one after another. Lin Ling was famous in the rainforest. Too many people had come because of his reputation. After all, many people had never seen Lin Ling before. I won't see him. Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment, he did not have the time to deal with these guys. He would rather use the time to improve his strength. Yin Sha and Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang laughed. This was their master, so domineering. Lin Ling walked out of the valley. At this moment, the outside of the valley was somewhat tranquil. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and their fragrance permeated the air. Outside the valley, several beautiful figures were laughing and chatting. They were Yu and the others, and at this moment, they were planting flowers. Lin Ling was speechless. Why did girls like flowers so much? Then, he looked around and his eyes narrowed. His mother, Mo Nianchen, was among them. She seemed to be on good terms with Yu and the others. Lin Ling was surprised. When did they get so close? Aunt Mo, these lilies are so beautiful. You're indeed Aunt Mo. Hee, Yu, you're such a sweet talker. Your peonies are pretty good too. Junior sister Heavenly Concubine, what are these? Why are the flowers placed so strangely? Following Mo Nianchen's voice, all the girls looked at the smart Heavenly Concubine. This is the 8-trigram sky cloud formation. Heavenly Concubine puffed out her chest and said proudly. All the girls, Lin Ling, who was far away, she did not forget to arrange her troops while planting flowers. She was indeed the heavenly concubine. She had this habit in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, but it did not change in the rainforest's sacred ground. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, Lin Ling felt extremely relaxed. At this moment, his will to protect everyone was even stronger. Then, Lin Ling smiled gently and said, "Your flowers are very beautiful." Lin Ling. Ling. All the girls looked at Lin Ling. Their delicate faces were filled with joy. Mo Nianchen looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling only had one girlfriend. Who knew that he had so many? Moreover, all of them were beauties. Yu, as light as a lotus. Yuman Yun, as noble as a princess. And Yuer, as cold as a fairy. Heavenly concubine, so smart that it was adorable. Chapter 1051. Visiting the Rain clan. These girls were all top-notch beauties. For Lin Ling to be able to win their hearts, it was a blessing that he had cultivated for half his life. Of course, Mo Nianchen had to admit that her son was also very outstanding. He was completely worthy of these beautiful girls. Hee. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked towards the girls. Although he had not confessed to many of the girls, their numerous life and death experiences had given them a tacit understanding. Lin Ling. Yes. The girls also walked out and ran towards Lin Ling. Previously, you said that when we were planting flowers, Lin Ling, as a man, did not come to help. If he comes out of seclusion, you will definitely punish him. In the end, he just came out and you have already forgotten your promise. Mo Nianchen said helplessly as she slapped her forehead, making the girls feel a little awkward. After a short conversation, Patriarch Extreme Flame also arrived. Gradually, everyone came. They looked at Lin Ling with excitement and pride. Perhaps they never thought that the Fire Ancient clan, which came from the tiny cloud region, would one day become the #1 clan in the rainforest's sacred land. After all, there were countless ancient clans in the 100 domains. To rise among the thousands of clans was not an easy task. And the person who had done all of this was Lin Ling. Well done. Now, the rainforest's sacred land is one of the 5 great desolate clans. Our Fire Ancient clan has taken advantage of your glory and become one of the great ancient clans. Patriarch Extreme Flame took a step forward and patted the back of Lin Ling's head. No matter how frivolous Lin Ling was or how shocking Lin Ling was, in his heart, Lin Ling was his grandson. He would never forget that childish but determined face. Grandfather. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and shouted. He had always been very respectful towards Patriarch Extreme Flame. This was because Patriarch Extreme Flame made him, who had lived 2 lives, feel familial love for the first time. Right, grandfather, we should go to the Rain clan to take a look. Yes. Mo Nianchen said respectfully to Patriarch Extreme Flame. She had met Patriarch Extreme Flame before, so she was not unfamiliar with him. That is the ancient Rain clan. Patriarch Taiyan hesitated. He knew what Mo Nianchen meant. After all, he and Rain Master Mo Ping were relatives by marriage. But after so many years, he had never seen Rain Master Mo Ping even once. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to see Rain Master Mo Ping, but the Rain clan was too big. He wasn't qualified to see him. So what? We're going to see him. That's Rain Master's good fortune. Lin Ling said indifferently as he sensed that Ancestor Extreme Flame's momentum had weakened. His words made Ancestor Extreme Flame's pupils constrict. That's right, Lin Ling was not qualified to go to the Rain clan. It was impossible. Brat, he's your grandfather. Mo Nianchen knocked on Lin Ling's head lightly. She knew that the Rain clan had left a bad impression on Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling would say that. The crowd secretly laughed. In the entire rainforest sacred land, only Mo Nianchen dared to knock on Lin Ling's head. As for the others, just looking at each other was enough to make them tremble in fear. Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. He did not care about his mother's knocking. On the contrary, he liked the feeling of having a happy family. Then let's go. Following that, Lin Ling waved his hand and said. Everyone laughed. They also wanted to see how the ancient desolate clan was like. After a long time, in the Rain Clan's fairyland-like valley, a large number of people arrived. They were the Fire Ancient clan. According to etiquette, they had come to visit their in-laws. As for the Rain clan, they had always been mysterious. Other than the recent war, they had never received so many people. This also showed how proud and aloof the Rain clan was. Who's there? A Rain clan member frowned. There were too many people. Furthermore, they had come to the Rain clan without informing them. This was not giving the Rain clan any face. Lin Ling. An arrogant voice came from afar, causing the Rain clan members' pupils to dilate. Lin Ling had returned. Quick, tell the clan leader that Lin Ling has returned. What was surprising was that not only were the Rain clan members not angry, they were instead ecstatic. One had to know that after Lin Ling left the Rain clan, he had never returned. This made them think that Lin Ling had abandoned the Rain clan. If an ordinary person abandoned the Rain clan, the proud Rain clan would not care. However, Lin Ling was different. If he could bury the hatchet and return to the Rain clan, it would be their honor. Lin Ling, you're back. Hee, you've grown taller. Nianchen, your son is promising. A large number of relatives rushed out and smiled at Mo Nianchen and the others. Their smiles were filled with worship and flattery. Mo Nianchen felt like she was in a dream. In the past, when her son came to the Rain clan, he was greeted with mockery and ridicule. But today, all her relatives came to greet him. They were even praising her son for being promising. This made her feel that these relatives were too realistic. However, this was also the style of the Rain clan. Hence, very soon, a strong sense of pride rose in her heart. In the past, when her relatives competed with each other, she, Mo Nianchen, was the silent one. But today, her brothers and sisters no longer had the qualifications to compete with her. This is my grandfather. Lin Ling's attitude was cold. Although he did not resent Rain Master Mo Ping, he would not have a good attitude. So this is Nianchen's in-law. He's really old but vigorous. The relatives of the Rain clan smiled. They did not mind Lin Ling's attitude. After all, this was human nature. If they had received the same treatment in the past, they would not have a good attitude either. Hee. Ancestor Taiyan was flattered. He did not expect the Rain clan to be so enthusiastic. Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. They were the patriarchs of the other three desolate clans, Fengbua, Yiming, and Keishin. Grandfather, why are you here? Yu shouted in surprise. Keishin smiled and said, it's all because of this little guy. I'm here for Lin Ling. The hearts of the Rain clan's people trembled. Lin Ling's reputation was too great. One had to know that in the Rain clan, the other three patriarchs would only come if the patriarch had something important to announce. Usually, the three patriarchs were elusive and did not have the qualifications to see them. It seems like Lin Ling is more powerful than we thought. The Rain clan's people were even more polite. Not long after, a soft cough was heard. An old man walked over with large strides. It was Rain Master Mo Ping. Everyone bowed respectfully. Mo Nianchen greeted his father, and Ancestor Taiyan also smiled and nodded in greeting. Only Lin Ling was still standing proudly, as if he was not facing his grandfather, but a cultivator of the same generation. This brat, his temper is as stubborn as a bull. Rain Master Mo Ping was completely speechless at Lin Ling's attitude. However, he did not blame Lin Ling because he knew that Lin Ling did not resent him. He was just returning the cold shoulder of the past to him. "Let's go in," Rain Master Mo Ping said with a smile and let the crowd follow him into the valley. However, they soon realized that Lin Ling was still standing there motionlessly. "Grandson, let's go in." Chapter 1052. "Let's go in," said Lin Ling, smiling indifferently. Mo Nianchen smiled as well. She knew that Lin Ling was trying to get justice for her. Lin Ling had brought ancestor Tai Yan here today, so you sure had to call him a grandson. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what kind of status Lin Ling had. It was also a form of respect for Mo Nianchen. Yusher Mo Ping also knew that, so he was very polite to ancestor Tai Yan. Even though ancestor Tai Yan was just a weak cultivator, he didn't dare neglect him. In the grand hall, the relatives of the two clans were seated. There were 2 seats at the head of the table. One was Rain Master Mo Ping, and the other was empty. This caused many people to be puzzled. Who was the one who made that seat? "My in-law, this seat is reserved for you," said Yusher Mo Ping, looking at ancestor Tai Yan. Ancestor Tai Yan's heart trembled violently. Yusher Mo Ping wanted to sit on the same level as him. After all, if ancestor Tai Yan sat on the lower seat, it meant that he was inferior. However, Yusher Mo Ping had given him great respect and allowed him to sit on the first seat. This old guy knows how to do it. Lin Ling was finally satisfied. Mo Nianchen shook her head helplessly. Her son was good at everything, but he could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He had lost his dignity and dignity. Yusher Mo Ping quietly looked at Lin Ling and finally felt relieved. It seemed that he had made up for his past mistakes. The banquet was incomparably lively and harmonious, as if it was the end of the year. After the meal, the hall was filled with noises. The peacock god winked at Lin Ling and smiled. "Lin Ling, we have something to discuss." The other 3 clan leaders did the same. Lin Ling nodded and followed them out. In another slightly quiet room, Lin Ling and the others sat down. The 4 clan leaders' faces were a little more serious. "Lin Ling, the heavenly fall era has arrived. What do you think we should do?" Obviously, they had asked Lin Ling to come here to discuss this matter. Generally speaking, such a major event would not be attended by those who were not of high status. However, Lin Ling currently had the qualifications. "What do you guys think?" Lin Ling's expression turned serious as well. The 4 patriarchs represented the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. They were different from the Bodhi Saint Palace. The Bodhi Saint Palace was more mysterious and rarely bothered with the affairs of ordinary people. "I think we should fight with everything we have. Even if only one of us is left, we won't retreat. After all, the rainforest is our home. How can we abandon our home?" Count of Wind said coldly. "I think so too. Moreover, if we can block the first wave of attacks, we can definitely block the second wave." Rain Master Mo Ping also nodded. The 4 patriarchs spoke one after another, but Lin Ling remained silent the entire time. "Grandson, what do you think?" Rain Master Mo Ping suddenly said, which made Lin Ling smile. Then, he said indifferently, "If we can't win, I think everyone should leave the rainforest's sacred land." "What?" The 4 patriarchs' eyes narrowed. He wanted them to abandon their home. Previously, only 7 people came, but they wanted us to go all out to block them. Now, even more experts from the Void Star Divine Palace have arrived. How can we stop them? Where there's life, there's hope. The rainforest's sacred land is our home. However, this home is not the land, but the people. The people are my fire ancient clan's relatives, the Rain clan, the 4 desolate clans, and everyone. Lin Ling said word by word, causing the 4 patriarchs' expressions to change drastically. Yes, this home was not the rainforest's sacred land, but all their relatives and friends, all the people and mortals. Then what do you plan to do? Rain Master Mo Ping asked. They had already regarded Lin Ling as the leader of the 4. As the saying went, each new generation surpassed the previous one. They had no choice but to admit that they were old. Lin Ling, just say the word and we old ghosts will follow you to the death. Yi Ming also said. Lin Ling's potential was too great. He knew that in the future, the rainforest's sacred land would belong to this youth. If we can't stop them, we'll leave. We just need to find a place to hide and raise our strength. When we're strong enough, we can make a comeback. Lin Ling said slowly after pondering for a moment. This was a plan he had thought of before. The 4 patriarchs pondered for a moment before their eyes lit up and they nodded. All right, I know of an uninhabited area far away in the 100 territories. Although the mountains are barren, the rivers are treacherous, and there are many demonic beasts, if we unite as one, we can still survive in this merciless world. Feng Bo nodded. He had wandered the north and south in the past, so he remembered that place. Good. When the heavenly meteor era comes, if we can't beat them, we'll immediately retreat. Of course, this is our last resort. If we can stop them, that's even better. Lin Ling also nodded. But after hearing what you said before, I think it will be very difficult for us to stop them. Sigh. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed and shook his head. The other party was too strong. There would definitely be countless transcendents coming, and they only had a dozen or so on their side. The heavenly meteor era is not a reshuffle of the rainforest's sacred land. It's a reshuffle of the 6 great holy lands, so at that time, the 6 great holy lands will be united. Among them, Bodhi's sacred palace will also come out. So, things won't be as terrible as we think. Lin Ling explained. How do you know this? The 4 patriarchs looked at Lin Ling, extremely surprised. Lin Ling seemed to know something they did not. Because I'm the holy son of Bodhi's sacred palace. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing the 4 patriarchs' faces to stiffen. Lin Ling was actually a holy son. According to what they knew, the conditions to become a holy son were very difficult. None of the geniuses of the 4 desolate clans had succeeded, but Lin Ling was a holy son. This news was too shocking. Old Ghost Rain Master, I find that your grandson repeatedly creates miracles. Every time, it makes my heart beat faster. Wow! The 4 patriarchs were surprised for a moment. Yi Ming said enviously. Why didn't their desolate clan have such a genius? Ha ha! Rain Master Mo Ping smiled faintly. However, everyone could tell that he was proud and complacent. He was even happy that he had humbled himself previously. This was because only by making it up to Lin Ling would Lin Ling return to the Rain clan and become his grandson again. I'm the king of holy sons, the #1 holy son of the 6 great holy lands. Seeing the 4 patriarchs in high spirits, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and said lightly. The 4 patriarchs, being a holy son was not the most shocking news. The king of holy sons was the most shocking news. Impressive, impressive. Impressive. The 4 patriarchs were already at a loss for words. The king of holy sons was probably the strongest amongst the holy sons. And these holy sons included the holy sons of the 6 great holy lands. It had to be said that this news was even more shocking. What can be confirmed at present is that when the 6 great holy lands encounter the heavenly meteor era, someone will definitely inform us. When that happens, the 6 great holy lands will unite as one to fight against the external enemy. And if we fail, we will leave the 6 sacred regions. Lin Ling did not dwell on the topic of the King of Holy Sons. Instead, he exhorted, making the four patriarchs nod. By the way, the four of you are one of the few transcendents in the rainforest's sacred land. I would like to ask about the requirements to enter the transcendence realm. Chapter 1053. Requirements for the Transcendent Realm Heart. The four patriarchs exchanged a glance before Rain Master Mo Ping smiled and said, "Once you surpass your own state of mind, you can touch upon the transcendent realm and step into the world of nirvana." Heart. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Everyone has their own heart demons and obsessions. Once you see through these obsessions and heart demons, you can succeed. However, although this is simple, it is actually very difficult. Because this is the ascension of one's state of mind, the process is far too elusive, so many masters are unable to touch upon the transcendent realm in their lifetime. Feng Bo also explained. The transcendent realm was the realm of nirvana. After reaching this realm, in addition to martial arts, a cultivator's state of mind would also be sublimated. At the same time, their lifespan would also be greatly increased. Therefore, the transcendent realm was also a dividing line for cultivators. Those who crossed it would be able to see the boundless sea and sky, while those who failed, no matter how dazzling their achievements and identity were, would eventually be reduced to dust. At present, in the Rainforest Holy Land, besides the four of us, only the palace masters of the 7 martial halls remain. Some of them have reached the transcendent realm while others have not. The transcendent realm is divided into 7 realms, and we are all second-order transcendents, the strongest masters outside of Bodhi's sacred palace. Lin Ling, you are the number 1 genius of the 6 great holy land. You may have a chance to touch upon the transcendent realm, but that does not mean you will succeed. Remember, don't be anxious, relax your mind and find your obsessions and heart demons. Obsessions and heart demons are different for everyone. There are desires, murderous desires, guilt, and so on. Others cannot help you with this, you can only rely on yourself. The 4 patriarchs all gave Lin Ling pointers, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm, and he nodded, "Thank you." We are old, the world belongs to you young people. Moreover, I like your attitude towards your family and friends, so we hope to become your family and become the guiding lights for your growth. The 4 patriarchs all said in unison. They knew of Lin Ling's deeds and knew that he was willing to fight for his family and friends, so they all envied Lin Ling's family. We're all family. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This caused the 4 clan leaders to become excited. Lin Ling had acknowledged them. Even though the comprehension of one's state of mind is dependent on one's individual, we can still provide the greatest assistance to him. Then, Feng Bo stood up and waved his right hand. A warm light enveloped Lin Ling. He was showing the process of his breakthrough in the past to Lin Ling. The other 3 were the same. They didn't hide anything. It had to be known that a martial artist's cultivation had always been a secret. They would not easily show it to others, but they did not hesitate to show the scene of their cultivation. This also showed how much they doted on and valued Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as an illusion of Feng Bo's breakthrough appeared in his mind. Feng Bo's obsession was love, while Yusher's was righteousness. The Rain clan was his obsession. Everyone's obsessions were different, but if one could see through them, they would be able to reach the other side and reach the transcendent realm. What are my heart demons and obsessions? Lin Ling muttered to himself. His mind began to recall, as if he was searching for something in the sea. Gradually, a powerful aura burst out from his body, and a sacred saint arena appeared. The fire energy of heaven and earth was under his control, and the Tai True fire also appeared. The 4 patriarchs sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's talent wasn't weak, and he had probably reached the emperor physique level. But the most important thing was the fire attribute. Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire attribute was too profound. One had to know that even though they had reached the transcendent realm, their martial profundity was only at the 6th stage. Du Xingqian, as a foreign genius, had only reached the 4th stage, but Lin Ling had reached the 5th stage. This showed just how profound Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire attribute was. It could be said that in the rainforest's holy land, besides the 4 clan leaders, no one else's martial profundity was stronger than Lin Ling's. Even old Xian from the martial arts hall had not reached such a level. He's about to break through, this freak. Suddenly, the old man Yiming said in shock. The other 3 also narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was about to break through again. A 20-year-old late-stage Saint Spirit realm, this was too abnormal. Lin Ling's aura grew stronger and stronger, causing the world energy to swirl around like a tornado. At this moment, the Saint platform also bloomed with dazzling light. Quick, Fengbo, take out your 1,000-wind spirit spring. Don't hide it. I'll take out the Bodhi rain liquid. Rain Master Mo Ping was happier than anyone else. He quickly took out the precious materials he had kept for many years to help Lin Ling break through. Old Mo, you're underestimating me too much. Who said I was hiding it? Fengbo said in dissatisfaction. He took out a black copper cauldron and placed it in front of Lin Ling. The cauldron was filled with wind, like water and wind, but it had a rich world energy. Rain Master Mo Ping sprinkled the Bodhi rain liquid on Lin Ling's body. He was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't have enough spiritual energy to support his breakthrough. The 4 patriarchs took out their precious treasures to help Lin Ling break through. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with worry in their eyes. With the addition of treasures of heaven and earth, Lin Ling's breakthrough was like a fish in water. Sizzle. Sizzle. As if the universe was collapsing, spiritual energy rushed in from all directions. The black hole in Lin Ling's dantian grew bigger, crazily sucking in the chaotic spiritual energy. This black hole was the Saint platform, the source of all Saint Spirit Realm expert strength. Saint Spirit Realm experts relied on this black hole to control heaven and earth's energy. As time passed, the black hole grew bigger, as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. This was the symbol of a late-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. It seems like he succeeded. The 4 patriarchs were overjoyed. They saw the black hole shrinking, turning into a black sphere the size of a planet. It was extremely mysterious. Caw caw caw. At the same time, the ground where Lin Ling was sitting sank, as if an ancient giant beast was standing there. Obviously, Lin Ling's Tai true physique had improved again, and his 110,000 small worlds had awakened at the same time. What terrifying power! Rain Master Mo Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was a transcendent, he could only admit that he was inferior to Lin Ling in terms of physical strength. The flames are even crazier. At the same time, Yiming was also shocked. Billowing flames spread around Lin Ling, making the 4 patriarchs feel as if they were in a world of fire. This was the fire profound principle, a world formed by the power of fire. But what surprised the 4 patriarchs was that even they could feel the vastness of this world of fire. One had to know that they were transcendents, 2 realms higher than Lin Ling, but they still felt as if they were in a world of fire. This showed how terrifying this world of fire was. I finally understand why Du Xingqian lost to him. This little guy's foundation and comprehension are at the level of a monster. Fengbo sighed. Lin Ling's foundation was too solid, and it was hard to imagine how strong Lin Ling would be if he reached the transcendent realm. Chi Chi Chi. Chapter 1054. Breakthrough in cultivation. At this moment, Lin Ling was in a wonderful state of enlightenment. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen the moment when the world was first opened. The world was gray, and that feeling was indescribable. It made him almost touch his own obsession, but in the end, he was still a little short. After 10 days, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. all of his aura was withdrawn into his body. He's awake. The 4 patriarchs had been guarding him for 10 days. When they saw that Lin Ling had woken up, they smiled. The Lin Ling gave them a feeling that he was more reserved and profound. The arrogant aura from before had disappeared without a trace. Clearly, this breakthrough had transformed Lin Ling once again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled. He also felt incomparably clear and relaxed. It was as if his whole body was floating in the sky. He knew that this breakthrough was different from before. It was more natural, so his aura was also relaxed, as if he could sink into the world at any time. Let's test your strength. Bang! Rain Master Mo Ping took a step forward and threw a punch at Lin Ling. He used 60% of his strength in this punch. Swish! Rain mysteriously appeared, like a storm. Grandfather, this punch has hit 1,000,000 times. The fist turned into rain, forming a world of rain. It can easily control the lives of others. Bang! Lin Ling stood there calmly, as if he was a newbie who didn't know martial arts. He waved his left hand, and the profound of fire appeared in his palm. He slapped out. This palm seemed calm, but it was like a meteor shower falling from the sky. Puff! Puff! The air exploded as fire and rain collided, causing explosions to ring out in the air. It seemed like a calm confrontation, but in reality, millions of moves had been exchanged. This was a spar between experts. Any other Saint Spirit Realm expert would have been instantly defeated. Your vision is amazing. Try mine. Bang! Feng Bo chuckled and pointed a finger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Endless astral winds appeared. The profound of wind turned into a world of wind and swept towards Lin Ling. Sword of life and death, one sword cleaves the sky. Bang! Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. His right hand quickly unsheathed his sword, and the profound of life and death appeared. The sword stabbed out, right at the eye of the wind, blossoming with dazzling light. Ha! To be able to block 60% of my power, as expected of Lin Ling. Feng Bo smiled happily. Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, but his battle prowess was already comparable to the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling had the powerful Tai True body. His physical strength was extremely powerful, and he also had 2 profound meanings. How could an ordinary person be his opponent? I really don't know how you cultivate. Let me try too. Yi Ming's heart trembled. He took a step forward, and the endless darkness descended. It was even more ancient and mysterious than the second dream. This was the night world. Again. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He was facing the 3 strongest elders of the rainforest Holy Land. I was a bit impulsive. Hearing Lin Ling's voice, Yi Ming quickly retracted his attack and smiled awkwardly. Lin Ling had fought against Yushi and Feng Bo, but he had not fallen behind. Now that he had joined the fray, it would be like bullying someone with numbers. On top of that, they were all transcendent realm old ghosts, bullying a junior at such an age. If word of this were to spread, they would become a laughingstock. Ha! Then, the 4 patriarchs looked at each other and laughed. Lin Ling, I'm sure that you're invincible under the transcendent realm. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. The more he looked, the more he liked him. You can't be considered a genius, you can only be considered a monster. Bird God also praised. The most terrifying thing about Lin Ling was that he had 2 profound martial essences and a powerful physical body. Secondly, he had the 5th level fire profound. After all, even they were only at the 6th level. Ha! Lin Ling chuckled. He didn't look proud because he knew that his strength was ranked at the top in the Rainforest Holy Land. However, there was always a sky above a sky, and the masters from the outside world were stronger. Therefore, he had to work harder. The five of them chatted for a long time. Lin Ling also said goodbye and left. It took him 10 days to break through, so the Fire Ancient clan and the others all went back. Night descended. After leaving the Rain clan, Lin Ling walked on the main street by himself. In the sky, the night was as thick as ink, dotted with twinkling stars, causing people to involuntarily become deeply intoxicated. This was an incomparably peaceful night. The night here is the same as the night in my world. Letting the night wind blow his long hair, Lin Ling walked on the street like an ordinary person. At this moment, his heart was even clearer. The key to breaking through to the transcendent realm seemed to be clearer. His heart was being washed by the tranquility of the night. Unknowingly, it has been 5 years since I came to this world. Sometimes, I even think that I am a person of this world. Taking out a jug of wine, Lin Ling took a big gulp. The hot wine made his body feel even more comfortable. Little brother, do you want to come to the restaurant and have a jug? This is a sky night bead, the favorite jewelry of all the women in the world. Young lord, I see that you are so proud. If you want to win the heart of your sweetheart, why don't you give her a sky night bead? Along the way, the lanterns were lit and the stalls on both sides of the street were enthusiastically welcoming customers. The degree of liveliness made it seem like the main city was a city that never slept. The entire rainforest Holy Land seemed to have recovered its former liveliness. Everyone showed their strong attitude and didn't feel depressed because of the heavenly meteor era. No need for wine, I have some. Sky night beads, not bad. Give me 10. Lin Ling didn't refuse like an otherworldly expert. Instead, he laughed like an ordinary person as he strolled around. And this attitude made him seem closer to the heavens and earth. He wasn't a king right now, he was an ordinary person. The young lord is indeed straightforward. I hope the young lord can win the heart of the beauty soon. The stall owners laughed and said, treating Lin Ling as an ordinary person. They didn't know that this handsome young man was the current 5th king of the rainforest Holy Land. Not far away, several ancient Dao martial palace geniuses were chatting and laughing. However, when they passed by Lin Ling, they didn't notice Lin Ling. This was a subconscious action because Lin Ling's aura had become very ordinary. It was as if he was a member of the common people. It wasn't until they were far away that one of them frowned and said, "That person is so familiar." The others also reacted. Their pupils constricted as they tried to recall. Only then did they remember that Lin Ling had walked past them. These people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone in the rainforest Holy Land knew of Lin Ling's name. During the semi-finals of the strongest, they had also seen Lin Ling's appearance. However, what was surprising was that they hadn't noticed Lin Ling when he walked past them. They could only recall it later. This mysterious and unfathomable strength was shocking. Rain River. At this moment, Lin Ling allowed his heart to lead the way. He casually walked forward and a beautiful river appeared in front of him. The river water was clear, and under the starlight, the pebbles at the bottom of the river glowed with a resplendent light. It was as if there were countless gems at the bottom of the river. The river wind blew, and several giant steel ships drifted along the river. Around the river, people surged. Clearly, this was a lively place. Chapter 1055. Goodbye to the second dream, dear customer, do you want it? Tao Hong is on duty today. Stepping on the soft river sand, Lin Ling saw a few young ladies waving at him from a boat decorated with lanterns not far away. Looks like it's a brothel. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and continued drinking his wine. Although there were many experts in the rainforest's sacred ground, they also had desires. Especially those independent cultivators who walked on the edge of a knife, they valued relaxation more. Hence, there were brothel places. Sir, this is the Rain Sea Millennium Crab. If you miss it, you won't have it again. As they continued onwards, they arrived at the trading grounds of some loose cultivators. Compared to the main city's market square, the trades here were much more varied and complex. Moreover, they were all done quickly, which meant that the stall owners didn't have much time to wait for customers. Snow's spiritual pearl, how much is it? At this moment, a crisp voice came from the front. In front of an old man who looked like a fisherman, a young lady in a black dress asked. The young lady looked elegant and her dress was like the night sky, giving off a mysterious vibe. This Snow's spiritual pearl is the biggest pearl I have seen in my many years of fishing. It can cure hundreds of poisons and protect one's mind. In order to dig this pearl, I almost lost my life. Hence, 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals is a must. The old man who looked like a fisherman smiled. Sure. The young lady in the black dress nodded. It wasn't expensive. In fact, she was a little happy. After all, this Snow's spiritual pearl was hard to come by. Pearls that were more than 100 years old were even rarer. Wait, this pearl, I want it. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. A few figures walked over from afar. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was fat and looked like a ball. Behind him, there were many young people. They looked at the young lady in the black dress in surprise and then smiled. Ning Wubwa. The young lady in the black dress frowned as she stared at the person who came. She seemed to know him. Ha, the second dream, I trust you've been well since we last met. It's a pity that the blessed girl of the past has fallen to a state where no one knows her. How sad and pitiful. The fat middle-aged man stopped and spoke indifferently. No matter how pitiful I am, it's not up to you to pity me. Ning Wubwa, a student of the Shaotian Academy. You've used the name of a student to taint female disciples many times. I'm very curious why a scum like you is still alive in this world. Why didn't our powerful enemies kill you first when they came? The girl in the black dress was the second dream. She laughed coldly. These words had obviously touched upon Ning Wubwa's sore spot. He was a student of Howling Sky Academy and also the son of the martial house master. In the past, he had a grudge with the second dream, and had almost had his most important place destroyed by the second dream. But at that time, because the second dream was the disciple of the seven profound martial house master, he had been helpless against the second dream. The second dream, do you want to buy Snow's spirit pearls? Could it be that he was poisoned? Sorry, this young master will buy it first. Ning Wubwa's eyes turned and fell on the Snow's spirit pearls. With a wave of his hand, a huge suction force appeared and sucked the Snow's spirit pearls over, causing the old fisherman's face to change. But soon, a disciple behind Ning Wubwa handed over the spirit crystals. Ning Wubwa, don't go too far. I saw this Snow's spirit pearls first. The second dream frowned. The other party was obviously looking for trouble today. If a transaction item doesn't have an owner, then who can determine who it belongs to? Ning Wubwa's fat cheeks moved slightly as he smiled faintly. The second dream, it's not impossible for you to have the Snow's spirit pearls. Accompany student Ning for a night and the Snow's spirit pearls will be yours. That's right. You were once a proud daughter of heaven, but now you've become a prostitute. After student Ning has his fun, we also want to have some fun. You are no longer a proud daughter of heaven. Don't pretend to be virtuous in front of us. Behind Ning Wubwa, the disciples sneered. They did not fear the second dream at all. Ning Wubwa was the son of the martial house master, and his cultivation was at the late Saint Spirit realm. The second dream used to have the support of the seven profound martial house master, but was later driven out of the seven profound martial house by Lin Ling naturally. They did not fear the second dream. The second dream was also a disgrace to the desolate race. Thus, even if they bullied the second dream today, no one would stand up for the second dream. You all want to die. Die. The second dream's face turned cold, and her aura was extremely cold. She was not a weak girl. Ha, even now you're still pretending to be virtuous. Wake up. The moment Lin Ling defeated you, your life was over. The 7 profound martial house master no longer values you. Of course, I can still protect you, just like how you gave your body to the martial house master. As long as you give your body to me, I, Ning Wubwa, will make sure that no one dares to bully you in the rainforest holy land. Ning Wubwa said with a lewd smile. The second dream, how pitiful. However, she sold her body in the past in exchange for the favor of the 7 profound martial house master. That's a bit cheap. If that's the case, I wonder how much money I can take out to obtain her body. The surrounding people had all heard of the second dream. At this moment, they all faintly smiled. Regardless of whether the second dream had given her body to martial house master Tian Lin, it was undeniable that the second dream no longer had the majesty of the past. These voices caused the second dream's delicate body to tremble. In the past, she was an existence that was adored by all. However, after her reputation was ruined, all that adoration had disappeared. All that was given to her was ridicule and disdain, and even trampling on her character. Everyone had abandoned her, except for those who still valued her, but they were using her. Were all people so ugly? I did not sell my body. The second dream lowered her head, her beautiful eyes cold as she muttered to herself. Pretending to be noble and virtuous? You might as well directly state a price. Besides the snow spirit pearl, what else do you want? As long as you can name it, I will give it to you. My request is not high, just accompany me for a night. Ning Wubwa did not believe her, nor did he place the second dream in his eyes. Ha! Many people laughed in schadenfreude. I know you are angry, and you also want to steal the snow spirit pearl. But don't forget your strength. You are only at the early Saint Spirit realm, but I am a scholar, and I am already at the late Saint Spirit realm. So, you cannot do anything to me. Rather than resenting me, why not resent Lin Ling? If it wasn't for Lin Ling crippling you, you would have already reached the middle Saint Spirit realm. Ning Wubwa said again. This time, his attitude was not as unyielding. He had coveted the second dream's body for a long time, so he used both hard and soft tactics. The second dream, this is your only choice. You should have been poisoned, but the antidote requires the snow spirit pearl. A disciple guessed, and the second dream's beautiful eyes narrowed. Indeed, she wanted the snow spirit pearl to try and get rid of the poison in her body, so that she would not be used by others. That's right. If you want to make a comeback, this is your only chance. Ning Wubwa said again. He saw that the second dream seemed to be moved. That might not be the only chance. Chapter 1056. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Attack. Ha! The crowd was stunned. This young man was so bold. After all, they had heard that the fat middle-aged man was the son of the Shaotian Academy's master. He was a domineering existence in the rainforest. Yet, this young man dared to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth. Wasn't he courting death? Over at Ning Wubwa's side, everyone's pupils constricted. They were incomparably surprised. That guy wanted to be the hero to save the beauty, but didn't he know where he was? Only the second dream stared at the newcomer. Perhaps the others couldn't recognize Lin Ling, but how could she not? That young man was the one who changed her life. You only have one choice. Kneel down and kowtow. Hand over the snow spirit pearl with both hands. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. Kill. Ning Wubwa's eyes turned cold. He didn't recognize Lin Ling. Of course, with his playboy character, he wouldn't care about the rainforest's sacred ground. Hence, he only knew of Lin Ling's name but had never seen him in person. Of course, even if he had seen him before, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, Lin Ling was like the son of the masses. They didn't even recognize him when he brushed past the people from the martial arts hall, let alone Ning Wubua. Shaotian Academy is considered a sacred martial arts hall. When did such a scum appear in it? Kill. Lin Ling didn't care if Ning Wubua recognized him. He drank his wine and smiled faintly. Seems like you've chosen to die. Kill. Ning Wubua's eyes turned even colder. Many people frowned. Although Ning Wubua's character wasn't good, his strength was extraordinary. Brat, no matter what your background is, you've offended Ning Wubua. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten that you're snatching Ning Wubua's item. Hence, no matter who's behind you, you can't justify your actions. A disciple shouted. They weren't as domineering as Ning Wubua. Hence, their words were more reasonable. Oh, after your reminder, I did remember that I'm the one who snatched your item. I'm sorry. As for being reasonable, I've never been reasonable. Kill. Lin Ling drank another mouthful of wine and waved the snow spirit pearl in his hand. It was as though he was telling the crowd that he was the one who snatched it. This guy. The crowd was astonished. Previously, Ning Wubua was already tyrannical enough. But who knew that this youth was even more tyrannical? Not only did he snatch other people's things, he didn't even have the patience to reason with him. This guy really wanted to enrage Ning Wubua. Over at Ning Wubua's side, everyone's pupils constricted. One of the disciples frowned and said, "You are very arrogant. But let me remind you again. Apprentice Ning's father is Ning Wuxiao. Ning Wuxiao. Dog? Or a cat? Sorry, I really don't know him." Lin Ling shrugged. To be honest, he really didn't know him. Enough. Ning Wubua had been silent all this while. But at this moment, he finally let out a furious roar. Previously, he had asked his disciple to announce his identity and strength because he wanted to see the look of regret on that young man's face. However, in the end, not only was that young man not afraid, he even mocked his father as a cat and a dog. You have no way out. Those disciples knew that Ning Shuasher's patience had run out, so they took a step forward and pounced on Lin Ling. Is this young man stupid? The crowd looked at the scene where the two sides were about to clash. Then, they shook their heads helplessly. They couldn't understand why that young man was so arrogant and even more domineering than Ning Wubua. However, in their eyes, that young man was still drinking his wine calmly. He even lifted his head to look at the sky, as though he was admiring the night sky. That calm look of his made the crowd gasp once again. Bang bang bang. However, in the next moment, under the gaze of countless people, that young man waved his left hand lightly. A terrifying gale swept out, and dozens of figures flew backward like kites, smashing into the distant Rain River. The weather today isn't bad, but meeting a scumbag has affected my appetite. A soft voice drifted out from the river bank, causing the place to fall silent. Bastard! Ning Wubua gathered his strength. The other party was even more domineering than him. He snatched his things, mocked his father, and finally dared to touch his people. Level 1 Profound, 3 Crocodile Sea Roaring Palm. The earth shook, and the river water roared. Ning Wubua's palm slammed towards Lin Ling fiercely. That palm contained the profound world and was extremely powerful. Bang bang bang. By the river bank, everyone's legs trembled, and they fell to the ground one after another. This was too powerful. It actually affected them. Was this the strength of a late-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert? However, at the same time as they were shocked, they stared at that young man, wanting to know if that young man still had the qualifications to be arrogant. If there was an accident, then it would be the second dream. She wasn't worried about Lin Ling at all. Instead, she was still surprised that Lin Ling would help her. I'm reasonable, but I've never been reasonable to unreasonable people. Under countless gazes, the young man drank his wine and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Not only did he not avoid the attack, but he also faced it head-on. A wisp of flame quietly spread out from his palm. Bang! No one saw what happened. They only saw Ning Wubu's fat body flying backward like a kite. He spat out blood in midair, and heavily smashed into the distant Rain River, causing a huge splash. Scumbag, it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will affect the mood of enjoying the night scenery. Before the crowd could react, the young man had already turned and left. He only left behind a sentence that was light but shocking. Here. A ray of light shot over at the same time. Then, the snow spiritual pearl appeared in the second dream's hand. She stood on the spot as if she had lost her soul. Her calm heart was like a stone that was thrown into it, causing endless ripples. She had lost her reputation. Everyone only treated her with ridicule and disdain. They even trampled on her. She thought that everyone in the world was like that. However, the man who pushed her into the abyss gave her a hand at the most crucial moment. All of this was like sending charcoal in the snow to her when she was already at the end of her rope. Why? The second dream muttered to herself as she looked at the slender figure leaving. Previously, she had the intention to attack that handsome young man again for her sake. However, she wavered at this moment. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to. Are you helping me because you sympathize with me and pity me? The second dream took a big step forward and chased after the slowly moving figure. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't say much. You are mocking me. So, you are helping me in front of me to prove that you are more powerful than me. The second dream continued to chase after Lin Ling and asked the answer that she wanted to know the most. However, Lin Ling still didn't say anything. Why are you helping me? Don't you know that he is the son of the master of Shaotian Academy? You don't have to offend him just to help me. The second dream gritted her teeth. She had dreamt of that young man many times, the young man who destroyed everything she had. However, for some reason, she didn't hate him. Because of your martial arts heart. Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked at the second dream with a serious expression. Because of your stubbornness in the previous formation, I changed my view of you. So, I am helping you today not out of sympathy, but because I don't want you to fall. After finishing his words, Lin Ling continued to walk forward, leaving the second dream standing on the spot. Was this the reason? Chapter 1057. A storm is brewing. Her heart was filled with gratitude. Memories of the past flashed through her mind. She had been proud, she had been at her lowest, she had laughed, and she had also cried. She had once obtained everything that all women wanted, but she had also obtained everything that all women in the world feared the most. A dream. Life is but a dream. It was that young man who had pushed her down from the divine altar, but it was also that young man who had allowed her to recognize herself. Lin Ling, thank you. A smile appeared on the second dream's delicate face. Her mood suddenly became very good. She hummed a song and walked away gracefully, disappearing into the night. She liked the quiet night very much. Perhaps that was where she belonged. You once said that I was heartless, unrighteous, disloyal, and unfilial. But when I was young, in order to live a happy life, my mother sold me to a brothel. I was born to be used by my family. How can I be filial? You said I was disloyal, but my master only used me as a chess piece. Even now, he's using me to harm you. How can I be loyal? Heartless and unrighteous, hee, no matter what the world says about me, I am the second dream. It was as if in the second dream, she had found someone who would support her and believe in her no matter what she had become. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword at the end of the world. Who is parting today and past, lingering for several years, the flowering period is gradually far away, breaking the fleeting years. The second dream sang softly. She was no longer as mysterious as the night. Instead, she was like a very ordinary girl. Perhaps, she had let go of the shackles in her heart and was herself again. It's raining. At this moment, Lin Ling had yet to return to the valley. Instead, he was standing by the window of a magnificent restaurant, quietly looking into the distance. Over there, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Hazy rain poured down from the sky, as if a storm was brewing in the tranquil rainforest. The second dream is actually a very pitiful girl. Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said indifferently. Everyone thought that the second dream was very ambitious and would do anything to achieve her goals. However, Lin Ling suddenly had a feeling that the second dream wanted to become stronger because she wanted to protect herself. Perhaps the second dream had an unbearable childhood that taught her that if she wanted something, she had to rely on herself. Everyone has a colorful life. The second dream also has its own life. No one else can participate in it. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He also had his own life. There were smiles and tears, life and death, blood and sweat. Only this life was not in vain. What is the obsession in my heart? Lin Ling had been looking for the key to breaking through to the transcendent realm. Is it the sacred land of the rainforest, the family and friends, the peak of the world? Lin Ling thought back to the heavenly meteor era. Under the merciless rolling wheel of heaven and earth, he wanted to survive and protect his loved ones. If he could save the people of the rainforest holy land, he would not hesitate to do so. Worry about the world first, enjoy the world later. Suddenly, Lin Ling had an epiphany. It was as if he could hear the voices of all living beings. It was like a second dream. They all wanted to have their own lives, but the heavens and earth were heartless and controlled everything. Chi. At the same time, Lin Ling's body shone with a golden light and the overwhelming righteous chi became even stronger. For the first time, he felt that his disciple, Yi Zhao's father, had this kind of overwhelming righteous chi. Ka. The golden light protected Lin Ling, preventing all evil from invading. Lin Ling stood under the heavens. At that moment, he was like a saint, righteous and righteous. He had never thought that because he wanted to protect his family and friends, he would also protect the sacred land of the rainforest. This would lead to his overwhelming righteous chi reaching the third level. The third level of the overwhelming righteous chi had undoubtedly greatly improved Lin Ling's defense. Coupled with his strong physical body, there were very few people in the same cultivation level who could hurt him. At the moment, except for his speed, Lin Ling's defense and attack were both extremely terrifying. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to find his obsession and heart demon, but he had accidentally gained a deeper understanding of the overwhelming righteous chi. Time to go back. With a helpless smile, Lin Ling jumped down from the restaurant. At the moment, outside the restaurant, it was raining. The dark clouds in the sky gave people an extremely depressing feeling. On the street, there seemed to be fewer people, but at this moment, a large number of footsteps quietly sounded from afar. The people on the street who were taking shelter from the rain blinked their eyes. There were a lot of people coming, and they were all from the martial arts palace. What are they doing? Many people were secretly surprised. At this moment, there were 7 people walking in the front, as if they were the leaders of the vast crowd behind them. Skylin, are you sure? One of the old men said indifferently. The passers-by looked at the luxurious old man carefully. After that, their expressions changed drastically. Some of them recognized that old man. That old man was the palace lord of Great Sun Clear Void Temple, Old Man Ming Kong. So the others were the other 6 martial house masters? Skylin. Yes, this person was the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. Many people were even more curious. The 7 martial house masters had gathered, as well as a large number of old Xian and apprentice masters. What were they going to do? If we want to live, the only way is to capture Lin Ling. The Void Star Divine Palace has already negotiated with me. As long as we capture Lin Ling, we won't have to die. Whatever we did before, it will be the same in the future. The 7 of us will become the Bodhi Saint Palace of the Rainforest. A middle-aged man said with a faint smile. He was the 7 profound martial house's Skylin. That's good. The other martial house masters coldly nodded. The heavenly fall era had arrived, and the 6 sacred domains would undergo a reshuffle. Although they were martial house masters, they knew that they could not stop the powerhouses of the outside world. So in order to survive, they could only submit to the kings of the outside world. The 7 profound martial house's martial house master, Skylin, was responsible for contacting the kings of the outside world. He had also obtained a promise that if they captured Lin Ling, they would not have to die. They would even help them cleanse the 6 sacred domains, and they would become heroes of the 6 sacred domains. And they were the first batch of people to submit. They were the first to eat crabs, so they had to grasp this opportunity. After all, if they continued to submit, the top kings of the outside world would not give them any face. Lin Ling is in the 7 profound martial house. Although his influence is enormous, with our 7 martial hall masters joining forces, it is enough to suppress him. The martial house master of Howling Sky Academy coldly shouted. He was Ning Wuxiao. Yesterday, he had heard that Lin Ling had touched his son, and this had caused him to fly into a rage. Now, he had a chance to take revenge. Father, I was careless yesterday. Today, I will wash away this shame. Ning Wubo was also in the crowd. He looked at his father and said. Yesterday, he had lost all face. He had been thrown into the river by Lin Ling. How could he not take revenge for this? Martial House Master, Lin Ling has offended his superiors. He has not followed the rules of the 7 profound martial house. We are willing to be the vanguard and capture Lin Ling alive. Chapter 1058. Horse Strikers, good. Skylin faintly nodded. He waved his hand and everyone followed him. That massive aura caused the entire street to fall silent. It was only when Skylin and the other powerhouses gradually disappeared that the crowd finally reacted. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was in trouble. The 7 major martial halls have gone crazy. They are risking the hearts of the world to move against Lin Ling. They will fail. After all, Lin Ling's forces are not weak. Not only that, but he has already formed an alliance with the 4 desolate races. With the 7 martial hall masters joining forces, they are not Lin Ling's match. Then, the crowd began to discuss. They stepped forward and headed towards the 7 profound martial house. In the main city, more and more people received the news. Most of them were cursing the 7 martial hall masters. After all, when the heavenly meteor era arrived, Lin Ling had led the 4 desolate races to block the enemy. He was a hero in many people's hearts. But now, in order to survive, the 7 martial hall masters wanted to capture Lin Ling alive. However, some older martial artists calmly analyzed the situation. They felt that there was a mysterious flavor to this matter. After all, Lin Ling's fame had risen and his influence was enormous. But the 7 martial hall masters still dared to capture Lin Ling. Just what were they relying on? Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, thunder roared. The rain finally began to pour down, causing many people's moods to become even more depressed. The storm had finally come. At this moment, the seven profound martial house was still the same as before. But in the mouths of the martial arts youths, Lin Ling had become the idol of the new generation. His prestige even surpassed that of Martial Hall Master Skylin. Lin Ling hasn't come back yet. On the cobblestone path, several figures slowly walked past. They were Qin Xiaolan, Long Xiaoqin, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others. Along the way, many people greeted them politely and even had a hint of respect in their attitudes. This was because many people knew that these people were Lin Ling's people. When the enemy was pressing on the border, they were the first to stand up and fight. Long Xiaoqin nodded. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with joy. After all, he was only around 20 years old. He also yearned for a life where people looked up to him. Now, he had achieved it. Long Xiaoqin, stop being so cocky. Will you die if you don't get cocky for a day? Ouyang Feiyang laughed from the side, making Long Xiaoqin shrug his shoulders. At the same time, he remembered that fellow who had entered the seven profound martial house with him. That fellow was really fierce. Not only was his name known throughout the world, but he had also made his companions famous. This rain is getting heavier and heavier. It's making me feel very uncomfortable. Qin Xiaolan walked at the front in her black armor, and her brows furrowed slightly as she looked up at the gloomy sky in the distance. Because your doomsday has arrived, the sky is no longer beautiful. At this moment, a fierce roar resounded. In the distant sky, several figures were rapidly approaching under the influence of lightning. Their postures shocked everyone. It had to be known that this was the seven profound martial house, and no one had ever dared to directly fly in. Even the Lin Ling of the past had walked in from the front door step by step. Who are those people? Many proud children of heaven's pupils constricted, and then they saw three figures jump down. Two of them were Golden Rock Zi and Tang Tianshu. There was also a middle-aged man in a long robe. No one recognized him, but from his clothes, they could tell that he was from the Howling Sky Academy. What is the meaning of this? Qin Xiaolan was a bit surprised. She knew that these two people were strong on the proud son of heaven list, especially Tang Tianshu. In the past, during the semi-finals of the strongest, he had fought with Lin Ling. But ever since Lin Ling's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest, these two people would lower their heads and take a detour whenever they saw them. But now, these two people did not seem to be afraid of them. Nothing. Today, we came here to capture Lin Ling. And because you people were too close to Lin Ling, you will also be punished. Golden Rock Zi said softly, his hand proudly stroking the golden rock on his shoulder. You have only one choice, hand over Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu was also calm and collected, and said lightly. They are crazy. Many people's hearts surged. Who gave Tang Tianshu and the others the courage? Suddenly, many people had the same thought. Could it be that person? If it was him, then Golden Rock Zi and the others could do whatever they wanted. Golden Rock Zi looked at Qin Xiaolan. You seem to be Lin Ling's woman. Then I will capture you first. Whoosh! His body turned into a streak of golden light and shot toward Qin Xiaolan. His speed was extremely terrifying, and he was like a golden rock. Looks like the Academy Lord is supporting them. Many of the prodigies had already guessed that Lin Ling was in trouble today. However, at this moment, everyone heard a cold roar. Mixed divine battle. Spiritual chi surged in the sky. Long Xiaoqin's body emitted a blinding light, as if he had turned into a vortex, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Then, he took a mysterious step, and an afterimage appeared, clashing with Golden Rock Zi in mid-air. Child's play. Golden Rock Zi's hand was like an eagle's claw, and he still grabbed at Long Xiaoqun. To him, he was not interested in who Long Xiaoqun was. He was only afraid of Lin Ling. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. In mid-air, the two figures collided. However, to everyone's surprise, Golden Roxy's body was sent flying in the next moment. He crashed heavily onto the ground and spat out blood. As for Long Xiaoqun, who was in midair, he floated down proudly. He looked indescribably mighty. You think you can catch the boss? Long Xiaoqun is so strong. Many people gasped. After all, Golden Roxy used to be a prodigy ranked 20th on the prodigy roll, and Long Xiaoqun was not even on the prodigy roll. But now, Golden Roxy was defeated by Long Xiaoqun in one move. This was too surreal. It's Lin Ling. Many of the prodigies guessed the reason. Lin Ling must have nurtured Long Xiaoqun. This made many of them jealous. With just one nurture, Long Xiaoqun had become a top prodigy. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a cultivation speed? Bastard! Tang Tianshu shouted coldly. They were the vanguard, and they had to show off their strength. However, they had been defeated the moment they attacked. How could they put down their pride? Emperor Elixir Fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! Golden flames spewed out like a dragon. Tang Tianshu's strength was not weak. He had already reached the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Let me. At this moment, Qin Xiaolan stretched out her right hand, and a black bow and arrow appeared. The arrow shone with a golden light. Then, her beautiful eyes focused and the arrow shot out. Righteous arrow. This was the righteous energy that Lin Ling had taught her. She was already half a step away from mastering the profound meaning of righteousness. Rumble. The arrow looked calm, but after it was shot, it was like an arrow god from the grasslands. It was invincible and could kill anything. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the rolling flames and hit Tang Tianshu's right shoulder. Tang Tianshu was sent flying and crashed onto the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he couldn't block an arrow from Lin Ling's woman. He had always thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. However, reality proved that he was weaker than Lin Ling's woman. Chapter 1059. The saber shattered, and the man died. What a disgrace! In the distance, many proud sons of heaven were shocked, and then began to laugh. Tang Tianshu and Jin Pingzi were incomparably arrogant. They had recklessly tried to capture Lin Ling, but the result was that they were worse than Lin Ling's subordinates. You two are really trash. The middle-aged man who had been watching from the sidelines finally shouted. He had wanted to see Tang Tianshu and Jin Pingzi take the chief merit, but the result was that they had been humiliated like stray dogs. This had forced him to take action. First level profound, 3 crocodile sea howling palm. The middle-aged man's fat body moved, and there was an indescribable majesty about him. Many proud sons of heaven's eyes flashed. They seemed to recognize this person. This person was Scholar Ning Wubwa of Howling Sky Academy. This person was a late Saint Spirit powerhouse. You are a dignified late Saint Spirit senior, and yet you dare to attack us. Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Xiaolan frowned as she sensed Ning Wubwa's aura. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? Ning Wubwa coldly smiled. Not only did he not retreat, but his palms became even faster. Qin Xiaolan and the others were obviously unable to block Ning Wubwa. This caused many people to frown. Qin Xiaolan and the others were in trouble. For you to be so arrogant in my 7 profound martial house, you are simply too arrogant. At this time, a solemn voice sounded out in the air. A saber fell from the sky, as if it could split the earth. It heavily chopped down in front of Ning Wubwa, causing his complexion to change. A voice rose up in his heart. The peak Saint Spirit powerhouse was old Xian. At the same time, a figure flew over from far away. This was an old man. His face was solemn and filled with majesty. He held a large saber in his hand that shined with a cold light. No one dared to look him in the eye. Old Saber. Qin Xiaolan and the others were overjoyed. A powerhouse had finally arrived. Their impression of Old Saber was that he was upright and plain-spoken. He did not support Lin Ling, nor did he frame Lin Ling. He was a righteous man. But today, Tang Tianshu and the others had come to the Seven Profound Martial House in such an arrogant manner. Old Saber naturally would come to uphold justice. Old Xian. Ning Wubu's complexion was extremely ugly, but he did not dare to act recklessly. He was Old Xian's match. Who gave you the guts? Elder Dao was still as solemn as before. He shouted coldly, causing Ning Wubu and the others to not dare to say a word. I gave it to him. As the earth was silent, suddenly, a cold voice with unparalleled majesty quietly floated out. At the same time, the earth began to shake, and a large number of figures slowly walked over, filling the huge square of the Seven Profound Martial House with shadows. The 7 figures were like pillars that supported the heavens and the earth as they walked at the very front. Wherever they passed, people would feel a sense of worship. The 7 prefecture lords had arrived. The entire world suddenly became silent and oppressive. Sky Forest Prefecture Lord. Many geniuses stared fixedly at the godlike man as their hearts pounded. It seemed that other than the Skywoods Manor Lord, the other Manor Lords had also arrived. What exactly were they here for? Old Dao and the other elders also frowned. 7 mansion masters gathered together. This was an extremely rare sight. Many of these 7 were peak transcendent realm masters, so what were they planning to do? Old Dao, in the 7 Profound Martial House, who is the greatest? Skyforest Prefecture Lord lightly said. Old Dao pondered for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Of course it is the Prefecture Lord. That's good. Today, the 7 Martial Hall have joined forces to capture Lin Ling. So, you can watch from the side. Skyforest Prefecture Lord's eyes were ice cold, causing many people's breathing to become heavy. It had to be known that Lin Ling was the hero of the Rainforest Holy Land. What qualifications did Skyforest Prefecture Lord have to capture him? I, Dao Nantian, am responsible for the order of the 7 Profound Martial House. The Prefecture Lord's words are equal to the heavens. But I, Dao Nantian, am the law enforcement Elder Xian. To capture someone, there must be a crime. I wonder what crime Lin Ling has committed. However, Elder Dao was still as upright and plain-spoken as before. This was also the first time he had gone against Tian Lin, the supreme headmaster. He has committed a great crime. The young master of the Void Star Divine Palace came to the Rainforest Holy Land as a guest, but Lin Ling was frivolous and overbearing, and killed him. This has caused the entire Rainforest Holy Land to be in a crisis, and has implicated the common people of the world. This crime is enough. Skyforest Prefecture Lord lightly said. Many people frowned. Was this really the case? Absolutely not. According to what they knew, the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace had come in a tyrannical manner, wanting to exterminate the 4 great desolate clans and make them slaves. But Lin Ling had led the 4 great desolate clans to kill the enemy and save the common people of the Rainforest Holy Land. In that earth-shattering battle, no one from the 7 Martial Hall had come to help, but afterwards they had called Lin Ling a criminal. This was too hateful. Many people gritted their teeth, but when they saw that the person speaking was Skyforest Prefecture Lord, they immediately did not dare to speak. The only person who dared to speak was the righteous Old Dao. This crime does not exist. When the Heavenly Fall era arrived, those ruthless rulers from other places wanted to reshuffle the cards and kill everyone. So even if Lin Ling did not do anything, the rainforest Holy Land would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Lin Ling saved the common people of the world. Are you doubting me? Skyforest Prefecture Lord's eyes turned even colder. The so-called Heavenly Fall era is actually Lin Ling. He is the star of calamity. Prefecture Lord, you are distorting right and wrong. I'm sorry, but I can't back down. I can't save the world, but I can protect Lin Ling's reputation. Old Dao took a step forward and coldly shouted. Everyone knew who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Therefore, how could Elder Dao give in? Truly worthy of Old Dao. Many people looked at the resolute old man and secretly admired him in their hearts. But Skyforest Prefecture Lord's complexion became even uglier. He waved his hand and said, "It seems that you have also been poisoned by Lin Ling and cannot distinguish right from wrong. You no longer have the position of 7 profound martial houses Elder Xian." Xiao xiao xiao. Several shadows shot out. They were all Elder Xian, led by Great Sun Child. They all attacked Old Dao. This is too much. The proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house frowned as they saw this scene. Lin Ling had saved the common people of the world, but now he had become a sinner. But Old Dao had protected Lin Ling, and now he was immediately attacked by Skyforest Prefecture Lord. A true man walks the world with an open mind. I believe that Lin Ling is not guilty, and I believe that Lin Ling is the benefactor of all of us. I will not back down. Old Dao's face was resolute and resolute. He took a step forward, and not only did he not retreat, but he slashed out with his saber, resisting several Elder Xian attacks. Old Dao. Qin Xiaolan and the others looked at the resolute old man, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Qin Xiaolan quickly notified the powerhouses of the mountain valley to come out. Of course, even without their notice, the powerhouses of the mountain valley had already rushed out. Among them were Elder Sword, Elder Long Dan, and Elder Hu Ding. They were all fuming with anger. Martial House Lord Skyforest had gone too far. However, they had come back too late. Old Dao had faced 4 Elder Xian attacks, and had not backed down. Finally, he had died at the hands of Great Sun Child. Pang. Chapter 1060. Slay 3 men with 1 sword on the ground. The old man who still stood there like a giant stood there quietly. His iron bones were shocking. In order to protect the so-called tranquility in his heart, he would rather die than submit. Elder Dao. After the Sword Elder and the others arrived, their eyes turned red. The crowd also looked at the old man who had already died, but was still standing proudly. Tears began to well up in their eyes. Old Dao had lived a magnanimous and upright life, yet he had ended up in such a state. Prefecture Lord Tianlin was so ruthless. Protecting Lin Ling is tantamount to going against the righteousness of the world, causing countless lives to die with him. Thus, for the sake of the lives of the world, I will place righteousness above family. Elder Dao has always been unyielding, but in the end, he was deceived by Lin Ling, so he died an unjust death. At this time, Mansion Master Skyland's cold voice floated out. Many people were silent, but they were unwilling to accept this in their hearts. For the sake of the common people's lives. Who would believe that? Manor Lord Skylin had a grudge with Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling rise step by step, he wished he could eradicate Lin Ling. However, Manor Lord Skylin did not openly attack Lin Ling. Instead, he pretended to be sanctimonious and found a righteous excuse for himself. You, hypocrite! The Sword Elder's face was extremely ferocious, and he couldn't help but angrily shout. For the sake of the world, so what if I bear the infamy? Palace Master Tianlin said indifferently. He was not moved at all. His gaze was cold as he looked at Sword Elder and the others. He raised his hand once again. These people, kill them. Right now, the Sword Elder's side had the three elders Xian and the apprentice masters, while the experts in the valley only listened to Lin Ling. Furthermore, they would never have thought that someone would dare to make a move against Lin Ling. Hence, they had yet to appear. On the Skyforest side, the 7 Skyforest Prefecture Masters were present. In addition to the apprentice masters from the other martial arts halls and Elder Xian, how could the Sword Elder and the rest stop them? Sword Elder and the others are in trouble. Many people's eyes flickered. There was only one question in their hearts. Where was Lin Ling? Kill. Along with the wave of Mansion Master Tianlin's hand, a large number of experts shot towards Sword Elder, causing many people to clench their teeth. Mansion Master Tianlin had come today to clean up Lin Ling's forces. As long as they were related to Lin Ling, they would all be killed. Kill. However, on the Sword Elder's side, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear. Their pupils were ice cold as they also took large strides forward. Elder Dao had died in front of them. Although they were not from the same faction, Elder Dao had died to protect Lin Ling. How could they retreat? Boom! Boom! The battle of the Holy Spirit realm had begun, and the terrifying shockwaves from the battle instantly engulfed a large number of prodigies. They didn't even have a chance to make a sound before they were reduced to ashes. Manor Lord Tianlin is heartless. Many people crazily retreated, hiding in the distant skies as they witnessed the destruction of the 7 profound martial house. But as they looked at martial house master Tianlin, they discovered that his face was indifferent and emotionless. He was still unmoved, as if those disciples that had died were nothing more than ants, dispensable. We treat him as the manor head, as our master. Many people began to feel sorrowful. Pop! 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 At the same time, the battle between the apprentices was extremely crazy, and the battle between Elder Xian and the others was even more terrifying. It was just that Elder Sword and the others were facing Elder Xian from the 6 great martial halls. In just an instant, they were at a disadvantage, and their situation was extremely dangerous. Before, someone saved you. Is there anyone else this time? Is it Lin Ling's woman? Ning Wubua took a large stride forward, sneering as he looked at Qin Xiaolan. But Qin Xiaolan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The battle here had happened too quickly, and there was still no one rushing over from the valley below. Kill her. Tang Tianshu and the others also rushed over. They were powerless to face the apprentices, but joining forces with Ning Wubua to kill Qin Xiaolan and the others wasn't difficult at all. Long Shaoqin, Qin Xiaolan and the others are in danger. Many people saw Ning Wubua and the others attack, and their complexions became even more dignified. But in their hearts, they began to shout, Lin Ling, why hadn't he come yet? Justice is in everyone's heart. You people have lost your conscience today, and you will definitely receive retribution in the future. Qin Xiaolan's valiant figure didn't retreat. The bow in her hand was pointed forward, and there was a resolute look in her eyes. She would rather die than live in dishonor. Die! Ning Wubua had already arrived. With a palm strike, the sound of a tsunami was deafening, and the sharp arrow shot by Qin Xiaolan was smacked away. His hand grabbed towards Qin Xiaolan, and his killing intent was intense. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar of a ferocious beast could be heard, and it caused the rain to fall from the sky. Under countless gazes, a gigantic red ape strode over from afar, and on the shoulder of that red ape, a slender figure stood there coldly. That black robe fluttered in the wind, and under that frivolous long hair, there was an extremely frightening glow in his eyes. Lin Ling is here. Many people stared at the figure that had arrived like a king, and their hearts finally trembled violently. Lin Ling was finally back. Sword severing the void. The sky was silent, as if all sound had been cut off. Everyone could only see the sword light, an extremely dazzling sword light that seemed to separate life and death. The sword came from the horizon, but what was terrifying was that it instantly appeared in the seven profound martial house. The crowd stopped fighting and stared intently at the shocking figure that had arrived. The sword shot out, causing Jean Pingxi's pupils to widen. He discovered that this sword was aimed at him, and he wanted to move, but he found that he couldn't. Under that sword, he saw endless vitality floating in the void. Illusions of flowers, plants, and animals appeared. But in the next moment, a billowing murderous aura surged forth. The flowers withered, the plants disappeared, and the animals turned into bones. No! Jean Pingxi cried out in alarm. At this moment, he regretted becoming Ma Fongfang, because Ma Fongfang would have to face Lin Ling's sword. Shwa! The sword seemed to freeze time, and it passed by Jean Pingxi. Then, under countless shocked gazes, Jean Pingxi's body was torn apart, split in two. But the sword didn't stop, and shot straight towards Tang Tianshu. Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu's pupils widened, and the emperor pill fire appeared on his body. But what was surprising was that the flame was very dim, as if it was afraid of the sword's aura. You shouldn't have come. An indifferent voice sounded in his ears. Then, he looked at the world one last time, and his body was also split in two. The sword still didn't stop, and it pierced through the void, cutting towards Ning Wubua. Stop! In the distance, Ning Wuxiao of the Howling Sky Academy roared. Lin Ling wanted to kill his son. He thought that the situation was settled, and that even if Lin Ling appeared, he would be captured alive. But who knew that Lin Ling finally arrived, and killed two people with a single sword, and even wanted to kill his son? Unfortunately, did he think that Lin Ling would stop just because he asked him to? Xiao! Under countless gazes, Ning Wubua's head flew up, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his neck. Then, he fell on his back, killing 3 people with a single sword. Chapter 1061. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It's your turn. You're finally here. Staring coldly at Lin Ling, Headmaster Tian Lin said. Lin Ling, they've gone too far. They want to kill us and accuse you of being a sinner of the world. Qin Xiaolan couldn't help but let loose an enraged roar as she stood behind Lin Ling. However, she was extremely calm in her heart. Every time a calamity befell this world, this young man would protect everything with his not-so-impressive shoulders, and today was no exception. I know. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, as if he had lost all emotions. His gaze swept across Headmaster Tian Lin and finally landed on the students. Wherever his gaze passed, other than the headmaster and Elder Xian, everyone's heart trembled. What kind of gaze was that? It was so terrifying. You killed Elder Dao. Lin Ling's gaze finally landed on the old man who was still standing tall. His voice was even colder. I killed him. Elder Great Sun Child took a step forward. His aged face was filled with arrogance and indifference, as if he was telling Lin Ling that he was the one who killed Elder Dao. Are you angry? This is the consequence of offending me, Elder Great Sun Child. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. After that, he said to Long Xiaoqin and the others behind him, bring Elder Dao back to the valley. This is a sign of respect for him. Yes. Long Xiaoqin and Ouyang Feiyang walked out and walked towards Elder Dao as if nothing had happened. He died for you. Even his corpse will be exposed to the sun. Who allowed you to bring his corpse away? Elder Great Sun Child narrowed his eyes and spoke like a divine king. That sentence caused many people's eyes to turn cold. How despicable. Elder Dao was already dead, but Elder Great Sun Child actually wanted to expose his corpse to the sun. However, Long Xiaoqin and Ouyang Feiyang continued walking. Their expressions were indifferent, as if they didn't hear Elder Great Sun Child's threat. didn't you hear what I said? Since that's the case, you guys can stay here and become corpses too. Elder Great Sun Child coldly said. Her body strangely floated forward. However, just as she moved, Lin Ling's cold voice also floated out. I said I will take her away, so I will take her away. You're not qualified. Elder Great Sun Child ignored her and attacked Long Shaoqin and the others. Treasured Buddha Heavenly Rainbow Finger. Countless rainbows appeared in the air, holy and majestic. These rainbows moved along with the finger, as if they were rainbows hanging high in the sky, but they were drawn by the hand of an expert. That finger pointed at Long Shaoqin and Yifutian. Lin Ling wanted to bring her away, but she, Great Sun Child, would not allow it. She wanted to see how amazing this fifth king of the rainforest Holy Land was without a faction by her side. Righteous Sword. Right at this moment, a dazzling golden sword slashed out, clashing with the rainbow finger in midair. The deafening sound of the collision shook everyone's heart. In the next moment, two figures were sent flying backwards. Among them, Great Sun Old Man was pushed back a full 200 meters while Lin Ling was pushed back 100 meters. Most importantly, Great Sun Old Man's palm was bleeding. She had actually been injured by Lin Ling's sword attack. Tian Lin's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the rainforest Holy Land. He knew that he was very strong. However, Elder Great Sun Child was Elder Xian, so he didn't attack before because he wanted to see Elder Great Sun Child suppress Lin Ling. However, the result was that they were evenly matched. Elder Great Sun Child was even weaker. Could it be that Lin Ling already had Elder Xian's strength? You are getting more and more terrifying. That sword contained 3 levels of profoundness. Elder Great Sun Child's face was extremely ferocious. Lin Ling actually injured her. One must know how old Lin Ling was and how old was she. In the past, Lin Ling couldn't do anything to her other than relying on a faction. But today, he was able to fight her head-on. I must kill them. Elder Great Sun Child naturally couldn't take this lying down. She took a big step forward and shot towards Long Shaoqin and the others. At that moment, Long Shaoqin and the others carried Elder Dao away, completely ignoring Elder Great Sunday. Many people were shocked. Long Shaoqin and the others trusted Lin Ling so much. Were they not afraid of death? Then, many people looked towards Lin Ling, wondering how Lin Ling would deal with this. At that moment, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. The sword in his hand was stabbed into the ground. He took a step forward and shot towards Elder Great Sun. I don't care why you came here today, but you will stay here forever, Elder Great Sun. Flames erupted in midair, causing the sky and earth to turn into a world of fire. A flame god that seemed to have come from ancient times appeared. The flames were so angry that they were bristling. A terrifying punch blasted out. Be careful. The 7 prefecture lords had been paying attention to Lin Ling. However, after Lin Ling displayed the terrifying fire fist, their eyes narrowed. Among them, Prefecture Lord Tian Lin finally shouted, but it was too late. Elder Great Sun Child thought that she was Elder Xian. Even if Lin Ling was a genius, it would take years for him to catch up to her. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling had already caught up to her and could even kill her. 8-directional flame Emperor Fist. In the world of fire, the infernal gods split into 8. It was like an emperor looking at the 8 directions. 8 blazing fists were thrown at Elder Great Sun. At that moment, Elder Great Sun's eyes were wide open. Previously, when she was fighting with Lin Ling, she didn't allow Lin Ling to take the corpse away. However, she knew that it wasn't a matter of whether she allowed it or not. When Lin Ling arrived, she was already half a step into hell. The reason why he didn't kill her was because Lin Ling wanted to take Elder Dao's corpse away first. He didn't want Elder Dao's corpse to be damaged because of the battle. Therefore, great son Elder Tong would definitely die. This was the infernal god's fury. Boom! The 8 fists burned everything in all directions, but the moment the 8 fists gathered at the center, it was like the most overbearing flame exploded. In the fierce flames, great son Elder's face was hideous and even twisted. She wanted to make a sound, but she couldn't because her voice was also burned by the flames. There was only one voice in her head. Lin Ling, invincible in the Holy Spirit realm. She was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. However, he killed her with a single punch. He deserved to be called invincible in the Holy Spirit realm. Pop! Pop! The flames burned madly. Within the flames, a silhouette slowly walked out, exuding a sense of laziness, as though killing great soul or old man was as simple as slaughtering a pig or a dog. However, when the crowd saw that slender silhouette, their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. The infernal god's fist was so terrifying. Lin Ling had indeed reached Elder Xian's level. There was complete silence. Countless gazes were fixed on the lazy young man. At this moment, Lin Ling was stretching his neck slightly. The anger in his heart was like an erupting volcano, gradually spreading. His lazy eyes suddenly froze, and killing intent rolled out from him. It's your turn. Chapter 1062. Enough. The cold voice was like a sword, ruthlessly stabbing into the hearts of the 7 prefecture lords. Their pupils constricted, and a trace of solemnity quietly rose in their hearts. Lin Ling had actually killed great son Elder. The most frightening thing was that not only was Lin Ling young, but he was also only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, while great son Elder had reached the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. One had to know that the difference between the Holy Spirit realm and the Holy Spirit realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, but Lin Ling had still done it. This meant that Lin Ling's trump card was even more powerful than great son Elder's. Mansion Master Tian Lin looked deeply at Lin Ling as memories surfaced in his mind. In the past, when he knew that his junior brother Di Wuji's disciple had arrived, he didn't pay much attention to it. One had to know that even Di Wuji couldn't surpass him, so what could Di Wuji's disciple do? But now, he regretted it. Di Wuji's disciple was even more frightening than Di Wuji. That speed of growth was too crazy. If it weren't for the Void Star Divine Palace wanting to capture Lin Ling, he would have killed Lin Ling on the spot. If he didn't kill Lin Ling now, he would become a huge threat. Lin Ling, put down your butcher's knife. We don't have any evil intentions towards you. We just want to bring you to the Void Star Divine Palace. Why are you so stubborn? This will cause the death of your friends. Old Dao is one of them. At this time, an old man walked out from the group of 7 mansion masters and said with a kind expression. He was the great Sun Void Temple's elder Mingkong. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he was looked up to and was known as the benevolent Mingkong. This meant that he had done many good deeds. Yes, listen to Senior Mingkong. We are doing this for your own good. Why must you let the people of the Rainforest Holy Land suffer for your selfishness? A disciple also spoke up. They were trying to persuade Lin Ling to surrender. Moreover, their faces were full of righteousness, as if they were worried about the world. Soon after, old Xian and the other disciples spoke up and tried their best to persuade him. Even the people in the distance were moved. It was as if Lin Ling was the star of calamity of the Heavenly Fall era. Only on Lin Ling's side, everyone was gnashing their teeth in anger. What a powerful mouth! Bewitching people and inverting right and wrong. Shouldn't the so-called manor master, Elder Xian, and the academic be highly respected? However, you all are so hypocritical. Elder Dao's death was caused by you all, yet you blame it on us. As the prefecture lords of the 7 great divinities, you all have lost face. Moreover, you all say that you have no ill intentions. Then how do you explain your tyrannical behavior earlier? Qin Xiaolan yelled from behind Lin Ling. She came from the grasslands and had a carefree personality. What she disliked the most were these hypocritical and shameless people. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. He patted Qin Xiaolan's shoulder and walked forward step by step. Manor Lord Tianlin, you said that for my own selfish reasons, I caused the common people of the world to suffer. But you all came for the common people of the world. Then let me ask you, not long ago, that expert came and demanded everyone to be slaves. Where were you all? His ice-cold voice was filled with righteousness as it reverberated in everyone's ears, causing the 7 prefecture lords to fall silent. Even Elder Xian and the apprentice master, who had been eloquent earlier, fell silent. At that time, they had been hiding in the martial arts hall and hadn't come out. It was Lin Ling who led the 4 desolate races to stop the enemy, someone shouted in the silence, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Let me ask you again. Do you all want to capture me and make a deal with the Void Star Divine Palace so that your lives can be spared? Lin Ling took another step forward, his black robes fluttering in the wind. The 7 prefecture lords' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling's words were correct. They had made a deal with the Void Star Divine Palace to capture Lin Ling so that they wouldn't have to die. However, how could they have the nerve to say such a thing? Lin Ling, don't be so eloquent with your words. An elder Xian frowned. You only need to answer yes or no. Lin Ling shouted coldly, causing that elder Xian to grit his teeth. He couldn't answer. Let me ask you again. After you hand me over, all of you will live, but the others will still die. Yes or no? Lin Ling's aura was overbearing as he faced the 7 prefecture lords without fear. What? The crowd's faces changed. Were they all going to die? Human nature was selfish. Even if Lin Ling had saved many people, they still didn't want to die. Therefore, if capturing Lin Ling could make the foreign experts let them go, then they would support the 7 prefecture lords in their hearts. However, Lin Ling had said that even if they captured Lin Ling, they would still have to die. Only the 7 prefecture lords wouldn't have to die. If that was the case, why would they support the 7 prefecture lords? These people only care about themselves. They are as ugly as the 7 prefecture lords. Of course, there were many magnanimous people. Lin Ling had done them a favor, so they had always stood behind Lin Ling. At this moment, they looked at those whose faces had changed and began to mock them. If you can't answer these 3 questions, what righteousness are you talking about? Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked coldly at the 7 prefecture lords. The 7 prefecture lords frowned. The 3 questions were like brilliant heavenly punishment, making them unable to say a word. The so-called heavenly fall era is a game for the strong. Everyone here has to die because they don't like it. Even if you hand me over, everyone still can't escape death. Moreover, the great tribulation of heaven and earth is approaching. Our rainforest holy land is not united. Instead, selfish traitors have appeared. How can you face the rainforest holy land? The cold voice floated out again, causing the hearts of the crowd to waver. They quietly turned around and came to Qin Xiaolan's side. Perhaps they also knew that the great tribulation of heaven and earth was approaching. The only one they could rely on was Lin Ling. Relying on the 7 prefecture lords was just a joke. Enough. Seeing the change in the crowd's hearts, one of the sun-moon heavenly sect's elder Xian shouted coldly. Lin Ling was despicable. He wouldn't satisfy them even if he died. He even made a large number of people side with Lin Ling, causing the situation to change. Enough. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The sword in his hand slashed out. It was the sword of life and death. It had reached the 4th level of the profound meaning of life and death. This was the power brought about by the upgrade of the profound meaning of righteousness. The fourth level of the profound meaning of life and death was comparable to the power of the stars in the void star divine palace. Whoosh! The sword, like the pen of the judge of life and death, passed through the elder Xian's head, causing blood to spurt out from his neck. His head disappeared, but he maintained his posture of pointing at Lin Ling, as if he still had something to say. Enough? Lin Ling had said before that it was their turn. Now that the other party said it was enough, how could it be enough? Another elder Xian has been killed. Many people's eyes narrowed. Previously, when the great Sun Elder died, they were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Now, Lin Ling told them that not only had Lin Ling reached Elder Xian's strength, but he could also kill Elder Xian easily. Why, Lin Ling? Whether we are selfish or for the sake of the world, after we hand you over, we still have a chance to live. Why do you have to be so stubborn? From the great Sun Void Temple, an elder sighed and walked out. He didn't seem to want to kill too much, so he was still persuading Lin Ling to surrender. Unfortunately, he didn't want to kill too much, but he selfishly planned for himself. Why should they give face to such a person? Chapter 1063. Fighting the strongest elder Xian Pa. With a step, Lin Ling shot towards the old man. In the air, he grasped his sword with both hands. A dazzling golden light shined, shocking the world. Saint's light. The old man gently sighed, as if he didn't blame Lin Ling for attacking him. Perhaps he knew that Lin Ling simply couldn't touch him. Then, his body bloomed with a white light, sacred and inviolable. It's heavenly scholar, Elder Xian. Many proud children of heaven recognized this old man. This old man was amiable and approachable, and had a reputation on par with the 7 profound martial house's old saber. The difference was that old saber was a righteous general, but this old man was a scholar like a plum blossom in the snow. They both had a pure and innocent heart, and such people were also the most formidable. What this old man excelled in was the saint's light. By borrowing the righteous energy of the book, he was impervious to all evil. We killed old saber because of the situation. But I, heavenly scholar, will prove that I did it for the common people of the world, and you, Lin Ling, did it for your own selfish interests. The old man's face was still kind and amiable. He stood beneath Lin Ling's attack, but his saint's light became even more dazzling. That's right, he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to prove that Lin Ling was wrong and that he was right. His heart of martial arts was to save the world, and that was why his saint's light was so righteous. This was the righteous energy of a scholar. Unfortunately, a scholar. Lin Ling hadn't faced one before. In the past, when the saint sons of the 6 holy lands had gathered, he had faced a descendant of the book sage. Comparing righteousness and righteousness, he did not fear anyone. Righteous sword. A sword cut down from the heavens, as if it were a sword that separated righteousness and evil. Under countless gazes, the old man's pupils shrank and his body began to tremble. He wanted to say something, and even wanted to retreat, but he was too slow. His entire body was split in two. What? The entire square was silent, a deathly silence. Heavenly Confucian thought that he represented righteousness and righteousness, so he dared to receive Lin Ling's sword. But the result proved that this was nothing more than a joke. Compared to Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness, his saint aura was far too shameful and he was killed by a single sword strike. I don't have righteousness, I only have a clear conscience. After killing another elder Xian, Lin Ling's ice-cold voice rang out. He was still as murderous and crazy as before. His gaze suddenly landed on the 7 prefecture heads. His ice-cold eyes caused the hearts of all the students to tremble violently. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. All of you can die now. With a slash of the sword, the aura of life and death filled the air as the crescent moon sword energy swept out. Whoosh! Blood spurted out as countless students were split in half. They could not even cry out in pain, and the remaining students widened their eyes in fear. Lin Ling, don't kill indiscriminately. Some students gritted their teeth. They were existences that were looked up to in the martial hall, but today, they were being slaughtered like pigs and dogs. However, they had forgotten that regardless of whether they were students or ordinary people, in this world where the strong were respected, Lin Ling was stronger than them. They should not be arrogant, and they should not have followed the prefecture heads to capture Lin Ling. Whoosh! What answered them was a sword filled with killing intent. Wherever the sword passed, blood rained down, and a large number of bodies collapsed. It was a cruel and merciless display. However, the spectators from afar did not feel that it was cruel. On the contrary, they felt incomparably delighted. When facing selfish people, there was no need to waste words. Just kill them directly. Only death would let them know how laughable they were. You all represent righteousness, but I've killed so many students, yet your prefecture heads are indifferent. They are actually sacrificing you. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely evil and even carried a hint of cruelty. The sword in his hand slashed out again, causing the expressions of the students from the martial hall to change drastically. Yes, why did the prefecture heads not stop Lin Ling? However, this was the last thought in their lives. In the next moment, their heads were separated from their bodies. Don't go too far. At this moment, an old Xian finally walked out. This person came from the Great Sun Emptiness Temple, and was the strongest of the 7 martial halls, Old Xian. Heaven's leg breaker, heaven's fall and earth's rend. Whoosh! He leaped into the air and raised his right foot high. The sole of his foot suddenly turned pitch black, and a majestic and domineering aura was released, causing the clouds in the sky to explode. Heaven's leg breaker. Many people looked at the godlike figure and then gasped. The strongest old Xian had made his move. Don't kill him. On the side of the 7 prefecture heads, one of them coldly said. Previously, they did not make a move because they wanted someone to suppress Lin Ling. After all, their goal was to capture Lin Ling, not to kill him. However, what surprised them was that Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. He had reached the point where no one in the 7 martial halls could stop him. Right now, they could only look at the heaven's leg breaker. Lin Ling, I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. You killed so many students, how can you bear to do that? In the sky, the old man coldly shouted. His body shot towards the ground like a cannonball, and the mysterious pitch-black soles of his right foot spread out like water, causing his entire right leg to turn black, as hard as steel. Level 4 Iron Profound. The Sword Elder and the others narrowed their eyes. They admitted that they were not as strong as the old man. The sky became still, as if a storm was about to arrive. Lin Ling raised his head, and a dark light bloomed in the depths of his eyes. He raised the sword in his hand and shouted, Sword of Righteousness. An incomparably bright golden light appeared, and no evil could penetrate it. Ding! A deafening sound rang out. The leg descended from the sky and chopped onto Lin Ling's sword like an axe, producing a deafening sound. Iron Profound was a type of gold profound. It was extremely powerful. A kick could move the wind and clouds, and a palm could settle mountains and rivers. The heaven's leg breaker was the most difficult to deal with among all the old Xians, and the most terrifying. Using your legs to block the sword. The crowd gasped. They knew how terrifying Lin Ling's sword was, but the heaven's leg breaker was able to block the sword with his legs. Is that all you've got? His body floated in the air, and the heaven's leg breaker maintained its stance as he said indifferently. Cave mountain shakes. In the next moment, an even more powerful aura erupted. His leg kicked out, and it was like an ancient giant beast that sent Lin Ling flying backwards. The tyrannical Song's sword was covered in flames. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the two of them passed, the earth erupted with waves of earth that soared into the sky. Even the earth was burning. This showed just how terrifying the impact was. The two of them, one in front and one behind, pierced through the entire Seven Profound Martial House. The Seven Profound Martial House had been thoroughly destroyed. This was a battle between the Rainforest Holy Land's peak Elder Xian. His combat prowess was terrifying. Besides the 7 Martial House Masters and the 4 Patriarchs of the Desolate Tribes, who else had such combat prowess? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 1064. The situation changed, so powerful. Many people had forgotten how to breathe. The strongest Elder Xian was fully deserving of the title. Young man, if you don't suffer a little, you won't know how big the world is. Under everyone's gaze, Tian Tsangtue's body slowly floated down. His determined face carried a touch of indifference. Lin Ling, how is it? On the other hand, the Sword Elder was extremely worried. He didn't know how Lin Ling was doing. After all, in a battle of this level, even the Sword Elder couldn't help much. Unless Lin Ling mobilized the 12-man formation and the 49 flame formation's fire demon. However, the 7 prefecture lords did not make a move. Instead, they used all their trump cards. The situation was not optimistic. How is Lin Ling? Naturally, he was crippled by me. Tian Tsangtue heard Elder Jian's words and said indifferently. He was extremely proud. The 7 prefecture lords laughed. When Lin Ling killed Elder Great Sun, his strength was terrifying. However, after the strongest Elder Xian, Tian Tsangtue, took action, Lin Ling was not his opponent. Of course, among the 7 prefecture lords, 2 of them frowned slightly. The punch that Lin Ling used to kill Elder Great Sun was not weak. Lin Ling should not be defeated so quickly. Sure enough, just as they thought about it, a cold voice sounded from the mountain range far away. Your leg is very powerful. Try my fist. Boom. Far away, an ancient mountain exploded. Endless flames soared into the sky. An ancient flame god appeared. His destructive and overbearing aura shocked everyone. Whoosh! Then, flames shot over like a meteor and fiercely smashed down from the sky. Fire has appeared. Yes. Many people's spirits were lifted. Lin Ling had not failed yet, and he was now using flames. 8-directional flame Emperor's fist. Boom! A huge flaming fist smashed towards Tian Tsangtue. Tian Tsangtue frowned. Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Heaven falls and earth rends, earthquakes and mountains shake, eye-drawing slash. Boom! Tian Tsangtue's body hung upside down. His right hand slammed on the ground and his leg shot towards the sky like a soaring dragon. Bang! When he pressed his palm on the ground, the earth instantly cracked. At a speed that surpassed the imagination of countless people, the shadow of a leg kicked into the sky. The profound meaning of iron was revealed. Up in the sky, the fire fist annihilation was unleashed. Pop! Pop! The fist and the leg collided. The void was torn apart. Profound meanings were cutting each other. However, in the next moment, under countless shocked gazes, the fiery fist roared like the wrath of the fire god. It forcibly suppressed the heaven-breaker leg and smashed it to the ground. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the 7 Profound Martial House was razed to the ground. The ancient buildings tumbled in the air like straw, and then were incinerated. The earth was ablaze with monstrous flames, and a slender figure slowly walked out from the flames. Relying on others will also lead to death. Who was next? Everyone on the ground was shocked. The strongest Elder Xian had killed him with a single punch. Who would dare to step forward? The 7 prefecture lords narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling had already become an invincible existence apart from the 7 prefecture lords. Today, it would be very difficult for them to capture Lin Ling. Xiao! Xiao! At the same time, on Lin Ling's side, a large number of figures had arrived. All the powerhouses of the valley had arrived, and in the distance, the winds and clouds billowed. The 4 desolate races had finally arrived. At this moment, the scales began to tilt towards Lin Ling's side. Prefecture Lord Tianlin, you bastard! Angry shouts resounded in the sky. The 4 desolate races people coldly floated in the sky, and the 4 patriarchs angrily glared at the 7 prefecture lords. The heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Instead of uniting to resist foreign enemies, you have harmed your own people. Are you still human? Rain Master Mo Ping coldly looked at the 7 prefecture lords. On the ground, the 7 prefecture masters were still standing indifferently. There weren't many people left behind them. Most of the arrogant apprentices and elder Xian had been killed by Lin Ling. However, what was surprising was that the remaining people were still indifferent. There wasn't a single trace of panic on their faces. What do they want to do? Many people frowned as they looked at the 7 prefecture lords. The 7 prefecture lords coming to capture Lin Ling was a mistake, and it was bound to end in failure. But why did the 7 prefecture lords still come? And now, with the 4 desolate races and Lin Ling's factions here, why were they not panicking? At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils were flickering. In fact, he was also very surprised. Unless Prefecture Lord Tianlin was a fool, he would not dare to touch him. But Prefecture Lord Tianlin still came. What were they hiding? Sorry, in fact, the heavenly meteor era has already arrived. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned silent. A large number of figures appeared. They were majestic and imposing. These people had never been seen before, and their clothes and auras were extremely unfamiliar. And Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Indeed, there was a change in the situation. You are late. The 7 prefecture lords were like divine emperors that controlled the heavens and earth. At this moment, they finally smiled faintly. This also allowed people to tell that these people were with the 7 prefecture lords. Who are you? The faces of the 4 patriarchs became gloomy as they realized that the strength of these newcomers was quite terrifying. Several of them were transcendent realm masters, and there were simply too many of them. For a time, the 4 patriarchs were unable to maintain the upper hand and were even falling into a disadvantageous position. The experts in the sky did not pay attention to the words of the 4 patriarchs. Instead, they slowly descended to the ground with the 7 prefecture lords. This made many people's hearts turn solemn. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to have the last laugh, but he failed. They are the Water Moon Holy Land, Purgatory Shaman Sect, 6 Shaman Holy Land, Barbarian Royal Tribe, and the Scholar Bloodline of the Azure Cloud Holy Land. Prefecture Lord Tianlin said faintly, causing Lin Ling to frown. Top experts of the 6 sacred regions. Lin Ling, since I dared to come here, I'm naturally confident. I'm sorry to have made you happy for nothing. I can tell you that this group of people has been recruited by foreign experts. We are here to help cleanse the rainforest's holy land with blood. Prefecture Lord Tianlin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Ling's appearance. At this moment, he was like a chess player, and after all the chess pieces were laid out, he seemed to have begun to nibble away at them. You hit it so well. Lin Ling and the others are in trouble. Many people looked coldly at Prefecture Lord Tianlin, their eyes filled with anger. Prefecture Lord Tianlin had finally revealed his purpose. You are a disgrace to the 6 sacred regions. The 4 patriarchs looked at Prefecture Lord Tianlin and finally couldn't help but shout. When foreign enemies arrived, these people were the first to surrender. They even helped the foreign experts wash the rainforest holy land with blood. They were spineless and selfish. Dead people, why do you have so much nonsense? On the barbarian king tribe side, a tall and sturdy man said coldly. He stared at Lin Ling. You bullied my son, young barbarian king. Behind him was the young barbarian king from the Holy Sun's great gathering. At this moment, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. He had lost to Lin Ling in the past, but today, he could see Lin Ling being suppressed and humiliated. For the sake of your own lives, you're sending everyone to their deaths. Chapter 1065. The battle had reached a climax. That's right. The existence of ants is for the sake of the strong. A gentle middle-aged man from the Book Sage's faction walked out slowly and said, Heaven and earth are heartless. They treat all living things like dogs. Flowers bloom and wilt, spring comes and autumn comes. Life, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven and earth. The weak will die at any time while the strong can go further. This is also natural selection. We are not heartless. You're really the Book Sage to be able to make your fear of death and selfishness sound so righteous. Lin Ling laughed. These people were more hypocritical than he thought. His laughter made the Book Sage smile faintly. He didn't mind Lin Ling's ridicule. However, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out in the next moment. Book Sage, you're just a dog and a pig. The Book Sage's eyes narrowed. He was the top existence in the Green Cloud Holy Ground, a transcendent realm master. Although Lin Ling was somewhat capable, how could he be compared to him? However, Lin Ling dared to scold him. Brothers, the heavenly fall era is coming. What we can do is to protect ourselves and never surrender. This is the backbone of us cultivators. Since there's an internal strife among the pigs and dogs, I'll eliminate them first and put an end to the internal strife. A great battle was unavoidable. Therefore, Lin Ling did not waste time talking to the Sage of Calligraphy. He raised his sword, and his black robe was like the wind of a king. Countless people in the rainforest Holy Land were excited. Lin Ling was still protecting them. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. Let's fight. Along with Lin Ling's angry roar, the entire sacred rainforest fell silent. Suddenly, a soaring battle intent gushed out. Everyone was united at this moment. His voice was deafening, causing the complexions of Martial House Master Skyforest and the others to turn ugly. Lin Ling, what great courage! With a single call, hundreds responded. He had actually managed to change the situation of the battle once again, raising the morale of countless people. Follow Lin Ling and kill the pigs and dogs. The four patriarchs also shouted. Then, when Lin Ling pointed his sword forward, their battle intent surged. Kill! Lin Ling took the lead and rushed forward. Behind him, everyone else moved. The mighty aura of the Book Sage and the Barbarian King tribe narrowed their eyes. They thought that after their arrival, the people of the sacred rainforest would be dominated like ants and Lin Ling would be easily captured. However, they underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Lin Ling had called Lin Ling to kill. This young man is very powerful. The people of the Purgatory Shaman sect mumbled to themselves. They had come here with two goals. First, they wanted to capture Lin Ling and survive the Heavenly Fall era. Second, they had heard that Lin Ling had an ancient secret, so they also wanted to obtain it. However, they hadn't imagined that things would be so troublesome. Kill was 12 people. 49 flames. The fire demon. 4 patriarchs. These were the top forces of Lin Ling's side. The 7 mansion masters, the Purgatory's patriarch, the barbarian king, and the Book Sage were the other side. On the surface, the 7 mansion masters had more experts. However, Lin Ling's side was much more powerful. It would not be easy for them to win. The king of all, Lin Ling. As long as we kill him, we will win. Skylin's eyes were icy cold. At this moment, he no longer cared about capturing Lin Ling alive because he knew that it would be very difficult. If he could kill Lin Ling, although the Void Star Divine Palace would be enraged, they would at most punish him and not kill him. On the other hand, if Lin Ling died, he could help the Void Star Divine Palace wash the rainforest's holy land with blood. Kill. Lin Ling was the #1 master below the Transcendent Realm, and there weren't many people who could injure him. With a single slash of his sword, countless lives were annihilated, causing many people from the Purgatory Witchcraft sect to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling was terrifying. Emperor Yan's fist. In terms of attack power, Lin Ling was the most terrifying in the Holy Spirit realm. When the ancient flames exploded, a large number of barbarian kings died. As for the scholar lineage, their soul force was immense. A large number of scholars gathered together and formed an ancient book, wanting to suppress Lin Ling. However, although Lin Ling's soul force had been damaged before, how could they possibly do anything to him? Boundless demon eye. The appearance of the ancient eye shattered the souls of many scholars. How ferocious! As expected of the youngest king of our rainforest holy land. Seeing Lin Ling fighting 10,000 people by himself, the morale of the rainforest holy land was greatly boosted, and everyone was in high spirits. Yu Yu and the others also laughed and followed Lin Ling to kill all the enemies. Mansion Master Tian Lin thought that Lin Ling would fall with the help of a powerhouse. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Many people in the distance were in high spirits, silently supporting Lin Ling. Mansion Master Tian Lin's face became uglier and uglier, and he finally shouted coldly, "Move out." His voice was so soft that no one could hear it, but at that moment, a figure quietly left Lin Ling's side and flew towards Lin Ling. That person wore a long black dress, and when she passed through the sky, it was as if the most mysterious night had descended. The second dream. Yu Yu and the others had been following Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling wanted to kill the enemies, they were supporting him from the side, but when they saw the woman in the black dress, they frowned. "I want to help him too." The second dream smiled, but Yu Yu and the others were still worried. After all, they also knew about the conflict between the second dream and Lin Ling. "She's one of us." At that moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard, and Yu Yu and the others nodded. Lin Ling believed in the second dream, and they also believed in the second dream. The second dream's heart trembled violently. She looked at the handsome figure in front of her, and endless ripples appeared in her heart. Lin Ling was her enemy in the past, and he had harmed her once, but in the end, he still believed in her. In this world, even her master did not believe in her, but it was Lin Ling who believed in her. They were each other's enemies, and they believed in each other. Lin Ling. The second dream's beautiful eyes were wet, but at that moment, a cold voice sounded in her heart, "Why don't you attack? Do you want to die?" This voice made the second dream grit her teeth and take a step forward, chasing after Lin Ling. "Be careful." However, while she was distracted, Lin Ling's cold shout rang out. Then, he slashed out with his sword, and several people in front of him who were trying to ambush him were cut in half. Second dream finally calmed down. She had been thinking about something before, so she was distracted. It was Lin Ling who saved her. "Why do you believe in me?" The second dream asked softly. "Because you are a person of the sacred rainforest. No matter what kind of childhood you had, you are a person of this place, and you are also my person." At that moment, Lin Ling turned around and smiled. That smile was very pure, and the second dream bit her lips tightly. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. There was only one voice in her heart. Life is like a dream. The enemy of the past was the person who left the deepest shadow in her heart today. Was all this not a dream? Who frowned lightly, who danced in the wind, who stood shoulder to shoulder with a sword. Who parted with the past and present, lingered for a few years, but the flowering time gradually passed, and the fleeting time was broken. Chapter 1066. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Life is a dream, kill him. But at this moment, the second dream felt a sharp pain in her heart. The broken sword seed hidden in her body began to stir. And at this moment, in the distance, Manor Master Skylin was coldly looking at the second dream. The second dream was one of his hidden chess pieces, used to deal with Lin Ling. He had been preparing for this move for a very long time. From the time when the second dream and Lin Ling were opposing each other, to the time when they had buried the hatchet, to the time when Lin Ling finally admitted the existence of the second dream. And now, this move was finally starting to take effect. The effect was to plant the breaking karma mystic life sword into Lin Ling's body and devour him. Kill him. Manor Master Skylin mercilessly shouted. The second dream was a girl he had picked up in the past. When he first saw her, he was moved. This was because the second dream's eyes were filled with determination. It was the kind of determination to become stronger. In order to become stronger, she was willing to betray the world. Such a heartless person was very much liked by Skylin. That was why he had taken the second dream as his disciple. Of course, in an accident, he also learned that the second dream's origins were not simple. She was an extremely rare soul that lived 100 lives and reincarnated thousands of times. She was an innate baneful soul. And this information was given to him by that mysterious lord. That lord seemed to be very interested in the second dream. Pooh! The broken sword seed in the second dream's body flared up, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. She was being controlled by Manor Master Skylin. Are you alright? Lin Ling could sense the second dream's change and could not help but frown. I'm fine. The second dream smiled. The Manor Master had promised her that as long as she killed Lin Ling, she would be able to obtain everything. This had been her ambition since she was young. But at this moment, for some reason, her pursuit of strength was not as strong as before. Lin Ling, do you like the night? I like the night very much, because only then will all the filth disappear. Tranquility will accompany me. I like the feeling of tranquility. No one will take advantage of me, no one will harm me. I can become a very ordinary girl. Also, I like singing very much. The second dream stepped forward and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. What was the second dream trying to do? Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you for waking me up. I hope you don't think of me as an enemy. I don't want to harm you. More and more blood seeped out of second dream's mouth, which made Lin Ling feel more and more uneasy. Then, he heard second dream's voice. Mansion Master Tianlin asked me to get close to you and let the broken karma sword seed enter your body to kill you. But for some reason, I can't do it. What? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. At the same time, deep cracks appeared on second dream's delicate face. Her eyes turned red, and a sword shot out from within them. It was the sword seed of break miraculous life. Bastard, you made me do it personally. In the distance, Manor Lord Tianlin's expression was extremely ferocious. Before this, second dream could activate the Krau's mystic life sword seed to kill Lin Ling, but second dream didn't, so he had no choice but to do it himself. Lin Ling, be careful. The second dream sensed the changes in her body and shouted anxiously. She thought that if she did not use the broken sword seed, Lin Ling would be fine. But she had underestimated her master. Her master had never trusted her. Xiao! A sword shot out from her eyes. It was as thin as a silkworm's wing, and it shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes widened. The speed of the sword was too fast, and the distance was so close. He could not block it. But at the critical moment, a soft hand reached out and grabbed the broken sword seed. The sword seed twitched violently and could not move forward. It even made a sinister sound. I won't allow it. The second dream's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She slammed the broken sword seed into her chest. At that moment, her body began to crack. The broken sword seed was already generating destructive power. If it entered Lin Ling's body, the one whose body would shatter would be Lin Ling. The second dream. Lin Ling's face turned pale. He watched the terrifying sword seed enter the second dream's body. Life is like a dream. I never thought that I would save my enemy. Second dream laughed softly, there was a hint of sadness in her voice. More and more cracks appeared on her body, causing her to no longer be as beautiful as before. Instead, there was a hint of malevolence in her features. However, Lin Ling felt as though his heart was about to shatter. He seemed to have guessed what had happened. He took a large step forward and embraced second dream. Lin Ling, I attacked you before under my master's orders. I hope you don't blame me. When I first met you, you saved Emperor's Inch. This caused me to fail my mission. I was punished by my master to face the Heartblade prison for a year. Although it was painful, I don't know why, but I did not regret it. When I came out, my master wanted me to attack you. At that time, I finally attacked you with a cold heart. But I still failed. You are my life's nemesis. The second dream's voice became softer and softer. Her hair also turned pale. The skin on her face began to crack like paper. I was not disloyal or unfilial. My master used me. How could I be loyal? My mother sold me to a brothel when I was young. How could I be filial? After I fell from the altar, everyone laughed at me. They all wanted my body. Only you still believed in me. I am very touched. The sky is beginning to darken. Night has come. I love night. The second dream seemed to want to say everything in her life. Her eyes were already beginning to lose their sight. But she still smiled as if this was the happiest moment of her life. I have always had a dream. There is a man who loves me the most. He listens to me sing at night. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years. Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword. Who is past and present, lingering for a few years, the flowering time fades away, ending fleeting years. Her gentle singing voice drifted across the smoke-filled battlefield. There was a touch of poignant beauty to it. The rain in the sky quietly turned into snowflakes and drifted across the world. All the battles ended inexplicably. Countless eyes looked at the young man and young woman in the sky. Then, the young woman in the long black dress shattered like paper. She drifted away with the wind, drifting further and further away. Perhaps she had been protecting herself like a hedgehog her entire life. Only after death could she be at peace. Only then could she quietly hum a song in the quiet night. As for Manor Lord Tianlin, his pupils constricted. He never thought that Second Dream would save Lin Ling. One had to know that Second Dream was a heartless person. If that was the case, how was he going to answer to that lord? The Second Dream. Lin Ling stood quietly in the sky. The young woman in his arms had already turned into ashes. His heart felt as if it had shattered. It was not love, but an indescribable emotion. Chapter 1067. The Descent of the Ancient Flame Devil, who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years. Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword. Who parts today and the past, lingers for a few years, the flowering period fades away, the fleeting years are cut off. The gentle song still lingered in Lin Ling's ears, causing his heart to ache, as if it was being cut by a knife. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably terrifying flame erupted, burning the heaven and earth. The ancient flame emperor appeared, looking up at the sky, as if he was angry at the merciless sky for taking everything away from him. The second dream. An earth-shattering voice exploded in the sky, causing countless people to tremble in fear. At the same time, Rain Master Mo Ping's expression changed. He quickly waved his right hand, and an ancient copper pot appeared. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and spat on the copper pot, using his heart's blood to release the power of the copper pot. In the sky, the souls of those who died in the battle were all sucked into the copper pot. No one saw this scene, as everyone was looking at the angry flame god in the sky. All of you must die. Ancient flame devil, come out. The merciless voice was filled with murderous intent at this moment, and it finally exploded. Heaven, take away that pitiful girl. He was going against heaven. Lin Ling. In the distance, Yu Yu and the rest had tears in their eyes. They already knew that Lin Ling was hiding the ancient flame devil, but Lin Ling planned to use that trump card only when the experts from other regions came. After all, the ancient flame devil was no small matter, and if it was exposed, it might attract more experts. Now that the 6 saint regions were in chaos, Lin Ling revealed his trump card. Prefecture Lord Tianlin, the Book Sage's bloodline, the barbarian king tribe, these people were too much. Lin Ling was using all his strength to resist the external enemies, but the internal chaos forced Lin Ling to use all his strength. The second dream is also a pitiful girl. And Yuer mumbled to herself. Her beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at the sky. Lin Ling was finally going to make his move. The battle in the sky and on the ground had stopped at this moment. Many people felt emotional ripples in their hearts. The death of the girl in the black dress made them feel sad and even touched. However, the lineage of the master of calligraphy and the barbarian king tribe were sneering. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. However, this was even more so. They liked to see Lin Ling go mad in anger. Only then would they feel refreshed. However, they didn't know that the crazed Lin Ling was even more terrifying. Chi! In the sky, endless smoke drifted out, and the temperature suddenly rose. It was mysterious and strange. What is that? The crowd was astonished. They felt their mouths and tongues go dry. The temperature was too high. Take his life while he's sick. Go! Young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils turned ice cold. He waved his right hand, and several experts shot into the sky. All of them were at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. A huge martial art burst out and blasted towards the mysterious smoke. Bastard! Bastard! The 4 patriarchs didn't know what had happened at all. At this moment, they all shouted angrily. The people of the barbarian king tribe took advantage of the change in Lin Ling's mood to launch a sneak attack on Lin Ling. Pang pang. However, as soon as those people got close to the smoke, their bodies were instantly burned to ashes. The strongest among them was a half-step transcendent. At this moment, his face changed and he turned around to run. He didn't know how his companions died, but it was too terrifying. Being burned to death as soon as he got close to the smoke. Was that a taboo? Unfortunately, since he dared to come here, how could he leave? In the billowing smoke, a huge tail shot out and wrapped around the master, making it impossible for him to escape. Then, the tail contracted and the master burst into a mist of blood and turned into ashes. Shock! Everyone's eyes widened. What was that? The lineage of the master of calligraphy and the barbarian king tribe, who were sneering before, also stopped breathing at this moment. They wanted to launch a sneak attack on Lin Ling, but the result was that they were all wiped out. Even the last one couldn't escape. What did Lin Ling do? The smoke gradually dissipated. 100-meter-tall flaming fox appeared, its 4 limbs sprawled in the air. Its huge cheeks revealed sharp, cold teeth. Its eyes were red and filled with monstrous killing intent. Its 2 front claws danced slightly, filled with an invincible power, causing the void to constantly tremble. Behind the flaming fox, 7 dazzling tails were wagging, intimidating everyone's hearts. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, everyone saw that the terrifying fire beast actually smiled. That smile was bloodthirsty and murderous, making people not dare to look directly at it. Lin Ling is on the neck of that wild beast. Someone pointed in front of him in fear, causing many people to react. They guessed that the terrifying wild beast was brought here by Lin Ling. No, perhaps that wild beast was Lin Ling. The faces of the 4 patriarchs, Mo Nianchen, old ancestor Tai Yan, and the others changed drastically. At this moment, Lin Ling gave them a very strange feeling. There was only killing intent and a sense of demonic charm. Lin Ling has turned into a demonic beast. Mansion Master Tianlin also stared at the wild beast in the sky. He noticed that the wild beast's gaze made his soul tremble. He suddenly had a feeling that he had angered Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to turn into a murderous demon. Ancient devil. Among everyone, only the sect master of the Purgatory Witchcraft sect was excited. Long ago, he received news from his subordinates before they died that the ancient devil, the guardian god of the 6 sacred grounds, had appeared in the body of a puny youth in the rainforest sacred ground. At that time, he had been searching everywhere and finally locked his eyes on Lin Ling. However, today, Lin Ling had finally revealed that he was the ancient flame devil. This person was the master of the 6 witchcraft sacred grounds expert that Lin Ling had met when he captured the infernal deity Ming Wang. Great, if I can get the guardian god, my strength will increase greatly. The sect master of the Purgatory Witchcraft sect laughed excitedly. He had no idea that death was approaching him. Everyone on the battlefield looked at the gigantic beast in the sky. Their minds were locked on it, as though the gigantic flaming beast was the main character of today's battle. You're just deliberately mystifying things. No matter what you turn into, strength is everything in this world. The barbarian emperor's burly body moved and took a step forward. Although he was also shocked by the aura that Lin Ling released, he had no choice but to release it. How could he be afraid of Lin Ling? Beside him, the sage of calligraphy waved his right hand and a white jade fan appeared. He waved it gently and said with contempt, perhaps he did something disgraceful when he was alive. That's why he turned into a demonic beast. How ironic. How dare he call us pigs and dogs? Although the sage of calligraphy and the barbarian emperor were shocked, they were not too afraid because of their strength. Roar! In the sky, the ancient fox slowly turned its head and landed on the barbarian emperor. Its demonic eyes were filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Under countless shocked gazes, the fox actually laughed. All of you have to die. Everyone heard the voice of the slaughtering desolate beast. It was deep and enchanting, causing ripples in their hearts. At this moment, even their souls were trembling violently. This was because they saw that the person speaking was the youth on the neck of the flaming desolate beast. It was Lin Ling who was speaking. Swoosh. Chapter 1068. Waking up from a dream, slaughtering the world so fast. The barbarian king's heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and his right fist expanded like a giant hammer. The barbarian king's rules. The power of the transcendent realm erupted and the rule mysteries appeared. It was as if the barbarian king was the heavens and the rule mysteries. Pop pop pop. The air exploded and the world of mysteries appeared. 7th layer. In the distance, the 4 patriarchs gasped. The barbarian king was the top master of the 6 shaman holy land and so were the 4 patriarchs. However, they were obviously weaker than the barbarian king. 7th level martial profundity, that was simply enough to form a savage world. There was no doubt that the barbarian king, the scholar, the Purgatory Shaman sect, the 4 patriarchs, and the 7 great martial arts hall were the top masters on the battlefield today. Bang! However, under everyone's gaze, the giant ancient flame devil smiled and waved its claws gently. A dull sound was heard. It easily blocked the barbarian king's rules. Pop, pop, pop. The fist seemed to have hit an ancient mountain, causing endless ripples in the air. The faces of the people in the distance stiffened. The barbarian king blocked it just like that. The brute king's eyes widened. His punch with all his strength had been easily blocked by the ancient desolate beast. Furthermore, he saw the ancient flame fiend still looking at him with its head tilted. Its eyes were filled with disdain, and it had quietly changed into a murderous look. It was as though it was saying, "Your full strength was easily blocked by me. Then try my strength. Back off." The barbarian king's heart trembled. The ancient flame devil wanted to kill him. Boom! However, it was too late. The ancient flame demon's huge right claw fiercely swung out. Cold light flickered. There was no profound meaning in it, but it was the most primitive power of a wild beast. It made the barbarian king's tall and sturdy body seem like a piece of paper. Under countless shocked gazes, a king-level warrior died. Roar! The ancient flame devil finally let out a shocking roar. On its neck, Lin Ling's hair danced wildly. His eyes were pitch black as if he had completely transformed into a demon of slaughter. How terrifying! He killed the barbarian king in one move. At this moment, many people finally understood the ferocity of the ancient Ifrit. This was the most primitive power. If God blocked it, it would kill God. If Buddha blocked it, it would destroy Buddha. If the heavens wanted to destroy it, it would go against the heavens. Roar! Billowing flames gushed out. The white flames burned the air and surged towards the barbarian king clan, causing those ambitious people to let out terrified screams. After that, they were bathed in the crazy devil flames and turned into ashes. The barbarian royal tribe was completely annihilated. The whole process seemed slow, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. The 7 prefecture lords, the sage of calligraphy, and the other top experts trembled. They were even more afraid because they had awakened the ancient demon of slaughter. Because the fall of the second dream was the time of awakening, and after awakening, it was time to slaughter the world. Kiki! The ancient flame demon slowly turned its head and looked at the book sage. The book sage stood in place, not daring to move. Before, he thought that Lin Ling was just a so-so, but now he didn't dare to say that. This ancient wild beast seemed to be able to easily kill a transcendent realm master. What the hell is this? The sage of calligraphy was very confused. It's your turn. A low voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, as if the ancient flame demon was speaking. I shouldn't have come. Lin Ling, I will leave here immediately. The book sage's lineage will never step into the rainforest holy land. The book sage said anxiously. He even knelt down on one knee, and the white jade fan in his hand fell to the ground. You said before that the world is heartless and treats all living things as dogs. The weak will be eliminated, and the strong will survive. This is natural selection. Now, you are the weak, and you will be eliminated. The murderous voice floated out again, and the book sage's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling didn't intend to let him go. There is no enmity between us. The book sage gritted his teeth and said. Although there was no enmity between them, the interests involved led him to capture Lin Ling. Even if there is no enmity between us, I will kill. Today, I will kill everyone in the world. However, the book sage didn't know that he was facing the half-demon Lin Ling at this moment, the ancient flame demon filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Lin Ling was a demon. How could he reason with him? Whoosh! The book sage's eyes narrowed, and his body was covered with the saint's light. However, when the claw came into contact with the saint's light, it only stopped for a moment. Then, the book sage was split into two, and blood splattered everywhere. The ancient flame demon's claw was stained with blood, but it placed it at the corner of its mouth and licked it gently. The murderous intent became even more intense. Obviously, Lin Ling had completely let go of his mind at this moment, allowing the murderous intent to take over his mind. Another top king has died. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone on the side of the 7 prefecture lords began to quietly retreat. Kill the world. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold and emotionless at the neck of the ancient flame demon. His hoarse voice floated out. Whoosh! The ancient flame demon was the incarnation of slaughter. Its body disappeared from the ground and appeared among the book sage's lineage. Blood was everywhere, and the people were in a terrible situation. Ah! Screams could be heard from time to time. Everyone from the book sage's lineage regretted coming. They shouldn't have come, they shouldn't have awakened Meng Xing. On the side of the 4 prefecture lords, everyone's face stiffened. Lin Ling had settled the battlefield alone. However, the murderous intent of the ancient flame demon was too strong. No wonder Lin Ling wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Guardian God, I remember now. That's the guardian god of slaughter. In order to protect the peaceful place in his heart, he slaughtered the world. Finally, an older warrior recalled the memories he had seen in the ancient records. That's right, it was the guardian god. The guardian god of the 6 great saint lands. Many people reacted. The guardian god of the 6 great saint lands, this was a very long history. Because it was so long ago, no one could remember it before. Guardian god. Prefecture Lord Tianlin's face was extremely ugly. Lin Ling had actually obtained the guardian god. Roar! Murderous intent filled the air, and demonic clouds rolled. A huge figure crazily weaved through the crowd. Every time it weaved through the crowd, dozens of lives would be lost. It was terrifying. No! The Purgatory Witch Sect Lord let out a terrified cry. A moment ago, he was still excited about the appearance of the guardian god. However, at this moment, he regretted it because he couldn't obtain it at all. Instead, death was approaching. Ancient Witch King. He roared, and ancient witchcraft appeared. He waved out a large amount of grass-made witchcraft. Those witchcraft landed on the ground and turned into 2-meter-tall grass-made men. Those grass-made men were expressionless, as if they were demons from hell. Step by step, they surrounded the ancient flame demon. After that, the Purgatory Witch Sect Lord frantically retreated. Obviously, he wanted to use those grass-made men to block the ancient flame demon. Those grass-made men were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. They were extremely powerful. However, could they block the ancient flame demon? Roar! The ancient flame demon roared at the sky. Layers of white flames surged out from its body. Everywhere it passed, life was destroyed and everything was burned. Whoosh! Chapter 1069. Nightmare 9 Changes of Life and Death. The sovereign's expression changed drastically. He once again waved out a straw doll covered with talismans. With a swipe of his claws, the sovereign's body exploded. However, many people saw that the ancient flame devil had only killed a straw doll. The sovereign had mysteriously disappeared. Witchcraft was indeed the most mysterious. At this moment, the figure of the Grand Master appeared in the crowd. His face was covered in cold sweat. He had almost died. Luckily, he still had a way to save his life. Bang! However, in the next moment, a huge figure appeared behind him. That nightmarish aura caused the sect leader's eyes to widen. The ancient flame devil had caught up. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, the ancient flame demon's claws swept out. Blood rained down. The last of the three kings, the leader of the purgatory which martial school, had fallen. Over at the side of the four patriarchs, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. When the three kings arrived, they were at a disadvantage. They relied on the courage and battle intent in their hearts to resist the enemies. However, in the end, their king made a move and defeated all the powerful enemies by himself. Their guardian god, Lin Ling, was currently protecting them. Lin Ling. Everyone's spirits were lifted and they could not help but shout loudly. Kill! At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The ancient flame devil was like the grim reaper weaving through the crowd. Large numbers of lives fell, but his mind was extremely calm. It seemed to be occupied by murderous intent, but strangely, he heard a clear singing voice. It was like the voice of the girl next door. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword at the end of the world. Who parts today and the past, lingers for several years, the flowering period is gradually far away, the fleeting years are broken. Today was a peaceful night. She loved peaceful nights the most. Therefore, Lin Ling made this night of slaughter even more peaceful. The past, bit by bit, rushed into his mind. The first time they met, in order to save Di Zichuan, Lin Ling used the girl as his support to defeat the enemy. The second time they met, the girl became a pawn and began to approach his elder brother. At that time, the girl took Lin Ling's sword. The third time they met, they were surrounded on the grassland. The girl was the last line of defense, preventing Lin Ling from leaving alive. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, Lin Ling's revenge began. The young girl's existence went from being favored by the heavens to being ridiculed by tens of thousands of people. However, the young girl did not resent Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also knew that in the martial world, one had no choice. The young girl did not want to do this. She only wanted to protect herself. Although she was greedy for glory, in reality, she also wanted to enjoy the short period of happiness in life. She was actually the same as any other ordinary girl because she also knew that she might die in the next moment. So why not enjoy that period of time? Her entire life had been lonely, and she had been used by others. Kill. A low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Kill millions. The young girl and Lin Ling were the same kind of people. They walked the world alone, working hard to become stronger and survive. The only difference was that the paths they took were different. That was the second dream. Her life was like a dream. Sky Forest. The angry roar shook the heavens and earth. The ancient flame devil was like a crazy flame that shot towards Sky Forest. Everywhere it passed, everyone was burned to death. The other Sky Forest Prefecture lords' pupils constricted. They were also afraid. Lin Ling, you have turned into a killing demon. The Great Sun Void Temple's elder Ming Kong said in fear. Xiao. The claws of the death god flashed with cold light, and a Sky Forest Prefecture lord fell. His death was extremely tragic, and he only said one sentence before he died. Run. The remaining Sky Forest Prefecture lords were even more afraid. However, how could Lin Ling let them escape? Roar. Flames spewed out, and Ning Wuxiao of Shaotian Academy was entangled by the ancient flame. He painfully rolled in the sky and turned into ashes. The other Sky Forest Prefecture lords were slaughtered like vegetables. The demonized Lin Ling is amazing. The crowd in the distance witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Today was the nightmare of the 7 Sky Forest Prefecture lords. At this moment, Sky Forest Prefecture lord's face was pale. Lin Ling is here. In the sky, the ancient flame devil stopped. It was like a lazy cat strolling in the sky. Every step it took felt like it was stepping on Sky Forest Prefecture Lord's heart. He looked at the approaching death. In the end, he sighed softly and laughed. Lin Ling is Lin Ling. In order to turn into a killing demon, I calculated everything. However, I neglected the human heart. I didn't know that she would die for you, and I didn't know that you would turn into a demon because of her. Sky Forest Prefecture Lord seemed to know that he couldn't escape. He looked into the distance. Thousands of people were looking at the ancient flame devil. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, there was respect and admiration. Therefore, he knew that the rainforest's sacred land was Lin Ling's world. Who was the king? This was the most difficult thing to determine. However, today, he could be sure. Lin Ling, the well-deserved holy king of the rainforest. You killed your junior brother, Di Wuji. Today, you killed your disciple, the second dream. Have you been using others your whole life? The ancient flame devil finally stopped. It looked at Sky Forest Prefecture Lord with contempt. Its cold voice drifted out. Every man for himself. Sky Forest Prefecture Lord slowly raised his head and said slowly. What a sad life. Even if you can reach the peak of the clouds, when you look back, you will realize that you have missed out on a lot. You will realize that there is no one by your side to accompany you. No one sees your pride, no one shares it. A strong wind blew, forming a heat wave that drifted into the distance. On top of the ancient flame devil, Lin Ling's long hair danced in the wind. His dark eyes were still cold. You haven't reached the peak. How can you be sure? Sky Forest Prefecture Lord smiled. Who is the king? Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Lin Ling. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. Millions of people roared at the same time. Today, their king, Lin Ling, had reached the peak. They had seen his pride and shared it. How could it be, as Sky Forest Prefecture Lord had said, that no one saw it? Sky Forest Prefecture Lord frowned. In order to become stronger, he had abandoned everything. Lin Ling had also wanted to become stronger, but he had not abandoned everything. Lin Ling had a large number of people supporting him. These people were willing to fight with Lin Ling, even giving up their lives. This was the difference between him and Lin Ling. He turned around to look, but there was no one behind him. He was all alone. My master, Di Wuji, had his talent stolen by you in the past. Today, I will return it. Lin Ling gave a loud shout. The ancient flame devil's claws stretched out. A cold light flashed, and it pierced into Sky Forest Prefecture Lord's chest. It continuously extracted Sky Forest Prefecture Lord's talent, depriving him of everything. Sky Forest Prefecture Lord's face paled, and his hair began to turn white. His body began to tremble. He realized that his cultivation had been absorbed by the ancient flame devil. He would become a waste. In the past, he had stolen the pride of his junior apprentice brother, Di Wuji, and seized the glorious position of martial house master. Today, Di Wuji's disciple had returned to collect his debt, and dominated everything. 7 profound martial house's current martial house master, Di Wuji. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He saw a sword float out from the ancient flame devil's body. It was the tyrannical Song sword. This sword was like a firework that shot into the sky, erupting with a brilliant light. It was like a banner that awed the world. Chapter 1070. 3-World Ghost King, Martial House Master Lin Ling. Kneel. Everyone from the Di family fell to their knees. Senior Sword's eyes were moist. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In his hazy state, he looked up at the sky. Dark clouds billowed, but he could faintly see the dead seniors of the Di family. Today, their vengeful spirits had returned in glory. Shwa shwa shwa. All of the proud sons of heaven of the seven profound martial house, all of them blossomed with martial arts. Their fists broke through the heavens, causing the spiritual energy in the air to become chaotic and explode into brilliant fireworks. In fact, after the heavenfall era had arrived, the seven great martial halls had already fallen. But at the moment of their fall, they still had to celebrate the birth of the seven profound martial house's last martial house master. Tianlin, the second dream, was a pitiful young girl. She only wanted to be like an ordinary girl, singing songs in the quiet night. However, you brought her into the whirlpool of life and death, leaving her no choice. Today, I will punish you in place of the second dream. Come flame. Fire. Lin Ling shouted out once more. The ancient flame demon's claws that had pierced into Tianlin's chest began to burn with flames, burning away Tianlin's organs. Not only that, but Tianlin would not be burned to death, but he would enjoy a fiery purgatory. Ah! Ah! Tianlin cried out in pain. His entire body violently trembled. His skin peeled off and his hair turned white. His mind was like a dream. He had never thought that he would have such a day, nor did he think that Lin Ling, who had awakened his slaughter demon, would be so terrifying. He could only say that he had lost. He had lost everything, but he did not regret it. The winner was king, the loser was a bandit. Since he had lost, there was nothing left to say. On the day you die, no one will come to send you off. Fire. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's cold voice floated into his ears, causing his pupils to constrict. He was not afraid of death. As a top powerhouse of the rainforest's holy land, how could he be afraid of death? But he was afraid that no one would send him off. He was afraid of loneliness, so he wanted to become the top king. That was so that through the years, everyone would still worship him and revere him. But now, there was no one. Why won't anyone send me off? Skyforest cried out in pain. The pain in his body could never compare to the pain in his heart. He lifted his eyes and looked up into the skies. The former manor lord, his master, was looking down at him with a sneer. His junior apprentice brother was the same, and so was his disciple. He was scared. He regretted it. Was he going to die alone? Interesting. Although my 100 lives lonely soul died, it also allowed the protector to appear. So, Tianlin, you don't have to die yet. At this moment, a fierce roar resounded in the air. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wailing and howling. Under countless gazes, a large number of ghosts came from afar. These ghosts were dragging a genius as if they had come from the 9 nether hell. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Who was that? Woo woo woo. Ghost soldiers and ghost generals appeared. At this moment, the sky seemed to have turned into a lunar sun. The second dream of 100 lifetimes lonely souls. In this life, I should have once again died alone, becoming the heavenly fiend lonely soul of 101 lifetimes. If I had absorbed it, then my strength would have greatly increased. However, Tianlin, you let the second dream die. You deserve to die. A frightening voice resounded in the sky. However, although the 100 lives lonely soul died, the protector appeared. It was not in vain for me to come here personally. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out as the geniuses finally stopped. The pitch-black curtain slowly opened, causing the 100 ghosts to kneel. Following which, a tall and sturdy figure slowly walked out. This person was wearing a black cloak, and black ghostly chi filled the air around him. His gloomy face gave people a sense of fear. Woo woo woo. At the same time, all the ghost soldiers and ghost generals knelt down. That person seemed to be the Ghost King. Protector. Not bad. According to legend, the 6 great protectors of the 6 saint regions are one of the 72 demon gods. Today, I have obtained them. My strength has greatly increased. The tall man looked at the ancient flame devil. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. "And, you are very lucky to have obtained one of the 72 demon gods. However, to have such a demon god on you is simply a waste. You should give the demon god to me. I am the sect leader of the Thousand Lives Ghost sect, the Third Life Ghost King." Third Life Ghost King. The crowd in the distance gasped. Ghost King. Could it be the king of all ghosts? This person is a foreign expert. The heavenly fall era has finally arrived. The 4 clan leaders' faces were solemn. Then, they shouted, "Everyone, leave the 6 saint regions." Yes. This person was too strong, beyond their imagination. If they did not retreat, they would all be wiped out. This was the agreement they had with Lin Ling. If the enemy was too strong, they would retreat. After all, the rainforest was their home. However, that home was a person, not a place. Soul seal. Yes. The Third Life Ghost King roared. His body turned into rolling black smoke and appeared in front of the ancient flame devil. He slammed his palm heavily. The terrifying thing was that after this palm appeared, the dark clouds in the sky rolled. The ghosts, ghost soldiers, and ghost generals in the distance all screamed in terror. It was as if their souls were afraid of that seal. The mysterious seal appeared and slammed heavily on the ancient flame devil. The ancient flame devil's huge body flew backward. "It's only the 7 tails. The ancient flame devil can't touch me yet. I will seal your soul and make the ancient flame devil an ownerless object. Then, I will be able to obtain it." The Third Life Ghost King laughed coldly. "Lin Ling." Everyone in the distance shouted worriedly. Heaven and earth were merciless, and there were too many variables. They had already seen Lin Ling win a moment ago, and he would once again protect the rainforest's sacred land. However, in the next moment, the foreign experts arrived and easily dominated everything. Lin Ling's soul was about to be sealed. Under the ruthless world, the weak were like ants. When the strong were angry, all living things would be plunged into misery and suffering. "Leave the rainforest's sacred land." The 4 clan leaders shouted crazily. They could only run. "Can you escape?" The Third Life Ghost King opened his hands. Endless ghosts flew out from his cloak. They swallowed the clouds as if they were going to devour everyone's soul. "You're just a few false mortal realm experts. You don't even have spiritual energy. How dare you call yourself a king in front of me?" The Tri-Era Ghost King gently slapped out with his palm, and a cold ghost fog appeared. Even though it was thousands of miles away, it still slammed into the bodies of the 4 clan leaders, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. So scary. The crowd's eyes were filled with confusion. In their hearts, the 4 clan leaders couldn't even block a single move from the other party. False mortal realm. The 4 clan leaders gritted their teeth as a thought appeared in their minds. It was said that in the outer realm, the real transcendents weren't like them. Those transcendents, in addition to having their mental state sublimated, had a trace of spiritual energy in their bodies. Spiritual energy was the essence of world energy. It could greatly improve one's attack, defense, and speed. It was also a reward given by the world to those who reached the nirvana realm. But they didn't. Was this the so-called false mortal realm? They didn't belong to the real transcendence. Chapter 1071. The Holy Land's calamity, the guardian god descends, all of you, turn into this senior's ghosts. Kill. He wanted to kill all of them, and use the countless vengeful souls for his own use. Are we all going to die? Yes. Many people muttered to themselves. They were powerless to resist. Their king, Lin Ling, had his soul sealed. Who could stop this powerful enemy? Kill. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Kill. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted coldly. Although he was not strong, he had seen too many things in his life, so he knew that since death was inevitable, he might as well fight to the death. Ants might be weak, but they had their pride. This was also Lin Ling's belief. He would never lose face for his grandson. Haha, then I'll kill you first, old fart. The 3 Lives Ghost King sneered and pointed with his finger. Rakshasa Demon King Finger. Kill. The finger seemed to open the gates of hell. The giant finger, along with countless ghosts, roared and charged at Ancestor Extreme Flame. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded in the sky. A true transcendent was terrifying. Dark vermilion butterfly. Kill. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A mysterious butterfly suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The butterfly spread its wings slightly, and strange sword ripples appeared. Layer upon layer, as if there were countless swords slashing at the Rakshasa Demon King Finger. Dang dang dang. Those sword slashes were densely packed and extremely sharp. Every single one of them contained level 5 sword ultimacy. Ugh. Kill. The 3 Lives Ghost King frowned. The newcomer was strong, comparable to the kid with the ancient flame devil. Dark butterfly sword. Kill. Another sword slash was unleashed. Like a butterfly flying across the sky, it was dreamy and mysterious. Finally, the gigantic Rakshasa Ghost King Finger stopped. Then, under countless gazes, a mysterious black butterfly flew over. On the butterfly, a girl in black stood with a sword in her hand. She stared coldly at the 3 Lives Ghost King. Lai Qing. Kill. Among the crowd, An'Yuer and Yuman Yun recognized the girl. The latter was an extremely powerful existence among the Holy Sons. She actually came. Today, I'm here to return Lin Ling's favor. The young girl on the butterfly said coldly. She pointed her sword at the 3 Eras ghostly king in the distance. Sword chi surged, causing the 3 Eras ghostly king to frown. Someone had come to disrupt his plans. Courting death. But it didn't take long for his pupils to narrow. He sensed an ancient aura from the mysterious black butterfly. It was a type of devil chi that came from the darkness. One of the 72 demon gods of the heavens, the dark vermilion butterfly, one of the guardian gods of the 6 great sacred grounds. The 3 Era Ghost King spat out. He was extremely surprised. Another guardian deity had appeared. One of the 6 guardian deities, Lin Ling is one, and that young girl is another. The crowd seemed to have guessed something, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Today, 2 protectors of the Holy Lands had appeared. Good, good, good. It seems that my luck is very good. In one trip, I obtained 2 guardian deities. The Trailokia's Ghost King laughed coldly. His smile was filled with satisfaction, as if he had already obtained 2 protectors. Then he growled, "The protectors are strong, but with your strength, do you really think you can control them? Do you really think that's all there is to my attacks?" Woo, woo, woo. The severed Rakshasa Ghost King Finger in the sky was now shot by tens of thousands of ghosts. Like moths to a flame, the Rakshasa Ghost King Finger enlarged again, and headed straight for Ancestor Taiyan and the others. This change caused Lai Qing's beautiful eyes to narrow. She looked at the silent ancient flame devil on the ground and couldn't help but roar, "Lin Ling, wake up. If you don't wake up, your family will all die." But on the ground, the ancient flame devil's soul was sealed, so it stood there motionless. "I hope I'm not late." But at this time, countless white bones floated over. These white bones formed a massive white bone ship that shined with a cold light. And on top of this white bone ship, a young man held a sword in his hand, his aura majestic as he looked down upon the common people of the world. "Bone sword!" shouted the young man in a low voice. The gigantic white bone boat collapsed and transformed into a gigantic white bone sword. The sword ferociously slashed towards the Luosha demon king finger. That sword was filled with murderous intent, it was filled with an extremely strong destructive chi. Kacha! What was terrifying was that the sword cut through countless ghosts, turning the Rakshasa ghost king finger into ashes. Wisps of ghosts floated in all directions. Caw caw caw. Then, the white bone sword collapsed again, forming an ancient demon god as large as the ancient flame devil, the white bone devil god. The crowd quieted down. There were too many experts here today, as if all the taboos in the world had appeared. That is Heavenly Sovereign Bone Saint. On the rainforest Holy Land side, many elders trembled. They knew the white bone devil god too well, because that was their rainforest Holy Land's guardian god, Heavenly Sovereign Bone Saint. Then, many of the rainforest Holy Land's people's faces changed dramatically. Today, the 6 saint region's great calamity, the 3 guardian gods had appeared. Just as the rumors said, the guardian gods would come when the 6 saint region's great calamity. And they saw that those who had the guardian gods were all from the younger generation. They were the ones who held up the sky of the 6 saint regions. He's back. Elder Jian looked at the young man on the white bone devil god with excitement, and tears finally came out. "I'm back." On the white bone devil god, the youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. That arrogant and unruly face of the past once again appeared in front of the world. He was Sakura. "Lin Ling, wake up." At this moment, there was a tinge of anxiousness in Sakura's eyes as he looked coldly at the ancient flame devil who had sunk into silence. However, the ancient flame devil remained motionless. 3 tutelary deities have appeared. The Trailera's Ghost King was surprised, but he was not afraid. Although the 72 demonic gods in the sky were extremely terrifying, it was obvious that the person controlling the demonic gods was just a young man. His strength had not matured yet, so he could not stop him. 10,000 ghosts set out, exterminating all living things. The Tri-Era Ghost King roared and opened his arms. More ghosts rushed out from his cloak. These were all disciples of the 1000-era ghost sect. They were just being carried by him. Kill. Countless martial artists who cultivated the ghost Tao appeared. Every punch and palm was filled with ferocious ghost chi, shocking the world. "You and I will stop them." Sakura frowned, then looked at Lai Ching on the butterfly in the distance and said, "No need. I will fight the Trailera's Ghost King with you. They will naturally be protected." Lai Ching's face was still cold. After saying that, she stepped on the dark vermilion butterfly and rushed toward the Trailera's Ghost King. Sakura's eyes flickered. Looking at Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others behind him, he finally gritted his teeth and shot toward the Trailera's Ghost King. The Heavenly Fall era has finally arrived. We have been paying attention to the 6 saint regions, but we did not expect it to start in the rainforest's sacred land. Stop the enemy. Everyone, leave the rainforest's sacred land. Bodhi Saint Palace has arrived. Chapter 1072. 72 Demon Gods and Yuer, Yuman Yun, how is Lin Ling? Come. Among the crowd, a handsome young man looked at Yuer and Yuman Yun. He was Yang Gan, the young man who fought side by side with Lin Ling in the ancient tomb. Among them were saint princes such as Dian Tong and Shi Zhueyue. Everyone is here. Come. And Yuer and Yuman Yun looked at each other. Their eyes were moist. They thought that everyone was going to die, but in the end, everyone was here. Hee, we're here to return Lin Ling's favor. Come. Dian Tong looked at Yuer and the others and smiled. All the saint princes smiled as well. Their blood began to boil. In the great battle of the ancient tomb, Lin Ling had led them to resist the foreign cultivators and even saved everyone. Today, they were once again fighting side by side with Lin Ling. This feeling made them very excited. This was the honor of fighting as a team. Fight! Come! And Wielder and the others nodded heavily. I'm stronger than them, so I'll fight the Ghost King with Lai Qing and the others. Yang Gan smiled and looked at ancestor Taiyan. Lin Ling's grandfather, Lin Ling saved my life in the past. Today, as long as Lin Ling doesn't retreat, I won't retreat. Come. Swoosh. After he finished speaking, he flew towards the Triera Ghost King. His words excited the people of the Fire Ancient clan. These people were all here for Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling make so many people respond to his call and make all the experts of the 6 saint regions fight for him? Dian Tong, Shishueyue, and the other saint princes' eyes were filled with jealousy. That kid got lucky. Come. Under countless gazes, Yang Gan was like a saint descending. His body emitted a sacred light. He waved his right hand and a 7-colored gourd appeared. Then, he struck out a mysterious seal. Sorry, I'm also one of the 6 guardian gods, 7 treasures golden reed. The crowd's eyes widened. Another guardian deity. Moreover, it didn't seem to be in the form of a desolate beast, but a guardian god in the form of a divine weapon. With this, 4 guardian gods had appeared in the 6 sacred realms. Lin Ling was the ancient flame demon, Sakura was the bone saint Empyrean, Lai Qing was the dark vermilion butterfly, and Yang Gan was the 7-treasure golden reed. These people of the younger generation were all geniuses. Maybe we can win. The 4 patriarchs and ancestor Taiyan shouted excitedly. Every time the Holy Land faced a great calamity, the protectors would appear. Today, 4 protectors had appeared. Although all of this was like a dream, if Lin Ling could obtain a protector, the others would naturally have their own opportunities. Our 6 saint realms are truly united today. In the sky, in addition to a large number of holy suns, there were many ancient masters. They were the top masters of the 6 saint realms. Among them, the current holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace was also present. Many people in the rainforest holy land looked up to that man. Was that the legendary holy king? In addition to the holy king of the other saint realms had also come. At this moment, their hearts all calmed down. That man is the holy king. Rain Master Mo Ping looked excitedly at the black-robed man in the sky. He finally had the chance to meet the legendary figure. The holy king was stronger than them. He should have reached the true transcendent realm. Chi. At this very moment, after the rainbow-colored gourd appeared, the endless spiritual chi in the sky was sucked in, forming a vortex. The opening of the gourd was extremely dazzling, and a destructive shockwave shot towards the 3 eras ghostly king. The 3 eras ghostly king frowned. More and more guardian deities had appeared. Dark North Demon God, if you don't appear, I will take all of these protectors for myself. Boom! Facing the terrifying shockwave, the 3-era Ghost King's face was still calm. He seemed to know that he was not the only one who had come to the rainforest holy land. I'm just watching the show. What's more, the person controlling the 3 protectors is only a youth. He hasn't matured yet. There's no way you can't stop him. Boom! A faint laughter drifted out. On the ground, on the rocks and mountains, a large number of figures quietly appeared. These people were all dressed in white robes. The men were handsome and otherworldly, and the women were as beautiful as fairies. Under the lead of a middle-aged man, they slowly walked over. They seemed to have been here for a long time, but had not appeared. They were just watching the show from the sidelines. In other words, they were waiting for the protectors to appear. Whether it was the second dream or heaven forest, their existence was to wait for the protectors to appear. And now, they had waited. If not for the death of the second dream, Lin Ling would not have exposed the ancient flame devil. Everything was going according to their plan. These people were from the Dark North Demon territory. The person in the lead was an existence comparable to the Three-Era Ghost King, Dark North Demon God. Rumble. At the same time, the Three-Era Ghost King used a mysterious martial art with both hands. It was as if he had opened the gates of hell, causing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to appear. He blocked the light of Yangon's seven treasures golden reed, and then casually faced the attacks of the three protectors. The Three-Era Ghost King has been in the cycle of reincarnation for 3 lifetimes. 3 lifetimes of martial arts, 3 lifetimes of martial arts. As expected of a Ghost King. Dark North Demon God was not surprised by the Three-Era Ghost King's strength. The latter had recultivated for 3 lifetimes, which meant that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes more than an ordinary expert. How could he be weak? Beside him stood a young man who was about 18 years old. He was also dressed in a white robe and had an elegant demeanor. His long hair was a bewitching purple. At this moment, he was looking forward with a faint smile. There are quite a lot of beauties in this rural area of the rainforest. Siaker, do you want the 4 protectors? Dark North Demon God asked calmly. The purple-haired young man smiled and nodded. I want the protector of the fire fox. It's a bit evil, and just right for me. Hee, good. It's yours. Dark North Demon God's eyes shone with a doting light as he nodded slightly. What? There are foreign experts. As for the Rainforest Holy Land, everyone's expression changed drastically. Previously, they had Saint Kings and other strong cultivators, and 4 protectors had appeared. They had thought that they would be able to stop the enemy, but who would have thought that there would be strong cultivators from other regions? Moreover, those strong cultivators were even more sinister. They had arrived a long time ago, but they had been slowly watching the show from afar. Everything they had done was to make the protectors appear. These experts were toying with them like cats. The 72 demonic gods in the sky are strong, but you can't stop me right now. Unless all 6 of your protectors come. At this very moment, the 3 lives Ghost King cackled from the ground that was riddled with holes. He spread out his hands and a mysterious esoteric world appeared. Let me show you my innate saint physique. Come back. Endless ghostly chi filled the air, and shadows appeared on the ground and in the sky. They were the people Lin Ling had killed before. They were actually resurrected. What kind of power was this? It could actually summon the dead. Chapter 1073. 5th Guardian of the Holy Land. This youth wasn't old, but the viciousness in his heart was even thicker than that of a martial artist who had cultivated for hundreds of years. It had to be known that there were millions of lives in the Rainforest Holy Land, but in his mouth, they weren't even worth mentioning. Kill them, but leave all the women behind. I want to use them for cultivation, especially those few that are devastatingly beautiful. The purple-haired young man shouted again. His martial arts seemed to be related to women, so he did not let any of them go. His gaze landed on Yu and the other girls, and then he licked his lips. Kill! The warriors of the Northern Dark Territory shouted coldly and rushed toward the rainforest's sacred land. Now that the Northern Dark North Territory had joined forces with the Tri-Era Ghost King, the situation in the rainforest's sacred land was not looking good. Let me help you. Sakura had the deepest feelings for the rainforest and he immediately shouted coldly. There's no need for that. The 3 of you should focus on suppressing the 3 lives Ghost King. We'll hold them back. At this time, the Holy King of the Bodhi Sacred Palace said indifferently. He then looked at the people of the rainforest's sacred ground and said, Everyone, leave the 6 saint regions. The experts here are too strong. This is all I can do. The people of the rainforest Holy Land were excited. The legendary Holy King was too mysterious. They had never seen him before, but today they knew that on the day of the Holy Land's calamity, the Holy King would stand up and protect them. Leave the rainforest. Everyone shouted loudly. They couldn't win, so they could only leave. Can you escape? Cold laughter came from the northern dark nether region. All the holy princes were stunned. They were the top geniuses of the Holy Lands. If they didn't fight, who would? Kill. Under Great Expansion Eye's furious roar, all the holy sons went out to battle. They are saving us. The eyes of Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others became moist. They gritted their teeth and took a deep look at their home. Then, they led the group away. Today, foreign enemies were pressuring them, and they had no choice but to leave their homeland. This process seemed simple, but everyone's hearts were heavy. After all, this was the place where they had been born and raised. They were reluctant to leave, but they were certain that one day, under the leadership of the new king of the 6 sacred regions, they would make a comeback. Why aren't you attacking, evil god Dark North? The third-generation Ghost King said in a low voice when he saw a large number of people retreating from the rainforest Holy Land. It's not my turn to attack them. If they can escape, then it's their fortune. If they can't, then they'll die. He couldn't be bothered to do anything. In fact, he and the violet-haired young man even sat down, sipping wine as they watched the carnage unfold. You are as evil as ever. No one can see through you. However, if you don't want to kill them, I will. After I subdue the 3 guardian deities, everyone here will die. Black clouds gushed out from the 3 lives Ghost King's body and covered the sky, making it hard for Sakura and the rest to resist. Although they were divine protectors, they were still too young and couldn't display the power of a divine protector unless all of them appeared. However, this was simply impossible. At present, being able to find 4 divine protectors was already a great blessing. Rumble. The surging attacks were like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, causing a huge vortex to appear in the sky above the rainforest. The retreating crowd's pupils constricted. They knew in their hearts that those experts were blocking the incoming enemies to buy time for them. Meng Yun, it's time for you to display your strength. At this moment, over at the Water Moon Holy Land, the people of Tai Marshall's sect were also there. One of them, an old woman, looked at Yuman Yun and made Yuman Yun and Inuer softly greet her as master. Turn into a demon. The old woman looked at the 2 girls dotingly and then said to Yuman Yun. Yuman Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding in the end. Rumble. The ancient sealed door appeared, and a huge white armored snake slowly slithered out. This snake was extremely beautiful, as if it had a mind of its own. There were 2 horns on its forehead, which made many people puzzled. What exactly was that? Father, I want this girl, okay? At this moment, the violet-haired young man was eating grapes. His eyes immediately revealed a hint of excitement. TSK. This game is getting more and more fun. Just like the book said, people can unleash their potential in times of crisis and unleash everything they have. Now, another guardian god has appeared. Evil god North Darkness smiled gently. His smile was filled with excitement. Today's luck was pretty good. Before the other experts arrived, he had actually found so many of the 72 demon gods. Okay, this girl is yours. Then, evil god North Darkness nodded. Rumble. At this moment, the white snake finally slithered out of the sealed door, emitting an aura that made all living beings in the world revere it. In mid-air, Yuman Yun's clothes seemed to be torn apart. Her seductive body shot towards the beautiful white snake. At the same time, the old woman looked deeply at Yuman Yun and Inuer. Disciples, Master can only help you up to this point. Life essence, unseal. The old woman's hands kept dancing. Every time she moved, essence blood floated out and condensed in mid-air, turning into a mysterious symbol. Finally, it slapped towards the beautiful white snake. Chi! Chi! The white snake's body trembled as if something had been unsealed. An incomparably sacred white light bloomed, and the snake transformed into a dragon. An exquisite white dragon with white scales and 2 dragon horns on its head appeared. This dragon was extremely holy, as if it was the most beautiful dragon in the world. It roared angrily, and white light bloomed like ripples. Doors opened under the ground, and a huge beast walked out from each door. The Water Moon Holy Land's guardian god, the Great Illusion White Dragon King. Mengyun, this dragon is as beautiful as you. The old woman smiled as if she was looking at the proudest masterpiece in her life. Finally, her body shattered and turned into ashes. The Great Illusion White Dragon King was a secret of the Water Moon Holy Land, and it had long since been discovered by Yu Mengyun. It was just that these powerhouses had not announced it to the public. If they wanted to unseal the Great Illusion White Dragon King, they would need the old woman to sacrifice her life. Master. As she looked at the fallen old woman, tears flowed from Yu's beautiful eyes. As for the others, their hearts fiercely trembled. In today's great calamity, those ancient powerhouses had used their spines to block the tribulation clouds that pressed down from the sky. Woo-woo. The beautiful White Dragon King also let out a sobbing sound as tears flowed out from her clear eyes. Mengyun, don't let your master down. Kill the enemy. On the Water Moon Holy Land side, many experts roared. This caused the White Dragon King to look angrily at the 3 Lives Ghost King. Following that, she led the mighty demonic beast army over. The 4 guardian deities want to fight me. Unfortunately, they are still lacking. The Great Illusion White Dragon King is said to be able to summon ancient desolate beasts at its peak. Now, it can only summon weak demonic beasts. There are only a few ferocious beasts. The 3 Lives Ghost King smiled faintly. He was still fearless. Kill. The 4 guardian deities moved out one after another to suppress the 3 Lives Ghost King. You must win. Chapter 1074. Lin Ling had awakened. Fight. Rumble. Ghost Chi and Spirit Chi surged. The surging attacks shook the mountains and rivers, causing the earth to crack. However, even with the appearance of the 4 guardian gods, they still couldn't suppress the 3 Lives Ghost King. Datura Flower. A mysterious martial art appeared in his right hand. The Datura flower from the Bridge of Helplessness appeared and blasted towards Sakra. Then, the 3 Lives Ghost King looked at the Great Illusion White Dragon King. He knew that this guardian god who could summon monsters was the most difficult to deal with. I'll seal your soul first and obtain the Great Illusion White Dragon King. The 3 Lives Ghost King's eyes were filled with greed. Among the 72 demon gods, there were strong and weak ones. Among them, the Great Illusion White Dragon King was ranked very high. He was even stronger than the dark vermilion butterfly and the other guardian gods. Pop! 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 The pitch-black palm struck out, causing the sky to change color. A huge gray stone tablet appeared in mid-air and pressed down on the Great Illusion White Dragon King. 3 words were engraved on the tablet: Soul Seal. Yu Mengyun, watch out. On the dark vermilion butterfly, Lai Qing anxiously shouted. However, at this moment, the White Dragon King's monsters were fighting against those who had been resurrected. These people were also very powerful. There was the Barbarian King, the Scholar, and the Palace Lords. Therefore, Yu Mengyun couldn't be distracted. Save her. The various Saint Kings all roared furiously. The guardian deity was their final trump card. If it was sealed, then they could only lose. Moreover, the guardian deity was the light of dawn. All of them could die, but the guardian deity of the younger generation could not die, because it was the soul of the 6 saint realms. In your dreams, the cultivators of the northern dark territory blocked the Holy King. There were many strong cultivators among them, and there were more than 100 transcendent realm first-layer cultivators. No one could save Yu Munyun. At this moment, Yu and the others were also fighting against the strong cultivators. However, at this moment, they all had tears in their eyes. Was Yu Munyun going to die in front of them? Lin Ling, you said that you would protect everyone. What are you doing now? Yu suddenly shouted. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was still silent on the ground. The young man who had blocked all the storms for them in the past seemed to be tired now. He seemed to have finally collapsed. Those women are all calling Lin Ling. That young man from before made me very uncomfortable. The purple-haired youth said coldly. All the women he liked were called Lin Ling. This made him extremely jealous because he felt that all the beauties in this world belonged to him, the northern heretic. Lin Ling, Dream Clouds is about to die. If you don't stand up now, you'll regret it. The heavenly concubine, Qin Xiaolan, and Yuer, and the others all shouted at the ancient flame devil. They also knew that Lin Ling was tired. At the moment when countless strong cultivators were pressuring them, it was the handsome young man who blocked everything. Therefore, the young man was qualified to rest if he was tired. However, this was not the time to rest. Voices were of no help to Lin Ling at all. However, at this moment, the long-haired young man on the ancient flame devil's body slightly moved his eyelashes. In his soul sea, the ancient grey stone tablet bloomed with dazzling light and sealed his soul. However, he could faintly hear the cries of his women, of his relatives, of everyone calling out to him. Patriarch Extreme Flame, Yu, the 4 clan chiefs, there were far too many people calling out to him. How can I be sealed here? Break for me. At this moment, monstrous waves appeared in the vast soul sea, crazily crashing against the ancient soul sealing tablet. It was like an ocean crashing against a rock. Although it was weak and insignificant, it would eventually penetrate the rock. Nothing was impossible. It all depended on whether Lin Ling would do it or not. Just like his life, no matter what kind of danger he faced, he never gave up. Rumble. Finally, above the vast soul sea, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of a primordial heavenly venerate, coldly looking at the soul sealing tablet. This gaze saw through all life in the universe and saw through the long river of time. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the soul sealing tablet finally cracked, turning into a large amount of rubble that fell into the soul sea. At the same time, the soul sealing tombstone was moving towards the White Dragon King. The 3-era Ghost King laughed coldly. 4 protectors had appeared. To be honest, the 3-era Ghost King was a little afraid. If all the protectors had come, he might have had to avoid them. But now, he could seal 1 protector. Rumble. The soul sealing tablet was already in sight. The White Dragon King raised his head, his clear eyes narrowing. Soul sealing tablet. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Under countless gazes, the sleeping ancient flame devil finally woke up. It turned into a flaming meteor and appeared before the White Dragon King. Its huge claws slammed down heavily. The most frightening thing was that in the center of the claws, a mysterious soul-sealing imprint appeared and clashed heavily with the soul-sealing tablet. Rumble. Soul-sealing tablet against soul-sealing tablet. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the soul-sealing tablet from the 3-life ghostly king and it finally exploded. Chi. Endless flames burned the heavens at this moment. The huge body of the fire fox looked at everyone as if it was looking down on the world. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Lin Ling had awakened. At this moment, the 5 guardian gods had gathered. Lin Ling. After a short moment of silence, cheers came from the sacred ground of the rainforest. Lin Ling had awakened. This was the return of the king. The 6 holy kings smiled slightly. That little guy was indeed like a cockroach. Every time there was a great calamity, he would step through it and make a comeback. No wonder we have been watching them for so long. The holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace smiled faintly. He had never met Lin Ling, but in truth, he had been secretly watching Lin Ling. He had also personally witnessed that tenacious youth rise step by step. It was a strange feeling, as if he was watching his own junior grow up. And Lin Ling was everything to the sacred ground of the rainforest. He was everyone's hope. How is this possible? The 3-life ghostly king's eyes narrowed. That youth had actually broken his soul sealing tablet. The most frightening thing was that the youth had not only broken his soul sealing tablet, but also learned it. In fact, it was even stronger than his soul sealing tablet. Could it be that the youth's soul power was stronger than his? One had to know that he had recultivated for 3 lifetimes. His soul power was the sum of all 3 lifetimes. 5 guardian gods, attack. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. His eyes were still as cold as ever, but they were filled with determination. The huge ancient flame devil shot towards the 3-life ghostly king. His attack caused the other 4 guardian gods to be filled with fighting spirit, and they all pounced on him. Lin Ling is the guardian god king. The crowd watched the earth-shattering battle, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Rumble. The 5 guardian gods attacked at the same time. The flames of slaughter, the sword energy of destruction, the bones of silence, the light of hope, and the demonic beasts of the common people finally suppressed the 3-life ghostly king. Bastard! The 3-life ghostly king's face was extremely ugly. After the little guy named Lin Ling woke up, he had a mysterious power that changed the situation of the battle. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. It was a kind of momentum that would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Chapter 1075. Demon sealing seal. It should be noted that a single guardian god, such as the ancient flame devil, was enough to force Yen to dodge in the past. Now that the 5 guardian gods were gathered, they represented slaughter, destruction, nirvana, hope, and life respectively. Their attack power was not as simple as one plus the other. The 3 lives ghost king was naturally forced to retreat. He's just an ant from the countryside. What qualifications does he have to be arrogant? Father, I'll go and meet him. At this moment, the purple-haired young man from evil god Bei Ming's side took a step forward and shot towards the ancient flame demon. Despicable. Many people from the rainforest holy land shouted angrily. Previously, evil god Bei Ming and his son were like otherworldly masters who disdained to make a move. However, after Lin Ling woke up and the 5 guardian gods suppressed the 3 lives ghost king, they immediately went back on their words and attacked when they saw that the situation was not good. These masters could never be trusted. You're bullying us with your numbers. You're too shameless. However, what angered everyone was that the purple-haired young man pretended to be prejudiced and said that the 5 guardian gods were bullying them with their numbers. The purple-haired young man rushed over with his transcendent strength, causing a large patch of purple to appear in the sky. Lin Ling's cold eyes finally moved. His eyes were calm, but there was an indescribable anger in them. The purple-haired young man's eyes narrowed. In that short moment, he was actually a little afraid. This was a great humiliation for him. Evolving the universe, controlling life and death, controlling illusion and destruction, great purple heaven cloud palm. Hong long long. In mid-air, the clouds rolled over and formed a huge palm that slammed towards the ancient flame demon. This palm had reached the 7th level of martial profundity. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! On the ground, Lin Ling's heart moved. The ancient flame demon gave up on the 3 lives ghost king and rushed towards Tian Xian's huge palm. For him, today's enemies were all cruel and unscrupulous. They looked down on human life, so it didn't matter who he fought first. Chi chi chi. The 7 tails swept fiercely and slashed towards the cloud palm like sickles. Then, with a clang, like the sound of metal colliding, the thick cloud palm was split into 7 pieces. Amazing! Lin Ling's control of the guardian is even stronger than the others. The 6 holy king were all shocked. Among all the protectors, Lin Ling was probably the strongest. This strength came from his familiarity with the ancient flame devil. Of course, they did not know that this was not the first time Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was like Lin Ling's right hand. In the sky, the purple-haired northern heretic's expression changed. He did not expect Lin Ling's ancient flame devil to be so powerful. In his eyes, the huge body was already charging towards him. It was ruthless and murderous, and its claws swept over. So fast. Northern Evil shouted in a low voice as he spread out his hands, cold evil chi. Evil chi gushed out, and if it touched a Holy Spirit realm expert, it could make them lose their mind and kill them in the end. The purple evil chi protected Northern Evil like a dragon against the ancient flame devil. Unfortunately, the ancient flame devil was no weaker than Northern Evil. Die for me. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The ancient flame devil's huge claws swept out and swept away all the evil chi. Northern Evil's expression changed again as he shouted, "Evil shadow doppelganger." Puchi. The powerful claws swept out, but 2 Northern Evil boys appeared in the sky. One of them was torn to pieces, while the other disappeared. At the same time, the purple-haired boy appeared on the ground with an ugly expression. In the sky, a strand of purple hair drifted down with the wind, causing the whole battlefield to fall silent. Although Northern Heretic dodged quickly, the ancient flame demon still managed to injure him, cutting off a strand of his long hair. One had to know that Northern Heretic came from the powerful sacred domain and had reached the transcendent realm at such a young age. Even the patriarchs of the 4 great clans would have to face him in the underworld, but Lin Ling was able to injure him. This undoubtedly raised the morale of the Rainforest Holy Land. You're very lucky. On the ground, Northern Evil's expression was ugly. He had dodged quickly before, otherwise, he would have been injured. It was a great shame that a puny country boy could injure him. Of course, he didn't say that Lin Ling was able to injure him. He just said that Lin Ling was very lucky. You foreign masters joined forces to wipe out the 6 sacred domains, but you won. That's a wheel that represents the ruthlessness of heaven and earth. You can't blame us because we deserved to die. However, we joined forces to resist, so in your words, we were bullying you with numbers. You came from a powerful sacred domain, so you attacked me. If you won, you're a genius and we're trash, but if you lost, you're saying that I was lucky. Are foreign geniuses all so thick-skinned? In the sky, Lin Ling looked coldly at the boy at his feet. His sarcastic voice drifted out like the wind, cutting into Northern Evil's heart like a sword. His face instantly turned pale. Shame, this shame was even greater. Ha! On the other side of the 6 holy kings' side, mocking laughter rang out like a wave. Even the 3 lives ghost king looked coldly at Lin Ling. This young man was even more difficult to deal with than the other guardian gods. Previously, the 3 lives ghost king had managed to seal Lin Ling's soul by surprise, but in the end, he had failed. Now, he wanted to see how the top genius from the northern dark evil territory would fight against the puny youth from the 6 sacred domains. I'm thick-skinned. Today, I'll stand here and let you see how you can shake me. Come at me, puny country boy. Northern Evil's long hair fluttered wildly. He couldn't tolerate a country boy looking down on him and mocking him. He was the son of the northern dark evil god, a first-layer transcendent realm genius. Lin Ling took a deep breath. In all fairness, the other party was indeed very strong. If he didn't have the ancient flame devil, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. Even with the ancient flame devil, it would take a lot of effort to kill the other party. The other party had a mysterious evil chi protecting his body. It seemed his innate talent wasn't weak, perhaps even surpassing the king physique. However, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he had to fight. There was no way out, so Lin Ling didn't think about his own safety. He just wanted to fight. Xiao! Flames shot towards the ground like a meteor. In mid-air, the ancient flame devil's huge claw slammed down. An ant will always be an ant. I was just playing with you before. This time, I'm serious. On the ground, Northern Evil's purple hair fluttered in the wind. He was full of domineering and evil chi, as if he was the king of evil. In the next moment, purple chi erupted from his body and intertwined into a dragon, turning into an ancient evil god. The evil god opened his eyes and looked towards the world. This was a saint physique. The mighty evil chi rushed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's mind to sink, as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep. This evil chi was too terrifying. When it comes to geniuses, the 6 sacred regions will never lose to anyone else. Lin Ling bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up, his eyes burning even more fiercely. Soul-sealing seal. In his mind, an extremely ancient soul martial skill appeared. It was the soul-sealing seal of the 3-era Ghost King, but it was even more terrifying than the 3-era Ghost King's soul-sealing seal. The one who controlled this soul-sealing seal came from the broken stone tablet in the Spirit Sea. Chapter 1076. Sorry for the wait. On the ground, Northern Heretic's heart trembled violently. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling in terms of strength and cultivation realm. However, he was a little afraid when it came to soul power. The gigantic stone tablet smashing down from the sky made him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He couldn't even move. This kid has really learned my soul-sealing seal, and it's even bigger than my soul-sealing seal. 3 lives Ghost King sucked in a breath of cold air. How could that young man's soul power be so strong? This was beyond logic. Be careful. Right at this moment, a beam of purple light shot through the sky and picked up Northern Demon. In the next moment, it vanished on the spot. Bei Xia was saved. Rumble. At the same time, the stone steel smashed down, causing the ground to shake. Countless souls trembled violently, and they were dazed for an entire breath of time. The soul attack was indeed terrifying, and even the people far away were affected. If the stone steel smashed into Northern Demon's body, no matter how strong he was, his soul would be shattered into pieces. Lin Ling was truly powerful. Using the ancient flame demon to protect his body, he was able to use his soul force attack, a power that could even injure a transcendent realm master. On the ground, the gigantic body of the ancient flame devil appeared. Lin Ling looked into the distance with disappointment in his eyes. In the end, Northern Demon still managed to escape. Lin Ling then laughed coldly. Before this, you were just playing with me and I was lucky enough to injure you. But why are you asking for help now? You people from the powerful saint realms are truly shameless. In the distance, Northern Heretic's face was extremely ferocious. He had thought that once he attacked, teaching Lin Ling a lesson would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had been defeated in 2 moves. He had to run away in disgrace. He, a genius, had lost all face. You, shut up. Evil North roared furiously. Your previous pride has disappeared. Instead, you're angry out of humiliation. On the ground, Lin Ling chuckled. His casual rebuttal made Northern Demon's eyes turn red. His arrogance had indeed disappeared. There's no need to waste words on people who are about to die. Third generation Ghost King, are you going to make a move? If you don't, then I will. If I can get rid of these 5 guardian gods, then I want 4 guardian gods. The wretch god Dark North barked coldly. He had finally decided to make a move. Off in the distance, the eyes of the 3 lives Ghost King flickered. He wanted more protectors. But then, he smiled sinisterly and nodded. Fine. If you can deal with them, I only want 1 protector. Previously, he had fought against the 5 guardian gods. He knew that when the 5 guardian gods worked together, their power and battle prowess were extremely terrifying. Evil god North Sea's strength was on the same level as him. He knew that it would be difficult for evil god North Sea to defeat the guardian gods unless the 2 of them worked together. Alright, those 4 guardian deities are mine. The evil god of Dark North's long hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke in a domineering and confident manner. If all 6 of the guardian gods had come, then I, the evil god of Dark North, would have had to dodge their attacks. But 5 of them are nothing. He gently raised his palm, and an even greater amount of evil chi condensed. It was vast and mighty, forming a mysterious evil chi world. Art of the evil god, a noble thought. He struck out with his palm. Without any complicated martial arts, he could crush everything with just his strength. Attack! At this moment, the 5 protectors were resonating in their hearts. It was as if they had fought side by side since ancient times, resulting in an innate tacit understanding. Moreover, each of them represented a world. They represented slaughter, nirvana, hope, and so on. After joining forces, their world became even larger. This was the guardian god's human formation. Whoosh! 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 The guardian gods landed behind the ancient flame devil, shining with dazzling light. The ancient flame devil's fox mouth burned with colorful flames. Flame of the guardian gods. Boom! With the power of the 5 guardian gods, a flame that looked like the origin of fire shot out, stirring the world. It was as if Pangu was splitting open the sky. At the same time, the evil god of Dark North Sea's pupils constricted. He only realized how terrifying the guardian gods were after personally fighting. The giant palm in front of him cracked and emitted green smoke, as if it was being burned. Evil King 10 Disaster's sword. At this critical moment, the evil god of Dark North Sea pulled the void with his right hand, and a long purple sword appeared. The sword was thousands of miles long, and it was extremely shocking. Evil world slaying. He slashed out fiercely, and the evil energy carried with it a destructive aura, as if he wanted to kill all living things in the world. Boom! At this time, the gorgeous and colorful flames finally shot over. Those flames were like pillars, but they continued to spiral, suppressing an extremely terrifying power. In an instant, they pierced through that huge palm, and started to resist the evil king's 10 tribulations sword. Pop! 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 On the ground, a sword blocked the raging flame pillar, and it was a shocking sight. So powerful. After Lin Ling and the others joined forces, their strength increased several times. If the 6 guardian gods appeared, we might not have to die today. Many people were excited. The guardian gods were indeed the totems of the 6 saint regions. Many geniuses looked at Lin Ling, and at this moment, their hearts were filled with deep admiration. The earth was pressing down, and the experts of the older generation were helpless. The new generation of geniuses blocked the heavenly tribulation and became the star of the world. How could they, as the younger generation, not yearn for such a dazzling moment? Unfortunately, yearning was yearning. Many of them could not do it, but Lin Ling could. The guardian god's inheritance battle technique. At this moment, evil god North Darkness's face was extremely ugly. He had underestimated the guardian god's joint forces. Break. For emotions returned to one. In the end, evil god North Darkness unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying flame pillar was split into two, and the sword radiance did not stop, as if the sky was also split into two. His strength was truly terrifying. Is this what you mean by not worth mentioning? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out from the ground, and evil god North Darkness narrowed his eyes. Not worth mentioning. Now, he did not dare to say that. No wonder the 3 lives Ghost King asked him to fight. It turned out that he knew how difficult it was to deal with the guardian gods. You're the same as your son, shameless and disgraceful. Sakura, Yonggan, and the others sneered, and the anger that evil god North Darkness had just extinguished was ignited again. Moreover, as his aura weakened, the 6 Saint King's side rose steadily, and killed many martial artists of the Dark North regions. You're just borrowing the power of the guardian gods. Without the guardian gods, you're just ants in the countryside. Evil god North Darkness snorted coldly. However, you're too arrogant. You've only won a small battle, and you think you can suppress me. Unless the 6 guardian gods gather together. Is that so? Then aren't you also borrowing the power of the outer regions? If you grew up in the 6 saint regions, you're just an ant. In the face of the arrogant voice of the evil god of North Darkness, Lin Ling only smiled coldly. To the evil god of North Darkness, this kind of attitude was undoubtedly more infuriating than his defeat. After all, he was clearly just an ant, but he dared to disregard him, the emperor of millions. You mean the 6 guardian gods? Lin Ling said indifferently, and then smiled. Sorry, I've waited for a long time, but it's a long journey, so I've kept you waiting. Kept you waiting. Chapter 1077. The descent of King Yiksha, one of the 6 guardian deities, is the Yiksha king, but his whereabouts are unknown. Why do you say we've been waiting for a long time? The Trailera's Ghost King also frowned. Chi. At the same time, the ground behind the Northern Darkness evil god started to tremble. It was as if something terrifying was awakening from its slumber. The oppressive atmosphere made the Northern Darkness evil god's heart sink. What exactly was approaching? Unfortunately, his gaze was locked onto Lin Ling and the others, and he did not pay attention to what was behind him. It's here. Finally, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Boom! The ground exploded as a gigantic fiend celestial charged out from the ground. His massive fist was accompanied by gale-force winds as he viciously smashed it toward the evil god. What? Evil god North Deep narrowed his eyes. He wanted to block the attack, but it was too late. He was hit by the terrifying power, and his body flew backward like a kite. He smashed heavily into the ground thousands of miles away. The power of that power made people gasp. Roar! Under countless gazes, the pitch-black demonic god with chilling fangs appeared before everyone's eyes. His burly body was like a mountain, and billowing murderous aura emanated from him, causing many people's eyes to widen as a terrifying thought occurred to them. The Yiksha king had arrived. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. This was the gathering of the 6 guardian gods. The great calamity of the 6 holy domains, the guardian gods have gathered. The 6 holy kings were incomparably excited. Finally, they were all here. Sorry, I'm late. At the same time, the Yiksha king spoke in a low voice, and then he strode towards the 5 guardian gods like a giant. His voice sounded familiar, but the murderous aura he emitted was very unfamiliar to them. Big brother, I didn't expect to fight alongside you today. Yiksha king bellowed again, causing Sakura's pupils to constrict. Big brother. This guardian deity called him Big Brother. Who owned it? Today, the guardian gods have gathered. We will do our best to stop the enemy and teach them a lesson. We would rather die than live in dishonor. Yiksha King said to the people from the rainforest Holy Land. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Familiar, this was too familiar. The extreme flame ancestor, the four patriarchs, and the others all felt their hearts tremble violently as they looked at Lin Ling on the ancient flame devil. A terrifying thought arose in their minds, but they weren't too sure. Where did you come from? The holy king of the Bodhi's sacred palace sucked in a cold breath. I am Lin Ling. The Yiksha king finally raised his head. His deep voice shocked everyone. It was Lin Ling. The Yiksha king was Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had obtained 2 guardian gods. Everyone's eyes widened as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. However, when they looked at the Yiksha king's eyes, they found that they were very familiar. It was the kind of aura that would rather die than live in dishonor. And this was the conviction of their banner, Lin Ling. Lin Ling. His roar shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, the guardian deity King Lin Ling's name was well deserved. Ha, second brother, you've always made Big Brother unable to see through you. Big Brother originally wanted to release the guardian deity to make you, this brat, envious. Who knew that you have 2 guardian deities? Sakura was astonished and couldn't help but shout out. The other guardian deities also became spirited. Lin Ling was like their leader, forever leading them forward. Kill. 2 voices floated out at the same time. It was the Yiksha king and the ancient flame devil. Their powerful auras made the northern darkness evil god and the 3-era ghost king extremely wary. That little brat actually had 2 guardian deities. Shio. Shio. The ancient flame devil was the fastest. It turned into flames, but it didn't pounce on the 3-era ghost king. Instead, it pounced on the old man hiding in the ruins. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Although he was in a deep sleep, he heard the words of the 3-era ghost king. He knew that mansion master Tianlin was also a pawn. The real mastermind was the 3-era ghost king. The second dream was a lonely soul of 100 lifetimes. She was raised by the 3-era ghost king, and the function of the second dream was to become the 3-era ghost king's nourishment. No wonder the second dream always had a kind of sadness. Perhaps she knew her fate. This was the game of the strong, and the sorrow of the weak. Tianlin, you can die now. Lin Ling roared. His gaze fell on the smiling Tianlin in the distance. When the 3-era ghost king came, Tianlin was lucky enough to survive. But now, Lin Ling had to kill Tianlin. At this moment, Tianlin maintained his smile. Although he wasn't afraid of death, it was better to live. When the 3-era ghost king came and dominated everything, he saw the hope of living. Besides, he could see how Lin Ling and the others died. But who knew that Lin Ling would wake up and come to kill him? 3-era ghost king, save me. Tianlin's pale face screamed out. I'm here. Can you kill me? 1,000 souls slaughtering the city. The 3-era ghost king roared. Lin Ling didn't come to kill him. Instead, he went to kill Tianlin. Tianlin was one of his people. How could he let Lin Ling kill him so easily? Chi! 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 Flames exploded. The souls that pounced on the ancient flame devil were all burned. Ghost Lock imprisoned God. Seeing that his first attack had no effect, the Trailokia's ghost king unleashed his full power once more. His clothes were torn apart, and his true form was finally revealed. It was a ghost king whose body was completely black. His body seemed lighter than the wind as he crossed the void and appeared in front of the ancient flame devil. His ghostly claws flashed with cold light as they swept out. Bang! But at the critical moment, a terrifying giant fist came and blocked the three-era Ghost King's ghostly claws. It was the Yiksha King. The Yiksha King and Lin Ling were the same person. The two guardian gods working together were obviously more coordinated. Three-era Ghost King, very impressive. You can dominate the lives of others for thousands of generations. Today, I want to see how strong a Ghost King like you is. When the Yiksha King blocked the three-era Ghost King's attack, the ancient flame devil seemed to resonate with him. Its 7 tails were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and its claws slashed out with the soul-sealing imprint. At present, only the soul-sealing imprint could pose a threat to the three-era Ghost King. 10,000 ghosts cry, explode. The three-era Ghost King roared anxiously. His body exploded, and he dodged the 7 tails of the ancient flame devil. Countless ghosts burst out from his body, but they were all burned to death by the flaming tails. These ghosts were his soul. Now that they were destroyed, he had wasted several years of his cultivation. However, although his soul was destroyed, it allowed him to dodge Lin Ling's soul-sealing imprint. This result enraged the three-era Ghost King. The soul-sealing imprint was his ultimate skill, but Lin Ling had learned it. Moreover, he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Amazing! The ancient flame devil and the Yiksha King are like the same person. They can unleash the power of the guardian gods. Lin Ling's soul power is very strong. The 6 holy kings couldn't help but shout in joy. The ancient flame devil and the Yiksha King blocked the three-era Ghost King. They were stronger than the other 4 guardian gods. Swoosh! Chapter 1078. To fight or not to fight? Do you think you can still live? A deep voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Skylin to tremble. He stared blankly at the 2 demon gods, no longer having any thoughts of resistance. Lin Ling had hidden his strength too deeply. Only after erupting with his full strength did he discover that Lin Ling could already fight with a top powerhouse from the outer regions. How could he fight? How could he resist? He never imagined that with the arrival of a powerhouse from the outer regions, he would still die. Why? Why did he have to die? Skylin's heart was filled with unwillingness. Facing a powerhouse from the outer regions, Lin Ling still dominated everything. Why was this? You have calculated everything under the heavens, but have you ever calculated that you would die today? The deep voice came again, causing Skylin's eyes to narrow. Yes, he had calculated everything under the heavens and controlled the second dream, but he had never calculated that he would die today. No, he was not wrong in calculating everything under the heavens, but he also would not have calculated that he would die today. The only one he had not calculated was Lin Ling. He had not calculated everything about Lin Ling. Lin Ling had too many secrets that he did not know. He could not calculate everything. The second dream has a master like you. It is truly a mistake in life. But she has woken up from her dream. Everything is over. As a friend, I will let her go in peace. I will let you accompany her. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with killing intent. No, don't. Skylin fell to his knees, kowtowing and shouting, "Third life Ghost King, save me." He can't save you. I can't defeat him, but he can't defeat us either. So, he can only watch as you die. Yiksha King also shouted, causing the distant third life Ghost King to grit his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. He could not save Skylin. The ancient flame devil and Yiksha King had joined forces. He could not shake them at all. It was a tie. As for evil god Dark North, who was rushing over from the distance, his complexion was also ugly. All of this was far too ironic. He had arrogantly arrived here and should have dominated everything. But after arriving here, he discovered that although the 6 sacred domains was a rural area where martial artists were no different from ants, there was still a peak genius here that wasn't any weaker than a foreign realm. Even he was helpless against him. What a disgrace. He was the evil god of the northern underworld, but he was stopped by a nameless young man. Die! The ancient flame devil opened its mouth and spat out a torrent of flames that burned Skyforest. Skyforest looked at Lin Ling with unwillingness in his eyes. Finally, he was reduced to ashes. The mansion master of this generation had finally fallen. In the distance, the crowd was shocked as they watched this scene. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. The heavenly fall era had arrived, and before foreign enemies had arrived, internal troubles had come one step ahead. The 7 martial house masters had come to the 7 profound martial house full of confidence, but the result was that all 7 martial house masters had been exterminated. This made the people of the rainforest Holy Land realize that if the heavens brought disaster upon them, they could still survive, but if they brought it upon themselves, they could not. Good, well done. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of cheers rose and fell. Sky Lin, that despicable villain, had finally died. Do you still want to fight now? Is it you, the proud third life ghost king, or the shameless evil god of northern darkness? Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, the Yiksha king and the ancient flame devil stared at the 2 powerhouses coldly. The other 4 protectors did the same. At this moment, they no longer feared these 2 powerhouses. The 2 powerhouses had ugly complexions. Should they fight? If they fought, they might not necessarily win. The Yiksha king and the ancient flame devil were the most difficult to deal with. But if they did not fight, then they would have come here in vain and lost all face. If we join forces, we still have a chance to exterminate you. The evil god of northern darkness coldly said, not willing to be at a disadvantage. That will be difficult. But if you want to try, then I will accompany you. At most, we will fight for 3 months. Of course, I cannot guarantee that your noble son will survive. Atop the ancient flame devil, Lin Ling coldly smiled. His words caused the evil god of northern darkness's pupils to narrow. He looked at the purple-haired youth. Yes, he did not fear the protectors, but his son was different. He would inevitably be killed by the ancient flame devil and the Yiksha king. You cannot kill me. The purple-haired youth, Evil North, coldly shouted. He clenched his teeth. He had become a burden. It had to be known that he was a genius. He had come with pride, and now he had become a burden. Soul-sealing seal. Lin Ling coldly shouted, his voice shaking the world. Retreat. The purple-haired young man, Northern Evil, narrowed his eyes and retreated instinctively. The terrifying soul-sealing tablet was still a nightmare in his heart. However, after retreating for a few hundred meters, he realized that Lin Ling had only shouted softly and had not attacked. Lin Ling had not attacked, but he had retreated. He had lost all his face. How could he say that Lin Ling could not kill him? Ha! Countless people in the rainforest Holy Land laughed. The son of the evil god. He was just a piece of trash. You! Evil North's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. Lin Ling looked indifferent. He did not care about him at all. Now that the 2 protectors were here, he had used all his trump cards. Of course, he was not afraid of a genius like Evil North. So, do you want to fight or not? Lin Ling coldly shouted again. The 3 lives Ghost King and Evil North fell silent. It was ironic. The 2 of them had come here to massacre everyone, but now they did not dare to speak or fight with their lives. Perhaps they did not have Lin Ling's spirit, who would rather die than live in dishonor. The 2 of them were shocked. They would remember Lin Ling's name. After Yiksha King arrived, he had turned the tide and saved the rainforest Holy Land. I will fight with you. At this time, a pair of ancient eyes appeared in the sky. One eye was white and the other was black. Together with the sun, moon, and stars, it was as if they could see through the universe. As Lin Ling looked over, his soul force violently trembled as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The people from the Void Star Divine Palace had arrived. He had never forgotten about the people of the Void Star Divine Palace, and he had always been on guard against them. However, he did not expect them to be more terrifying than the Three Lives Ghost King and Evil North. Void Star Divine Master. The Three Lives Ghost King and Dark North Demon God's hearts trembled. They had been too slow. It had to be known that during the Heavenly Fall era, the heartless sovereign emperor wanted to destroy the 6 saint domains. Therefore, they had rushed over after receiving the news. Their goal was to obtain some benefits. However, although they had arrived early, they had underestimated Lin Ling of the 6 saint domains and had failed to obtain any benefits. And now, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace had arrived. Then, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. Three Lives Ghost King, Dark North Demon God, you dare to touch my prey. You dare to use my name to start the Heavenly Fall era. In the sky, the mysterious pair of eyes looked at the two powerhouses. With just a glance, the two of them vomited blood and staggered backwards. This is the true Heavenly Fall era. In the distance, the people of the Rainforest Holy Land were in a daze. Their eyes were blank and even lost. When facing the Three Lives Ghost King and the other powerhouses, they had united and barely managed to resist. But facing the God King in the sky, a sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Ants should know their own destiny. If the Heavenly Fall era wants you dead, then you will die by the will of the heavens. Who told you to resist and even kill one of us? The ancient eyes were like the majestic might of the heavens, sweeping over all. Pang pang pang. A large number of people's bodies exploded, instantly dying. There were people of the Rainforest Holy Land and also people of the Dark North Demon God's domain.